I lived like a dead man until Amelia found me, and by that time there wasn't much soul left in me. There still isn't. My attention darted to the fox, stunned when a tear of her own slipped free. She hurriedly swiped at the evidence. "Danielle and Tilly," Dmitri whispered. Their names hung thick in the air, almost solid, almost real. Something clicked into place, a gear. Dmitri jolted back. The glimmering stone creaked and shifted, the edges vibrating as the wall behind it quaked. "Keep back," Chiara warned, lunging forward, dagger raised in one hand, her other lifted, palm out. She remained by my side as I also readied for the worst. Dmitri shifted to the fox, ignoring Finn's pitying look. He shoved the hand with his bloodied finger inside his pocket. I didn't need to see the red on his finger to know he bled on the inside. I suddenly realized how quickly I judged him. Everyone hid their pain. Dmitri only showed his with a lullaby. A song meant for a little girl whom he'd hopefully see again one day. A thunderous crash sounded, forcing my attention from the thief. The circular gem began to roll, sliding across the stone until it collided with the wall. A gap had been created, broad enough to fit 2 men. I faced Chiara. The unspoken word passed between us. We were more than capable of defending ourselves, and in a much better position than the others. If anything attacked, we'd be the first line of defense. "Together," she mouthed, and I nodded. We walked through the doorway, side by side, and fell.
Chapter 25. Chiara. A Scythian proverb. To take a leap of faith is knowing you may likely fall and doing so anyway. There was no floor beneath us. Literally, no damned floor. We plummeted for an eternity, the ground never rising up to end our ceaseless dive into the bowels of the underworld. The grisly tale of Aluria and her lover briefly crossed my mind, of how the soldiers had tossed him over the side of the Argandale Mountains, and we'd all but leapt off a cliff without so much as looking. I should have paid more attention. I cursed my recklessness 1,000 times in my head. Not that cursing helped slow my speed. Air rushed up on either side, whipping at my cheeks, hair and clothes. Desperately, I reached out, trying to grab hold of something, anything. I was met with useless open air. Just as I said my final farewells, preparing for the unforgiving solidness of the earth, the infinite darkness detonated. Pure, scorching light erupted from what appeared to be a shooting star at my side. But of course it wasn't a star, it was the commander whose magic illuminated the tunnel. I couldn't decide which was worse, seeing how narrow the passageway was, or knowing there was no escape. Down, down, down we fell, until Jude's incandescent form vanished with a splash. I struck water a second later. Pins and needles stabbed at my exposed skin, the impact jarring, my vision blackening. The water was merciless, surging into my mouth and lungs, suffocating me each time I opened my lips to scream. Hands grabbed around my middle, fingers digging into my skin through my thin shirt. I was being yanked, pulled to God knew where. Unconsciousness called like a siren in a gale, and my eyes were already shutting. I broke through the surface, a gust of icy air striking my cheeks. The water I'd swallowed flowed from my lips, and I sputtered helplessly. With the black spots winning, I couldn't see clearly as my body met hard earth. There was pressure on my chest, hands shoving against my body, urging the water up and out. "You're making me touch you again!" Jude's voice drifted to my ears. "I better not be fucking hurting you more!" Frustration cracked his voice, almost masking the sheer panic beneath. "Come on, Chiara!" he pressed, continuing to push. "Wake the hells up!" I wanted to tell him I was already awake, but he kept going, the radiance of his magic blazing behind my closed lids as his fear powered him. After what felt like a lifetime, my body convulsed, and I jerked to the side, retching, water spilling free and onto rough stone. Jude patted my back, cursing and praying at the same time. "There you go," he murmured, rubbing soothing circles on my back. I greedily sucked in fresh air, shivering from both cold and lingering terror. If I hadn't hated heights before, I sure did now. I anxiously took in our surroundings. With Jude's glow brightening most of the space, I nearly didn't notice the faint blue light coming through cracks in the stone walls. It wasn't caused by Jude. It came from the temple itself. We were sitting on a circular stone, enfolded in eerie light, the pool of crystal water washing gently against the rounded banks. For some reason, this felt like the true entrance to the temple. I angled toward the commander, my temperature settling back to normal. In fact, I was beginning to grow warm from his touch, and the longer I stayed close, the hotter I became. It wasn't unpleasant, not as before. Above. Jude, as if just realizing how his fingers grazed my skin, shoved away with a frustrated grunt. "Did I hurt you?" He rose to his feet, continuing to place distance between us. "I'm fine," I said, stunned. No nosebleeds, no searing agony racing through my veins. Nothing. Jude looked to his hands as if he also considered why his touch hadn't hurt me. "It seems as if you've saved me yet again," I remarked to break up the silence, rolling onto my back, exhausted. "Next time, it'll be my turn to rescue you. You're making me look bad." I tried to laugh, but only a wheezing huff sounded pathetically. I hadn't lied, though. His hands had done nothing to hurt me, which had me questioning why. Judging by the amount of space Jude put between us, he wasn't willing to try out my growing theory that in this temple of the moon god, we were finally on equal footing. With a groan, I lifted to my elbows, careful to avoid the edge of the pool. The surface twinkled with shimmering orbs that blinked in and out of existence, reminding me of the night sky. If we hadn't almost died, I'd have found it beautiful. Did the others fall? I was too busy drowning to notice if anyone else came plummeting down after me. Jude ambled to the edge of the water, his back to me while he caught his breath. He shook his head. "No, it was just us." "Good." I prayed they had enough sense to watch us tumble into nothing and take one giant step backward, although I imagined Jake had to be physically restrained from lunging after. Craning my neck, I looked up into the heavy blackness. When I shouted for Liam, nothing came back in reply. We'd fallen much too far for our words to carry. Jude scanned the area, analysing the many glowing cracks and crevices, likely plotting our escape. The glow emanating from his body had simmered out, but his eyes remained luminous. They darted back and forth until he bolted to his feet, an eager expression causing his lips to slightly part. "What is it?" He moved to a wall of stone, his hands gliding along the uneven edges. He said nothing, forcing me to my feet and to his side. "These cracks," he eventually ground out. He pushed at the stone. His eyes shined while he struggled, the space bright enough where my own magic didn't rise to the surface. A rock crumbled beneath his exertion, exposing more soft blue light. A way out. I shoved against the wall with my hands, clawing and pulling at the loose stones. We both groaned from the effort, and sweat quickly seeped from my pores and slipped down the nape of my neck. Together we worked to free ourselves from this rocky prison, and when dirt and grime covered my hands, the wall finally gave way. Jude and I stumbled into an opening and onto our hands and knees as the stones crumbled and fell. Dust rushed into my nose, eyes, and lungs, and I barely caught myself from landing on my face. "Can't that just be a normal entrance?" I grumbled, thrusting upright, my arms probably riddled with scrapes from taking the brunt of the fall. Bending at the waist, I hacked my lungs out. A white fog coated everything, and I felt as if we'd stepped inside a cloud. Nothing above us, and nothing I could see below. Jude panted beside me, waiting for the rubble to settle. He let out a rumbling cough before saying, "I think there's another door." "Great, more doors." Jude snatched the corner of my cloak, guiding me. It was like being inside a blizzard, or maybe more accurately, a sandstorm. Bits of rock struck my exposed skin as the dust swirled chaotically around our frames, the slight resistance it gave seeming to urge us away. Yet there was no direction but forward, the veiny blue lights we'd seen earlier coaxing us onward. "Look," Jude coaxed, tugging at my cloak. A silver door came into focus ahead. "That better not be another one-way ticket to death by drowning," I grumbled. Jude released me and approached slowly, like the door itself might be a predator set to lunge. He peered over his shoulder, making sure I followed. "Stand back," he instructed before reaching for the curved handle and pushing down. It creaked open like a weary sigh, icy air rushing out in a gust. The force of it nearly sent me back a few steps. Rubbing at my eyes, I willed my vision to clear as the newest scene slowly took shape. An impressive slab of stone jutted out to touch crystal waters, the surface so still it appeared like glass. Tumbling through the threshold, I tilted my head, powerless but to admire the space. A bronze tunnel with an open roof had been crafted inside an infinite cavern, the night sky showcasing millions of glittering stars. They were 3 times their normal size, and not a single cloud tarnished their shine. I paused upon a full moon ringed in blue, unable to squash the notion that it stared back, its glow highlighting the cavern as far as the eye could see. Luxurious boats swayed nearby, all painted in silver, their edges decorated by the phases of the moon that watched from overhead. All around me the air glimmered, the lustre of the bronze reflecting the light upon the top of the still water. There was no end to the magnificent pillars that formed the airy passageway, their design reminiscent of coiling vines. Where are we? I walked closer to the edge of the stone slab, my hands poised over one of the swaying boats. The stars' reflections dazzled in the bluest water I'd ever seen, the surface masked by a sheen of purple and iridescent glaze. We might as well have walked into another realm entirely. Squinting, I made out a shooting comet, rushing by so quickly it vanished in a blink. "The night sky," Jude whispered reverently. Even he was helpless to admire the beauty. "I've never seen it so clear and bright, so close." I dipped into a crouch. Cupping my hands, I immersed them in the water, scooping out a cup of magic. If I didn't know any better, I'd have said actual stars floated across my palms. "Careful," Jude warned, suddenly a foot away. I peered up, finding his eyes burning. They flared brighter when they fixed on me. Him being so near made me weak in the knees, and I debated acting out on impulse, on seeing if my hopeful thoughts were correct. I hesitated, though, fearful of another disappointment. My insides didn't churn with magic, not seeming to sense impending danger. But I couldn't shake the buzz of disbelief and intoxicating adrenaline from falling from one world into the next, into an in-between dimension. I didn't feel the same, my body almost weightless, every inch of skin tingling. I experienced everything, and too much of it. Looking at the commander and his unusual eyes, I lost my bearings, the reality of our situation crushing in on all sides like a toppling house of cards. We were in the temple, one step closer to death or triumph. My heart sank. My mind had already decided which one I believed we'd find. Harlow had gotten into my head, his words echoing like falling rain. With each loop of doubt, I worried that I'd choose cowardice when the time came, when the hard decision needed to be made. I'd never realized how exhausting it was to be good, to do the right thing. Jude made a deep rumbling sound in the back of his throat. "I swear to all the gods, Kiara, you better not be getting in your head. That's my job." He coerced his lips to lift into a smile, but it was strained. Him beside me, my friends and brother not far behind. It was my fault. What if we couldn't make our way out? There was a chance we'd die, a large chance, and... "Whatever happens, I regret nothing," Jude cut into my rambling thoughts. "Something tells me we were always meant to come here, and I refuse to believe it was just for us to die." My eyes met his. Did you just read my mind? Because if so, I didn't approve of that new power. He laughed. "No, but I didn't need to read your mind. Just your expressions. Your eye sometimes twitches when you're hurt or doubting." He dared a step closer. "Your nose wrinkles ever so slightly right before you begin a fight. When you're tired, you tap out this tune with your index finger. I don't even think you realize you're doing it, but I've spent ages trying to figure out the song, though I've come to the conclusion it's yours alone." Another step. "But mostly, you blush the prettiest pink whenever I get near you, which I quite enjoy, by the way." His lips were so close. One step. The corner of my mouth tugged up, my pulse racing. Arlo and his poisonous warning vanished from my head, my doubts dissolving like the dust we just parted. A shock of awareness jolted through me. I didn't want Jude because of the power he wielded. The magic may lie in my soul, but it didn't control my heart. It had been my own long before the shadows touched it, before the sun goddess's light awoke. Arlo hadn't known love, and therefore he'd assumed the worst. But I wasn't him, nor was I lacking love. I just needed to be brave enough to accept it. The commander assessed me in that clinical way of his, and to anyone else it might appear cold, but I knew better. The intensity in his stare was for me alone, and surrounded by such magic, after nearly drowning, I decided to give in for just a moment. "You've made me wonder about so many new things I never considered possible before," Jude continued, his eyes not on the mystical temple, but on me. "Mostly I wonder if you have the faintest idea how much power you wield over me, how you could easily destroy me with just one smile." My lips curled up in the smile he spoke of, the one reserved only for him. His words. No one had ever spoken to me in such a way. I couldn't imagine wanting anyone but him speaking directly to my heart. When his entire face lit up, I reached out and fisted his cloak. With a yank, I pressed against him. I needed to taste the lips that formed such pretty words. When our lips met, The world didn't turn to night, and blood didn't gush from my nose. Only bliss, so heady I grew dizzy. Jude groaned, his fingers threading through my hair, holding me in place, even though there was nowhere I'd rather be. He tasted like freedom and sin, and I craved his kind of rush. "How?" he asked as he reluctantly drew away. Arlo had said Jude's magic overwhelmed mine in the mortal world, but here in the darkness of a sacred temple, my magic flourished, matching his. Magic or some other nonsense that I don't care about right now," I said. "Now come back." I didn't wait for him. I pressed against him once more, and he easily conceded to my demand, meeting my eager kisses with ones of his own. Destiny or a pretty lie, I didn't care. Whatever called me to him was mine, and I owned it like I owned him.
Chapter 26. Jude. Excerpt from Assyrian Law, A Tale of the Gods. The temples of the gods are seen as their own realm. Built with magic and prayers, the rules of the mortal plane do not apply. In fact, no rules apply except death. Death is just as final. I can touch you, I said. I kissed the corner of her mouth, moving to her jaw. She was soft and pliable in my hold, and I couldn't resist the temptation. Days before, my touch had been poisonous. While I knew I should restrain, I simply couldn't. Not when she smiled at me like that as my fingers grazed her cheek, her jaw, her lips. I think it's because of where we are. She tilted her chin, taking in the luminous passageway and ethereal stars. I think we're somewhere where my darkness and your light can just be, where they don't feel the need to battle. We stood in a place made by a god. I hadn't a doubt the same rules didn't apply, as the world we witnessed now came from the pages of a myth. I swiped my thumb against her full lower lip, my other hand working to her nape. I've never been more grateful to be in a place of danger than I am right now. Kiara lifted onto her tiptoes and flicked my nose playfully. "You'd be happy to risk your life for a kiss, Jude Maddox. I had no idea you were so easy to persuade." I frowned. "Technically, it would be your life we risked," I said, starting to shift away. Kiara grabbed my hands and held them in place on her hips. "Oh, I don't think so, Commander." My lips formed a thin line meant to warn, but she was far from dissuaded. Instead, she brought her lips to my neck, kissing up and down the column of my throat. I groaned. "Not fair," I ground out. "I've never played fair." Kiara worked her way to my stubbled jaw, leaving a devilish trail up to my cheekbones, to my scars. She lingered there, worshipping me, the marks I'd once considered monstrous. To her, they were merely a part of me, and she showed me exactly how she felt. A shooting star flashed to our right. Reluctantly, I drew away, just enough to study the bronze tunnel ahead. I wasn't sure what I'd expected after plummeting through the void, but this realm of light and stars and shimmering water was not anywhere close. Without a doubt, there was a catch. "What is it?" Kiara asked. "You're distracting me. Again." We had to at least explore our new surroundings, make sure there weren't any surprises waiting. Namely, surprises carrying daggers. Kiara sighed. "We should rest for a bit and wait to see if the others make their way down by less terrifying means. I'm sure the fox has a coil of rope and some climbing gear in her satchel. I've heard she collects all sorts of gadgets." I still hadn't released her. It was difficult to remind myself of the mission. All I desired to do was touch her, everywhere and anywhere, to make her moan my name. "You're looking at me as if you want to eat me alive," she teased, though her eyes had turned hooded, her voice a rasp of a thing. "And what if I do?" I asked, slipping my fingers through her hair. reveling in the silky texture. I tilted her head back with a gentle pull. I'd suddenly convinced myself no monsters were waiting. There was no danger, though I wasn't exactly using my head. What if I've been dreaming of tasting you for weeks, and you've only taunted me every single day of every moment? I said. Each time you strode into a room as if you owned it, it stole my breath and demanded my attention, and every brash word you've spoken only heated my blood until I feared you'd destroy me. Kiara was speechless, staring at me with wide eyes and parted lips. My heart beat too loudly in my ears, my cheeks growing too hot. That's when I noticed the subtle light filtering through the linen of her cloak. Frowning, I tugged aside the material. Kiara gasped, her hand reaching to graze the spot above my own. Our matching scars were gleaming, pulsating in rhythm with each other's. I lowered my hand, and she did the same, bringing hers to my chest. The light flared brilliantly before waning, but the glow never went away completely. I didn't care that the others were likely on their way to us now, or that we faced a path that would bring us deeper into the pits of the moon god's lair. Fate had stolen too much from me already, but it wouldn't steal this night. "Jude," Kiara started, a shyness in her tone that was unlike her. "Do you think we only feel this way because—" She pointed to our scars, the question spelled out. "Arlo said—" "I don't give a damn what he said." I didn't mean to snap, but the mere thought he suggested such a thing had fire boiling my blood. Nothing like this has ever happened in our history, and I think the old god cares about you as much as he knows how. I feel something more powerful than magic when I'm around you, greater than what's inside of me. So while I believe I might have been drawn to you due to our fates, I don't think it has anything to do with my heart." I was an open book, exposing everything for her to tear apart if she so wished it. It was as terrifying as it was exhilarating. Mostly terrifying with how she stared at me, unspeaking. Gods, I needed her to say something. But then her scar flared brighter, nearly as luminous as her smile. "Good," she said simply, smirking. "Although a part of me has to think it's magic for you to be speaking this way. So uninhibited, so idealistic." I refrained from rolling my eyes. "What can I say? You're a terrible influence." Kiara's teasing smirk fell. Whatever she glimpsed on my face had her clutching me, seizing me like a lifeline. I hoped she saw my truth as clearly as I did hers. Slowly, she brought her fingers to my shirt, pulling it down to expose my blazing scar. Her lips descended, grazing my skin, sending shivers racing across my body. Kiara kissed every inch of my wound, taking her time, torturing me. With every brush of her mouth, my need grew, and almost in reply, her movements became impatient. No more doubts, no more fears. She placed one final kiss over my thudding heart, and then lifted her head. There was another question in her eyes, and one I knew how to answer.
Chapter 27. Kiara. Ceres, god of love. The binds that tie two hearts together cannot be easily severed. Once fashioned, such a silent oath is just as potent as any magic, if not more so. "Kiara," Jude breathed, his voice deeper than usual. It was a plea, a prayer, and I was all too keen to answer it. My skin vibrated with raw awareness, Raina's magic practically reaching out for him, as impatient as I was to touch and mark him as my own. His eyes burned, his stare piercing, seeing beyond my barriers and walls. I gazed right back, past his doubts and insecurities, past the mask he wore for everyone but me. The raw truth of him was perfect, made for me, and my pulse danced with anticipation. I wanted him more than anything. I craved being as close to him as one could physically be, the need almost painful. We collided, our power, our lips, our bodies, and Jude swept me into his arms, never once abandoning my mouth. His kisses were feverish, frantic, and behind my closed eyes our combined light became golden flames. My shadow beast opened an eye, a hint of ice mingling with the fire coiling around its phantom form. Jude pulled away to lay me on the stone ledge, the polished marble cool underneath me. He glanced over my body, at the wisps of shadows peeking out. He smiled then, his leisurely perusal causing me to blush. Kiara. He said my name with such care, like he was savouring each syllable. Look at yourself. You're magnificent. I'd been too focused on him to notice what I'd become. I peered down. My skin was the shade of the moon when cradled by shrouds of onyx clouds, my shadows shimmering as they danced about in his gold. When it touched Jude, he shivered, letting out a deep rumble. His body flickered with magic, each flash matching his thumping heartbeat. The adoration in his eyes was a puncture wound, a blow to the chest that both slayed and restarted my heart. He looked at me like I was something heavenly, a star out of reach, a wish he dared dream. A lifetime of scorn and lies and hatred was shredded by Jude's faith in the span of a stuttering breath, and a new pathway opened up, leading to a future where my life was what I could make of it. And gods, I wanted it to be beautiful. My fingers were in Jude's hair and my lips were on his before he could take in his next breath. Instantly his arms were around me, pulling me forward, his mouth moving with mine in equal fervour. This was home, my safety. I missed you, he spoke against me. I told myself I'd give anything to embrace you again, but this... He pressed a chaste kiss to my lips. This is a gift I'll never be deserving of. I shook my head. I tightened my fingers in his hair, pulling his head back so he was forced to look at me. He groaned, seemingly upset with the fact that I kept him from my lips. My grin was wicked. You, Jude Maddox, are absolutely infuriating. Confusion furrowed his brows. I want you for purely selfish reasons. You make me feel invincible. You make me feel strong and capable and powerful without magic. You, Jude, simply make me feel. He traced his fingers down the side of my face, down my neck, my shoulders, my arms. When he met my gloved hand, he lifted his eyes, a question burning in them. Then don't hide from me, Kiara, he said. I fell in love with all of you. My shadows wavered at his words. They caressed his skin, speaking for me when my voice failed. I felt his declaration well beyond flesh and bone, well beyond fate and destiny and gods. Jude held my eyes, his fingers on my glove, waiting for permission. I awarded him with a subtle nod. Gently, he removed it, taking his time, holding my stare. Fresh air kissed my skin, and I shivered again, though it had everything to do with Jude and not the magic in our veins. He moved for the other one, peeling it off and placing it beside its twin. I was free. There she is, he murmured, laying a kiss on my temple. The tender act broke me further. I slid my bare hands into his hair and brought my mouth to his scars, kissing them lightly. He shut his eyes as I worshipped them with all the tenderness in my soul. His entire body shook with restrained control as he held himself aloft over me, waiting for me to make the first move. Always the gentleman, my very own moral assassin. "They could arrive at any moment now," he groaned, eyes darting to the silver archway we passed through. "It'll be a long, long climb," I said, with a pointed grin, earning a smirk from him. Jude inhaled sharply before he grasped my hips and rolled over, hauling me into his lap. I relished how firmly he clutched me. "That's more like it." I grabbed onto his shoulders, steadying myself, my thighs resting on either side of his. Jude tilted his head, his throat exposed, his eyes barely open. This close an ache built deep within me, insistent and erratic and entirely electrifying. "I do enjoy your demanding side," he nearly growled, lifting his arms, his hands moving leisurely up and down my spine. Even fully clothed, I could feel him, his heat, his desire, and my knees trembled in anticipation. We were heart to heart, pain meeting hope and finding a tender compromise of love. Jude's hands found my backside, and he let out a deep noise from his chest, the sound of torment, as if by merely touching me his body shattered and broke. I loved that sound. I would make it my life's mission to hear more of it. His touch turned teasing, and he took his time exploring me, my hips, my waist, my curves, driving me closer to the edge. I wanted more of it. I was greedy for it all. I tugged at his shirt, yanking it up and off. My ungloved fingers explored the hard planes of his chest, the sinewy muscles that comprised his glorious body. Jude snaked a hand in my hair, fisting the strands, watching me as I hungrily drank him in. When I lowered my exploration, moving down, 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 he groaned. "Gods," he rasped, "you're killing me." "Good. Now please return the favour." The instant the words left me, his hands worked to remove my shirt, his fingers undoing the buttons with graceful dexterity. Soon cool air caressed my upper body, and when he connected with my bare flesh, I became delirious, so very drunk from the power of his touch. His lips never ceased tasting me, coasting along my jaw, gliding down my neck, paving a delicious trail to my chest. He was everywhere, all at once, and I wanted more. Jude swept a reverent hand across my ribs before moving up to skim the curves of my breasts, his body quivering with need. When he pulled back, stealing his warmth, I let out a sound of protest. "I want you, Kiara. I want your mind, your body, your strength, your innate stubbornness." He was smiling brilliantly, so uninhibited that I tried to memorize the shape of it. I captured his face, cupping his jaw. "You make me feel like no one has ever truly seen me before you." I placed a gentle kiss on his temple, and he shut his eyes, a shiver running through his frame. "I want you," I whispered against him. Our lips were an inch apart. So close. Too far. Still, Jude drew away, hesitation in his eyes, a silent question. His breathing was laboured, his doubts laid upon his chest like stones. "Please," I begged, knowing exactly what I wanted. "Please, Jude." His golden eyes darkened. One moment I was straddling his hips, and the next he placed me gently on my back. I stared up at the boy who had thoroughly ruined me in the best way, my heart thumping wildly against my ribs. Its beating became erratic as Jude lowered himself down my body, his fingers toying with the band of my trousers. He smiled, savouring his decadent torment, his hot breath fanning across my stomach, igniting every nerve. "Let me enjoy myself, Kiara," he chided, smirking triumphantly. "Enjoy yourself faster," I mumbled. He laughed, deep and low, the noise going straight to my core. Slowly, too damn slowly, he pulled off my boots and then my trousers, treating me as if I were a delicate creature made of glass, like I was his greatest treasure. Jude disappeared for a second, but it was to free himself from his remaining clothing. In his hands he held an unopened black packet. My cheeks reddened when I realized what it was. "Dimitri, he gave this to me in the woods," he said by way of explanation, his cheeks flushed. "I've never been as grateful for Dimitri as I am at this moment." Jude tusked. "Let's not think about him too much." My eyes tracked Jude's form. "I don't think that will be a problem," I said. Hells, he was so remarkably beautiful, and I couldn't help but drink in every stunning inch of his exposed and battle-worn flesh. I couldn't believe he was mine. He caught me admiring him as he prepared himself with the protection, a devilish smirk on his lips. Suddenly, my mouth was too dry. Jude knelt and brought his muscled arms to rest on either side of me, his head moving to meet mine. But he didn't kiss me. Not yet. He stared at me for many long moments, and I swore I could hear his heartbeat hammering out of his chest. "My beautiful goddess." He moved his hips, and I gasped at the feel of him, his weight. And then Jude didn't hold back. A moan slipped out, and I lifted my hips in reply, greedy for more of Jude making me his, completely. I'd hidden behind so many barriers and walls and excuses, sarcasm and steel. I pretended death never frightened me, or that I was never just a girl searching for acceptance and a place in this world. Jude burst through my walls with such ease, planting flowers where bricks and stone used to be. I lost myself to him, to his kisses, his rhythm, the way the world of night shifted with our every ragged exhale. The way he moved had me seeing stars. I called out his name, and Jude replied by taking my bottom lip between his teeth. He gently bit down, slowly releasing me only to lower his head to my chest. I arched my back as he kissed and teased, turning me into a mess of desire. We fit together so well, light and dark, anger and hope, complete opposites that couldn't help but fall in love with the other's missing pieces. Bliss filled me completely, and I let out a strangled moan, the noise causing Jude to unravel entirely. He spoke my name, murmuring it over and over again until it might be the only word he knew how to speak. I was soaring and drowning and alive and destroyed all at the same time, and I'd never been happier. My arms were around his neck, in his hair, my lips on his, and everything in this rotten and cruel world for just a fluttering heartbeat became right. Jude's mouth found my ear, and he said 3 words, 3 tiny words that shattered me. Tears of joy dripped down my face, and he kissed away each one, his lips devouring my glimmering drops of happiness. The monsters and nightmares that lay ahead would have to wait. Tonight was ours. I dreamed I was a bird soaring into the stars, racing to catch them like raindrops. Someone called my name, whether it was the night or Jude or even myself. All I knew was that I had to fly, to spread invisible wings of the darkest magic. Higher the night whispered, and I obliged. But before I touched the edges of the expanding universe, I peered down into the tunnel with its silver boats, Jude sleeping soundly on a rocky bank. I hesitated, wishing to return to his arms, but the night was insistent. There was something I had to do, an important thing. But I was dreaming, and, as it often happened in dreams, I delved into the story, eagerly awaiting where it would take me, what it would reveal. Yet with every blink I grew more and more wary. That feeling of something missing pulsated within me like a beating heart, and I ignored the now screaming night and glided down, away from the vastness of the open sky. A spiralling palace of smooth, snow-white rock twisted up from the clouds. It reminded me of a fairy tale and a nightmare all at the same time, and as I landed on an arching bridge before a towering wall of smooth marble, fatigue swept me away, forcing my eyes to close. I plummeted from one dream to the next until the chilled dampness of the floor froze my human bones, and I realized it hadn't been a dream after all.
Chapter 28. Jude. Excerpt from Assyrian Lore, Legends and Myths of the Realm. In the Western Lands, there is a myth about the Wailing Woman of Livian Lake. It is said she rises beneath the moon with a scream so sharp her prey is rendered immobile. She drags them below the surface and makes a garden out of their bones. I rolled over with a contented sigh, my body still tingling from her touch, my heart still racing from how her fingernails dug into my back while she melted in my arms. I was so far gone for this woman, I doubted she realized how much power she truly held. Kiara's name formed on my lips with ease, like they'd shaped it for 1,000 lifetimes. My eyes were heavy from the paltry few hours of sleep, though my body ached exquisitely. I whispered her name again, but when she didn't reply, I reached out, frowning at the fact she'd rolled so far from me in her slumber. Cold stones greeted my hand. My eyes flicked open with a start. She wasn't there. Kiara? I scanned the tunnel, the silver boats rocking against the shore, the twinkling water lapping at the rock I lay on. Nothing. No one was there. Had she taken one of the boats, abandoning me so she could journey ahead and possibly play the role of willing sacrifice? No. There were the same number of vessels as yesterday, 4, which meant what exactly? Hurt and alarm sent my pulse beating wildly against my neck. Beside me, where Kiara should have been, laid a single feather. I flinched at how it swayed, tendrils of soft black undulating in the subtle breeze. I held my breath while I brushed a finger along the spine. The feather wavered, fluttering like wings, the shadows dispersing, floating away and out of reach. Before I could rue my mistake, it was gone. The veiny marble floor shone brighter where the feather had been, like its magic still graced the ground. A thud echoed in the quiet, and I lurched to my feet, facing the silver doorway we'd entered. I froze in anticipation, praying Kiara would walk through and dispel all worry. Gods above, I never want to do any sort of physical activity again. Jake sauntered across the threshold, his hair slicked back with sweat, dirt streaked across his cheeks. He stopped short when he saw me in nothing but my trousers, my chest bare. His eyes went wide, and then he searched the shore, looking for the woman who drifted off like a dream in the night. Disappointment filled me. Before he could question Kiara's whereabouts, the remaining crew eased past. "Where is she?" Liam demanded, his brown curls damp, his face as grimy as Jake's, no doubt from climbing down the tunnel. Ropes wound about his waist, and I realized the others had similar gear fastened to them as well. Dmitri tossed a pickaxe to the ground and replaced it with a blade, a wary expression contorting his usually serene face. Emilia and Finn stood with their arms crossed, matching somber expressions on their faces. I met Liam's pleading gaze. She disappeared. She's not here. I sounded a bumbling fool, and perhaps I was. All I recalled was drifting to sleep with her securely in my arms, her head on my chest, dark copper hair tickling my chin. I'd fallen asleep with a smile so wide my jaw still ached. "What the hell do you mean she's gone?" Liam pressed, scrambling along the thin strip of solid ground. "She was with you after you fell." I nodded, but my voice didn't work. The heat of Rayna's magic slithered farther away, as if it, too, grieved its missing piece. "Maybe she took a boat?" Jake questioned, stepping around Liam and laying a hand on his shoulder. His eyes offered compassion and hope and all the things I never thought I'd feel, but now felt too much. The idea that something nefarious occurred sent me spiraling, and nausea churned in my stomach. I peered at her brother, wishing I had an answer, but his face was screwed up in fierce determination, his mind latching on to Jake's paltry explanation. "Then we find her," Liam said, with more confidence than I'd ever heard him use. "There must have been another boat you didn't see, and she probably took it, thinking she could save us the trouble." He sounded so certain, and if I hadn't awoken to that feather and the sense of loss, I'd have agreed. I simply didn't believe that was what had occurred. Kiara wouldn't have left me, not like I'd left her. "Obviously she's not here," the fox said. "I'd gamble on what Liam said. She had to have taken a boat you missed. I'm sure you were distracted." Her eyes tapered into thin slits as she appraised my undone state. Unwanted heat burned my cheeks. Jake and Liam each made an effort not to comment, averting their gazes and looking at anything but my naked torso. Of course, they knew what transpired. What was worse was my mother bearing witness to the aftermath. Mercifully, Emilia flicked her attention to her men, motioning for Finn and Dimitri to head to the boats. She was just as filthy as her crew, but the hard edge to her eyes made the dirt streaking her features appear like war paint. "We can rest once we locate her, and she couldn't have made it all that far, but we should leave. Now." "Sounds like you almost care." The words slipped out, anger and fear taking over my mouth. She didn't justify that with a response, though her jaw perceptibly clenched. Emilia stalked past me without meeting my eyes, and heaved her bag onto the flat bottom of a boat. Close to the rippling water, she paused, her lips parting at whatever she saw swirling across the iridescent surface. I would have said she experienced awe, but she quickly wiped the emotion from her face. The others followed suit, not bothering to hide their reactions to the beauty of the tunnel, while I reached for my shirt and cloak, tugging both on mechanically. I felt numb. "We'll find her, Commander," Jake said sternly, clapping me on the back. He jumped on the ship, which swayed slightly under his weight. "You know she would do something like this. If anything, I wouldn't have been surprised if she hadn't." I didn't say a word. I didn't think she would. Not after what we shared. Unless she had doubts. She'd mentioned what Arlo suspected, that we were only drawn to each other romantically because of our power. But I thought I'd ridden such an absurd notion from her mind. Finn, Dimitri, and the fox took up one vessel, Jake, Liam, and I the other. The bottoms were wide and flat, constructed to minimize rocking while we assumed our positions. Two of us held a long oar, standing atop the opposite ends of the boat, while the third person rested in the center. The oar sliced through the twinkling water with ease, my arms moving rhythmically, matching Jake's pace where he commanded the front. The others were speaking, Liam arguing about taking a turn with the oar, Jake shutting him down, protesting that Liam needed to rest. The fox and her men whispered about the treasures they'd find, and I blocked them all out. Something horrible had to have occurred, and no one else appeared fazed. Or maybe I was overreacting. Above, the moon illuminated our path, the open ceiling bearing the universe and all its spectacular divine glory. The temple of the moon god was a shrine to the exquisitely dark splendor of night. The bronze columns rose from the watery depths, the twisting metal crafted with an expert hand. Every now and again, I glimpsed my grim expression upon their polished surface, my reflection unrecognizable from the one I'd known most of my life. I felt as if I coasted through space, sandwiched between the stars in the water and those in the sky. Planets glittered in reds and blues, larger than should be possible. Utterly breathtaking. It was a shame I hardly cared. Rayna's magic finally opened its eye, heat winding around my torso the farther we travelled, seeming to sense my distress. Warmth spread to my toes, to the tips of my fingers. It caressed my cheeks, banishing the chill of the otherworldly breeze. It sought to comfort me when unease held me in its clutches, and I accepted its efforts, if only to clear my head and prepare for the inevitable battle. For now, I'd pretend she'd done as Liam suggested, taken a boat I hadn't seen and tried to play hero. Although I'd been vigilant to take stock of the scene we'd stepped into and had only tallied 4 boats, but I could be wrong. I had to be. Over and over I repeated this, trying to make it true. So consumed with doubts, I didn't see the hand that burst free from the water and seized Liam's ankle until it was too late. A shrieking wail shook the quiet, replacing it with a weighted sense of terror. Liam's scream died beneath the water a moment later.
Chapter 29. Kiara. Entry in Aurora Adair's diary, year 20 of the curse. Even when Rayna had become Ray, she maintained faith. That, I think, is why she made connections with sun priests across the realm. One day, her successor would call for help, and she prayed her followers would be there to answer. I woke on a bridge of marble and glass. Shards of clear gems and glass were embedded in the stone, capturing the focus of the moon. They shone like frozen stars, the fractured pieces stretching the length of the bridge. My shirt was unbuttoned, my pants unlaced, and my hair tangled in my face. Swiping it aside, I rubbed my eyes, certain I still dreamed, that my physical body waited for me in Jude's arms, where I was safe and untouchable. The more I rubbed, the more I realized that wasn't the case. This was my reality. I was alone, on a bridge leading to a lofty palace surrounded by marble walls, and to my left was a storm of lightning and fog that reminded me of the mist. I shivered. Jude was gone. My friends were lost. A wave of dizziness had me staggering as I lurched to my feet, my hand flung out, seeking purchase, grabbing onto the walled edge of the bridge. It came up to my chest, not quite tall enough to hide the star-speckled waters about 100 feet beneath my feet. My fingertips smarted as the shards of glass pricked them, and I tore my hand away with a curse. Blood welled up on my index and middle fingers, and I wiped them on the abrasive linen of my pants. My gloves were absent, no doubt left behind from where I'd shared the evening with Jude. I imagined what he thought when he woke and found me gone. Would he believe I ran off as he'd done in the mist? A choked laugh left me. I was more worried about his reaction than about why I was here in the first place. "Come closer," a voice whispered across my mind. It was deep and seductive, a rumble of a command. "Look over the ledge." I went stiff, my muscles straining. The voice from my dreams, from last night, the one that led me here. The night itself. Like a fool, I listened, my fingers biting into the bridge's ledge once more. I didn't care when the glass sliced me. I was instantly swept away by the vision below. The waters that had swirled with 1,000 stars now churned, black shadows grazing the surface, twirling around and around in a never-ending loop. I fixated upon the clear centre, my body tingling with anticipation. A form took shape. My brother's face, diluted and blurred, greeted me. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead, down the back of my neck. Liam waved, his mouth forming my name, and in my precarious state I almost waved back. "Not real, not real, not real!" "Jump in!" he ordered playfully. I shook my head, my knuckles turning a sickly white. The moon grew in size, spreading its pale light across the bridge, over the roiling waters and the eerie vision of my brother. "Kiara!" he chided. "I thought you were more fun than this!" Liam made a show of splashing, swimming around in the circle of shadows, his grin contagious. I went rigid. Liam never called me Kiara, meaning it wasn't merely my subconscious playing tricks. Someone was controlling this. None of it was real, but it wasn't some hallucination my mind had brought about. It was the same someone that must have brought me here, pulling my strings as if I were a puppet to control. Unease clawed at my insides, my pulse racing. I tried to release the ledge, but my hands wouldn't allow me an inch of freedom. My fingers gripped the stone like they had a mind of their own, or as if someone held them down. Shadows appeared, ones that didn't belong to me. Rather than the black and grey I'd become accustomed to, their shade was a stark white. They circled my wrists like manacles, forcing me to take in the shifting scene. "Fine, we'll do it the hard way," the voice whispered across my mind. "Who are you? Show your face!" I screamed inside my head, trying to yank free, all to no avail. Silence. In the waters, my brother's face morphed from one of joy to rage, his canines extended, becoming fanged, pointed, and like those of the masked men from the mist. The whites of his eyes eclipsed his pupils, and his soft brown curls were caked in mud and black blood. I screamed until my throat became raw. "Let go!" I shouted to the unseen entity imprisoning me, infiltrating my mind. The snow-white shadows binding me to the bridge merely tightened in reply. Liam snapped his jaw, his grin wicked. My shadow beast slunk into the recesses of my soul, offering no help. But another entity rose to my aid. Rayna's magic spread across my chest, and golden rays washed over the horrific scene of an undead Liam. I called out to Rayna, like the faithful, repeating her name like a prayer. Channeling her warmth, I worked to pry my hands free. I envisioned the orb I'd seen in my dream when my grandmother visited me in the mist. Its image eased the pressure surrounding my wrists, chasing away the cruel vision of Liam. With my darker magic restrained, I allowed the golden magic control. Flames ignited where the white shadows grazed my sensitive flesh, roaring to life and sparking. My shackles fizzled to nothing, and the flames of a goddess flared before extinguishing entirely. I reared back, the abrupt action sending me stumbling and falling onto my bottom. Dreams and nightmares, shadows and flames. I was well and truly in the realm of a god, and as if to confirm, a cloak of blue fog shrouded the moon, which pulsated like a heartbeat. To my right, the bridge led to the walled palace, which I took in with greater scrutiny. The white walls were veined in blue, reminding me of the scars covering my hands. It was a jagged, stunning creation, the construction intricate yet effortless, as if the architect followed the natural direction of the stones. Well over 10 stories high, 3 towers rose, the middle higher, its roof a pointed half of a diamond. I forced my attention on the other bank. To my left, in the distance, was that storm of silver, black and glittering dust. It blocked my view of what lay beyond, and no matter how many times I attempted to summon my heightened sight, I perceived nothing but terror and beautiful destruction. I had two choices. Both promised the start of a ruinous nightmare. There was only one reason I'd been brought here, to separate me from my friends, from Jude. I'd fallen under the spell of my shadows and soared away easily without an ounce of fight. The night had coaxed me with little to no effort. How very weak I felt. My temper flared. Rayna's warmth battled with the ice infiltrating my veins, but it raged to the forefront, urging my steps into the gale of swirling gloom and fierce lightning. Do your worst, I thought, to the watching night. Above, the moon and all its many stars trembled in reply. I took my first step into the darkness.
Chapter 30. Jude. Assyrian proverb. Our nightmares are merely reflections of our true selves. The creature's ungodly screech rang through the tunnel. Acute bolts of pain stabbed at my temples, and try as I might to muffle the noise, my hands pressed firmly against my ears. It was no use. The discordant sound scraped along the insides of my skull like a rusty blade. Liam struggled to free himself from its clutches, and when he thrust an elbow into the beast's face, he was afforded a few precious gulps of air. The creature let out a withering cry, thrashing its two long arms, attempting to seize Liam once more. Hair the colour of snow draped around its body like tangled seaweed. Its wide eyes were all silver, and its mouth, it didn't possess one, just smooth, unblemished skin. I'd never seen such a monster. Before Liam could gain ground and grasp the boat, he was yanked down by spindly hands, 3 long clawed fingers holding him tight. The creature had the ability to be heard even out of sight, and warmth trickled from both ears, the heat of blood bringing forth the heady scent of copper. My eardrums were bursting, the sharp stabbing nearly causing me to double over. The fox dumped out her bag and brought forth an odd contraption shaped like a crossbow and no larger than my dagger. Trembling hands notched an arrow in its slot, her features contorted in concentration. She pressed a button on the device and the entire bow ignited, glowing like a lethal sunfire gem. The silver tip was a promise of death, as beautiful as it was deadly. Aiming the device over the side of the boat, she released the shaft, sending the arrow driving out of sight and below the thick waters. As it sliced through the dense blue, its glimmer never wavered, and I caught a flash of white hair and a glimpse of a sickly pale, naked body. Amelia cursed at her miss, notching another arrow. My mother aimed, though she missed once more, the glowing bolt doing nothing but illuminating the waters. I was grateful Liam wasn't being taken easily. He fought his way to the surface, bringing forth a wave that crashed against my chest. Compelling myself into motion, I fought the instinct to curl up and block my ears with my hands. Gripping the boat's wooden edge, I ignored my bleeding ears and the agony splitting my skull, and peered over the side. It began as it had before, the rush of raw energy invading my body, but it happened in the blink of an eye. My knuckles were white from squeezing the wood, the onslaught of adrenaline and magic wreaking havoc on my system. I was incandescent, my vision in my left eye sharp, the right blanketed in gold. With Liam's life on the line, I didn't have the time to ponder why I felt more at home in this otherworldly state, like I'd shucked off a heavy wool coat. Instead, I dove in. I arced through the water, the wailing unbearable. I was certain more blood pooled from my ears, my head growing fuzzy. But I was accustomed to pain, and once it made a home in my skull, an odd sort of calmness settled over me. There. Its frail arms clung to its prey, the light I radiated washing over its scale-like skin. Liam's fight was dwindling. He ceased to claw at his captor, his eyes shuttering closed. The creature dug its clawed fingers deeper into Liam's torso. As Liam opened his mouth in a silent scream, tinges of red escaped the shallow puncture wounds. With the power of the sun beating against my skin, begging to be liberated, I set my sights on its face, directly between its deadened eyes. The second I'd found him in that tavern in Lees, I felt the urge to protect him like my kin. I admired his bravery, the light in his eyes, the need to fight, even in the face of probable defeat. Liam would not die today. All of my suppressed magic burst free in a ruinous tide of bright yellow and orange flames, the water doing nothing to diminish its force, as my power rushed toward the creature's exposed back. Bubbles escaped from between my lips, and I gritted my teeth in determination, hoping my aim was true. The waters trembled at the impact. Fire cleaved its skull in two, cutting off the creature's torturous cries. Its smooth, slick back withered and burned, charring like lit parchment. It contorted and shrieked, twisting, until its mouthless face turned my way, vicious flames eating away at its eyes. Liam finally came into view as it released its grip on the boy, its decaying body sinking. In seconds, all that remained of my assault was the bottom half of its torso and its two long legs, which continued to twitch as if trying to kick to the surface. Liam didn't move. His hands were raised above his head, his eyes shut tight. He looked a sickly shade of pale blue. Kicking forward, I raged against the thick waters, battling toward his listless body. Tiny lights sparkled as I swam, reappearing now that the creature had vanished. It was like swimming in the heavens, in a black sky filled with stars. With my energy waning, I ground my teeth and kicked, finally able to grab hold of one of his hands. Yanking him up, I wrapped an arm around his waist and shot for the surface, too fearful to check if he still lived. Lights rippled overhead, teasing me. We were so close. But black spots were dancing across my sight, my oxygen-deprived lungs burning. Liam was limp in my hold. So close. I broke free with a gasp. Liam made no sound at all. Frantically, I spun around, finding the twin boats 20 feet away. But while I'd been down fighting a beast, chaos had broken out above. Nightmares were everywhere, in all forms, all engaged with a member of our crew. Emilia currently clashed with a hooded figure of similar stature, a blade in her hand as she swiped for its throat, uncharacteristic tears dripping down her face. Finn stood with his eyes shut, while a snake curled around his bicep, quickly moving to his neck. Its pink tongue licked his skin as it worked toward his face, its soulless black eyes seeming to sparkle in anticipation. Dmitri hovered over the body of a king's guard, clothed in a torn crimson tunic. He clutched a dagger, his face screwed with rage, as he brought the weapon down over and over again, aiming for the man's already ruined face. He shouted two names I'd only recently learned, repeating them like a mantra as blood streamed over the side of the rocking vessel, coating the water in vicious red. I whirled to Jake, alone in his own craft. He held the focus of a snarling coyote, its teeth bared, its furry hind legs taut. Impossible beasts battled with the crew, and Liam was either unconscious or dead in my arms. "Help!" Finn begged, and Dmitri leapt off the bloodied king's guard with a brutal scowl. Crimson had splattered his weathered face and stained his tunic. With the same blade he'd used to end the soldier's life, Dmitri sliced the snake encircling Finn in half, its fangs an inch from his throat. It dropped to the bottom of the boat with a thud. With both men able to assist Emilia, who'd earned a nasty cut across her forearm, I swam to the nearest boat, Liam in tow. Jake hardly appeared aware of anything but the coyote yelping and nipping at the air, its serrated fangs snapping close to where he held his weapon, his hand shaking violently. "Not again," Jake panted, eyeing the coyote. It kicked its back leg and leaned into a crouch, set to pounce. He briefly closed his eyes as if willing it away. "Recruit!" I snapped. But Jake was lost to some cruel memory. I needed to call more magic, but my body was nearly depleted. "Come on!" I roared, screaming inside my head, struggling with no one but myself. "Help him!" My hands were numb, pins and needles working their way to my calves. Any second now, I'd collapse and drown along with Liam. But I recognized the subtle humming, a sliver of magic left over from destroying the water beast. Reaching in with invisible hands, I dragged that minuscule shard of magic forth, aiming it directly at the snapping coyote. Heat expanded in my chest, and flames erupted, set on the animal. When my power scorched its matted grey fur, it howled, the flames licking at its legs and soft underbelly. Jake yelled before he lunged, tears wetting his cheeks as he drove his blade into the coyote's head. Blood sprayed across the recruit's face when he yanked it free, and a wild look overtook his features when he kicked the dead creature over the side of the boat. Finally, his attention landed on me, sweat and gore slicking his brow. "Help me get Liam up," I commanded, grasping the edge of the craft. The black dots had returned, the pins and needles numbing my arms and legs almost entirely. My very bones were heavy, my movements sluggish, as Jake fumbled to reach me. He hoisted Liam over the side before coming back for me, and it took all his strength to pull me to safety. We both landed in a heap. "Help him," I sputtered, and Jake rushed to Liam. He felt for a pulse, fear widening his eyes. "He's not breathing." Jake pressed against Liam's chest, while I willed my sight to clear. I could feel my hands again, if only barely. Across the way, Emilia had taken down her attacker with a gash to their chest. The thick linen hood shrouded their identity, save for strands of short black hair that fell free, the same deep color as Emilia's. Finn kicked the injured assailant overboard with a guttural cry, Dimitri holding the fox back from lunging in after. "We need help!" My shout roused the fox from her spell, but it was Finn who tossed the bag carrying medicine over to our vessel. Jake continued to revive Liam, his movements rough, likely to leave bruises. I all but crawled to the bag. Rifling through the contents, I found dozens of vials, all unlabeled, and I couldn't recall what the thief used to save Liam in the clearing. He hadn't suffered an attack, but I wanted it on hand when he woke. This wasn't the end. I'd made a vow, to myself and to Liam. "Come on," Jake hissed, pressing hard on Liam's chest. "Wake up!" He was relentless in his attempts. Liam's eyes bolted open. Jake heaved him onto his side as water flooded from his mouth, pouring out in a wave. He sputtered and coughed, his skin sickly in its paleness, his lips tinged in blue. Jake patted him on the back, helping him get the water out of his lungs. "There you go," he soothed. "Get it all out." He rubbed at Liam's back, his hands shaking. My mother rowed close enough to vault from her ship to ours. She whipped open the bag Finn had tossed and unearthed the proper medicine. Uncorking the top, she forced the vial's contents down Liam's throat. His head lay in Jake's lap, his eyes blood-red and his body weak. But he drank, and Jake's frantic breathing returned to a normal rhythm. He still clutched Liam tightly, his arms banded around the boy's torso. Jake shifted Liam until he rested against his chest, and he smoothed wayward curls from his eyes. Liam was alive. We all were, and with the nightmares vanquished, I faced Emilia. "Who were you fighting?" I had a feeling I already knew. "A ghost," she answered curtly. Emilia averted her gaze and shoved her hands into her cloak before anyone else could see the slight quiver that ran through them. The fox had battled herself. Of that I was certain. I wasn't sure how I felt about that, but I did grasp what it symbolized, and a pang of unwanted pity struck me.
"Fucking snakes."
Finn shivered in disgust before moving to wrap his arms around the fox. She surprisingly allowed it, even permitting him to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear and run his palm across her cheek. Her eyes had grown lifeless, the spark in them absent. I noted Liam and Jake both stealing glances at the pair. The former's eyes narrowed in confusion at their display of affection. I also hadn't expected my mother to be so open with her emotions, even after such a battle. "Are you all right?" I finally asked Jake. He stiffened, but he didn't release Liam, who rested his head in the crook of Jake's neck. Coyotes. I'd have assumed his nightmares would have come from our time in the mist. "Nick saved me from 1 year ago," he murmured, almost to himself. "I was hungry and half-starved already when I went hunting for game in the woods. He shot an arrow through its skull, and then he brought me to his house and fed me for the first time in days." Jake sucked in a stuttering breath. "I was 7. I'd forgotten just how much Nick had meant to Jake. I'd carry the weight of shame for the rest of my days because he died on my watch. Jake slid a gentle finger down Liam's cheek. "What was that thing that attacked you?" he asked softly, his finger pausing when it reached Liam's jaw. "I blame my grandmother," Liam choked out. Colour was slowly returning to his cheeks. While the medicine appeared to have prevented an attack, I watched as he settled in the former recruit's arms, clutching Jake like an anchor to this realm. "My grandma always told me horror stories of the wailing woman in the lake." He nearly smiled at the memory. "Supposedly, she stole small children if they ventured too far from the dock. Kiara would laugh at me, saying she wasn't real, but I never went swimming because of that story." When Liam tried to sit up, he was immediately shoved back in place. "Don't be stubborn," Jake chastised. "You need to rest. I think I'd miss you if you died." "Such sweet words," Liam said, though he bestowed him with a half-smile. "Jake's right. You do need to rest," Emilia added, and Liam gave her a half-hearted roll of his eyes. Still, he made no effort to free himself again. I surveyed the daring few who travelled with me to the moon god's temple, risking their lives to return the sun. Or, in the case of the fox and her men, risking their lives for coin. I hadn't the foolish notion she'd done it for me. Unlike the mist, where our fears played tricks on our eyes, our nightmares were composed of flesh and blood here, brought to life by magic and terror. "We have to get off the water," I blurted out, assuming command. Agony ripped across my muscles as I strained them, rising to peer into the distance. My pulse leapt as I made out the hint of a dark grey shore. Shadows curled around its edge, growing with each passing second. It appeared as if a storm was brewing. "Agreed," Liam said, and Jake unwound his arms. He eased him into the centre of the vessel, slipping off his jacket to wrap around Liam's shoulders. No one dared speak when we readied ourselves, oars in hand, my mother and her men back in their boat. I realized I hadn't fought off a creature of my own imagination. Or maybe I hadn't needed to. I was already living my worst nightmare. Kiara was gone. Again. An eerie chuckle floated to my ears, hardly above a whisper. It tickled the hairs on the back of my neck, prompting me to glance over my shoulder. I found nothing but stagnant waters, those eerie lights resuming their infuriating twinkling. Yet I couldn't shake the familiarity of that laugh, like I'd heard it many times before.
Chapter 31. Kiara. Found in the diary of Juniper Marchand, Sun Priestess. While I pray the sun returns, I fear for people of the realm. Peace may reign for a time, but war will inevitably break out. It is simply human nature to find a new foe to fight, and in the light of day, they will turn on one another. The storm raged, lashing out at my face with furious winds. I could hardly see a few feet in front of me, the fog thick and the air suffused with grit, but my friends were on the other side. There would be no turning back. I'd been alone for most of my life, save for Liam. The journey through the mist had taught me I was stronger with support, and I'd brave any storm or obstacle to get to Jude and my friends now. Pins and needles tickled my palms. The black and blue scars slowly came to life, a soft glow pulsating in the dim. They were reacting to this place, welcoming it, which could only mean I was in trouble. My body grew heavy, invisible hands pressing on my shoulders, a weight settling in my chest. And while weakened, my scars dazzled, wisps of night seeping from my pores, winding up my exposed arms. My steps wavered as regret soured my thoughts. The winds were too harsh, the air too dense, and the dark clouds disoriented me to the point where I couldn't recall from which direction I'd entered. Minutes passed, and yet I'd only made it 10 more steps. I crumbled to my knees when I attempted another. "Get up," I urged. "You're stronger than this." But I didn't feel so strong or confident now, not when the air turned foul and I swore I heard the distant ringing of laughter. All I could focus on was moving, and I failed at even that. My arms were frozen in place, my fingertips numb as though they'd been dipped in ice. The shadow beast inside of me surged forth, the darkness invading me, taking control. It shuddered as a gust of wind tossed me to the side, my head cracking against the ground. My vision swam. This was a trap. Maybe the night had wanted me to choose the storm after all. Stinging pain shot across both hands. In horror, I watched as my scars grew, the black stretching up to my forearms like voracious weeds. No, 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 no! I didn't want to die here, suffocating in the cruel breeze. Each inhale felt poisonous. Something approached, movement from my periphery. I lifted my head with a groan. The same panic I'd experienced when I was 8 years old and alone in the Pastoria forest resurfaced. Before me hovered the very creature that haunted my nightmares. It's back. It came back to finish the job. A shadow beast. Cocking its head, its empty eyes assessed me like a snack. Swirls of black clouds churned where its mouth should have been, but I imagined it was smiling at its trapped prey. It wasn't my darkness holding me back, not the monster imprisoned inside my flesh. No, it was me. I'd been reminded of that time all those years ago when I'd felt small and helpless, terrified. Suddenly, staring up at the faceless creature of quivering smoke, I yearned for Arlo, his steady presence, how he could dispel my fears by showing me a new trick with a sword or dagger. He'd been the one to tell me I was capable of greatness should I want it badly enough. He never held me or coddled, but his harsh but bolstering words, gods, I needed them now. I found my voice. The only thing I seemed to be able to control. "Isn't it rude to play with your food?" I said with shocking calm. I wouldn't quiver before it. The beast went utterly still, and even the shadows that curled around its form paused. It hadn't expected me to fight back, for my voice to remain steady. I'd taken it by surprise, and because of this, I grinned. Never again. I wasn't that same little girl crying for her mother and father, bloody and screaming in the woods. The monster in front of me wasn't the same creature who'd left its mark, It was just another foe I had to take down. And that was something I'd done countless times before. "Come on, what are you waiting for?" I goaded, the numbness in my fingers lessening. My fear was still there, but battling it was my will to survive. I had so much to live for, so much to become. I wouldn't allow this beast to ruin my future as it had stained my past. "Yes, remember who you are. Fight!" I could practically hear Arlo whisper the words across my mind, his stern voice hacking away at the panic holding me down. I met the vacant stare of the monster that lived in the corners of my mind. I won't go down easily. The shadow beast lunged toward me, and then my body split apart.
Chapter 32. Jude. Letter from Aurora Adair to Juniper Marchant, year 30 of the curse. I hope to meet with you and explain in person. Ray. She's far different from what even I initially suspected. While her past is now clear, something besides her divinity was taken. She's mortal, and yet she doesn't possess the very thing that makes us human. I do not believe she has a heart. Our boats nudged the shore a second before we heard a scream. It didn't sound like the shriek of the wailing woman that attacked Liam. It sounded human. "Kiara!" Jake called out in alarm, reading my thoughts. He and I charged for the stony bank, running side by side in the face of a growing storm. Those shadows I'd glimpsed along the nearing shore flourished, shrouding everything in black silt and clogging the air with a sickly sweet smell that churned my stomach. The magic of the sun goddess strained, weakened by the nightmarish hellscape we walked through. I gritted my teeth and pressed on, willing my eyes to light the way. It was weak in this place, in the middle of this storm. A second scream, this one muffled, came from my right, and I lurched into the bedlam without thought. Kiara's pleas for help enlivened my power, gifting me with pure, heady adrenaline. I fought to move, fought to continue, for her. My eyes sparked and glowed, rays of light navigating the tumultuous winds. A cluster of shadows formed 10 feet away, gradually taking the shape of a man. It towered well over 8 feet, its spindly arms lifted, coils of black curling around its elongated fingers. Could it be a shadow beast? That was the only explanation. And when I spotted a prone figure curled up at its feet, I pumped my legs even harder. Toward the monster, the legend and nightmare. Luminous red strands flashed, a head tilting up, glaring at the beast with narrowed eyes. Kiara. It wouldn't have mattered if I had divine power or merely the aching will of a mortal man in love. I would have found my way to her, crawled my way to her. Cut or bleeding or on the cusp of death, nothing could have held me back. Power thrummed in tune with each beat of my heart, heat invading my every inch. It didn't burn or harm. This magic was a part of me, and the more I accepted it, the more it felt right. I finally embraced who I was. Lightning crashed somewhere nearby, but the thunder that followed was nothing compared to the roar I released. "Get the fuck away from her!" The shadow beast was a failed creation of the moon god, rumored to have been a concept of good intent turned wicked. A being that hunted the darkest of nightmares and destroyed them. They had become the realm's most feared monster. I, too, had been a soul born in darkness, and I could be just as wicked. Flames climbed my back, rising into the air like the wings of night, Kiara commanded. Though, instead of black, my wings were limned in brilliant oranges and yellows. They illuminated the creature lurking over Kiara, the shadow beast's full attention landing on me. It let out a snarling hiss. Good. I wanted it to watch me as I ended its life. Inhaling sharply, I aimed all my power at the beast, my body curling inward as magic blasted free. The shadow beast screamed when my fire scorched its back, and it teetered to the side, stunned. Kiara scrambled back, her ungloved hands rising to her face, protecting herself from the heat of my flames. I recalled her story, how terrified she'd been as a child when she was attacked. Now she'd been thrust back into that horrid reality all over again. And yet she held her head high. That's my girl. I ducked to the right as black shadows limned in silver wafted from its reedy form, its poisonous magic shooting toward my face. The strike missed by an inch. Before I could regain my bearings, it delivered another bolt, the shadows slashing my thigh and forming a shallow gash. It burned unlike anything I'd ever experienced, and the sheer torment of it would have made me stumble, had it not been for Kiara gazing at me now, her hands lowered, eyes trusting. She needed me now as I'd needed her so many times before. I refused to disappoint. My flames spiraled out as phantom shackles fell and clattered to pieces, destroying the manacles I'd placed on myself. The lies I told insisting this wasn't my destiny, that I would find a way out of this mess. I was Rayna's descendant, and her power called to me, begging I rid the world of this blasphemous creature. My stare locked with Kiara's, and an entire lifetime seemed to pass in the span of a blink. Adventures and shared secrets, laughter and long nights before a fire, her showing me the meaning of what it was like to truly live. A blast sent me off my feet, the beast taking me by surprise. I tumbled through the air, flailing, reaching for anything solid to salvage control. There was nothing. Icy hands encircled my throat, squeezing, a resounding roar of triumph coming from the mouth of the beast. Something tore inside of me, and pain greater than any whip raced down my neck and to my chest. The next scream I heard belonged to me. Spots coated the gold of my sight, my lungs deprived of oxygen. I feebly swatted at the beast with my hands, but it only worked to infuriate it, and its hold on me tightened. My eyes fluttered shut, yet I continued to struggle, not willing to surrender. If only I could concentrate, summon my magic. Something detonated, a blazing light erupted. I opened my eyes, expecting to see flames like the ones I possessed engulfing the beast, but instead I saw Kiara, drenched in a fire of both yellow and black, a shimmering gold weaving through her combined powers. Fear shone in her eyes, but she didn't falter. She was a vengeful goddess as she directed her magic into the creature, sending it staggering back, a squelching noise sounding before something splintered. Her teeth were bared as she strode its way, her peculiar fire striking it again and again without mercy. Sweat glistened on her brow, but she didn't appear fatigued, just enraged, furious in a way that I'd not seen before, not even when Harlow had threatened me. "Do not touch him." Each word was followed by an assault of black fire, her darkness working with a fragment of golden light she carried. Yet it was more than that. The driving force was her. The creature shriveled in on itself, its incorporeal skin eaten away by the flames. A cruel smile tilted her lips, and I watched, stunned, as Kiara tore her personal nightmare apart piece by piece. "Never again!" she screamed. I knew exactly what her words meant. Tears stained her face, but they were beautiful in the flashes of light that exploded around us, the wet tracks turning into brilliant streaks of victory. She would never be vulnerable to the beast again, its victim. Kiara stared her greatest fear in the eyes, and she fucking smiled. Because this time, she could win. She would win. Its body shriveled in on itself, the shadows comprising its long form, wavering, growing weak. Kiara didn't relent, didn't hesitate. She didn't cease her assault until only ash remained at her feet, and even that was swept away by a fierce gust of wind. Drenched in glistening sweat, she panted, her fists clenched. her scars. They'd grown. Swirls of black and blue vines reached below the cuff of her rolled-up shirt, the new marks gifted by the touch of the beast she'd just destroyed. Kiara whirled to me, eyes aglow with amber, her body cloaked in power, and my heart ceased to beat for an entirely new reason. I'd never seen anything more stunning, more frightening, or more devastating than her as she closed the distance. Her black and gold fire fizzled out, and she dropped to her knees before me. Reaching for my face, her scarred hand traced the curve of my jaw, as if making sure I was real, alive and in front of her now. I swallowed her body in my arms, clutching her to my chest. She let out a noise that sounded like a relieved sob, and then she dug her fingers into my back, refusing to let go. Together we breathed. Together we sat still in the middle of a merciless storm of dark magic. Together we found the strength to calm our pounding hearts until they matched, both seeking the steady song of their partner. We didn't move until someone grabbed my arm. Kiara was whipped out of my embrace, another figure clasping her wrist. Jake. Behind me was Liam, his fingers a vice on my bicep. He hauled me to my feet. Then Jake shouted one word that even the violent winds couldn't drown out. Run!
Chapter 33. Kiara. Excerpt from Ascidian Lore, A Tale of the Gods. No entity is entirely good or evil. The gods are the same. They can be cruel and vicious, just as the realms and emotions they rule. I was yanked forward by both my brother and Jake, my aching body forced into a run. "Go!" Jude commanded, hot on our heels. "Get across the bridge!" "Wait! What about the others?" I peered over my shoulder, too weakened to break out of their hold. Thankfully, Finn's hulking frame appeared, Dimitri and Amelia flanking him. They struggled to catch up, but the ruthless winds were making it difficult. "Hurry, Kay!" Liam cried out, his voice raspy, like he'd been shouting for hours. It had me wondering what they'd endured when I'd been stranded on the other side of this storm. Winds whipped at my hair, the strands stinging my cheeks. They were angrier now that we'd escaped, powerful gusts barreling into us from all sides. I felt as if the night watched from above, and my stomach knotted as a rumbling growl of displeasure echoed in my head. I couldn't help but feel as if the shadow beast's appearance hadn't been a coincidence, that somehow it had been sent to me by the entity that ruled this temple. If any opponent had the ability to steal my courage, it was the creature that had robbed me of my childhood. Only when the beast had levelled its sights on the commander did my fear morph into a rage I could use and wield. I saw myself in Jude's place as the venomous shadows knocked him off his feet. He was me, then, that child screaming in the woods, and I was going to save him. Save myself. I'd get my revenge against the beast who'd tried to take and take and take from me until nothing remained. My spirit, while exhausted, was triumphant, weary and bloodied but blazing with purpose. "Come on!" Liam shouted, jerking me free of the past. We were surrounded by nothing, our path to the palace unclear, and for the life of me I couldn't recall which direction I'd entered from. A hint of warmth remained burning in the hearth of my heart, right beside my darkness. Raina's power had been with me as well, her divine light a force that worked alongside my shadows to save Jude and me. Her spirit stood beside me now as if she were flesh and bone, and I swore I felt her heated touch on my back driving me to safety. "The dust in this storm is affecting Liam!" Jake yelled, peering to his left at my brother. His eyes were shut, his steps uneven. I hadn't even thought about his condition, even though I should have. I was grateful for Jake then, knowing he trained his watchful gaze on Liam. Liam's health wasn't the only reason we needed to hurry. "A shadow beast attacked us," I said. "I'd bet there's more." "We saw you kill it," Liam wheezed, and I threaded my fingers more securely through his. "We should be out of this storm soon," I promised. I didn't recall wandering for too long after I'd entered, so we had to be close. Squinting, I searched for the bridge, grit and dust flying into my eyes and mouth. Just when I thought we had turned ourselves around, I saw it. Unmoving lines of luminous white. I almost smiled at the sight. Making sure Jude trailed behind, I steered Liam and Jake, both following without pause. I couldn't even hear my own thoughts, and communicating was becoming impossible. While Liam and Jake coughed and sputtered, aching for fresh air, I began to breathe easier. I picked up the pace, propelling us out on the other side of the storm's end. A final angry breeze struck my face with a force equaling a closed fist. We all stumbled, holding on to one another, our knees weak. Liam nearly collapsed, but Jake hastily grabbed him, angling around my body to wind his arm around Liam's waist. The bastard all but dropped me. I was beginning to see who his new favourite was. Seconds later, Jude and the others emerged, Dimitri crashing to his knees as he gulped in the brisk air. Finn released Amelia's hand and moved to his friend, pushing Jude gently out of the way. He grasped Dimitri under both arms and hauled him to his feet. They embraced, Finn patting Dimitri on the back forcefully, Amelia looking on in stark relief. With the others safe, I ran toward the commander. If he hadn't shown up when he had... My arms were around him in the span of a heartbeat, and Jude let out a stunned grunt. He caught me easily enough, though. I didn't need his support, with how very tightly my thighs wrapped around his lean frame. "You scared the shit out of me!" I scolded, even though he'd helped save my life. "Then try not to get yourself killed," he said firmly. Jude fisted the back of my shirt, clutching me tighter, pressing me against his chest. "You're touching," Jake observed, garnering suspicious looks from the rest of our companions. They pretended not to be keenly listening. We can touch here, it seems," I answered without looking at him. My eyes were reserved for one person alone. "I think it has to do with this place being built by a god. I can practically taste the magic in the air. The normal rules of the mortal realm didn't apply. Perhaps because we no longer walked that world. Then again, we knew so very little of the truth." "If you start to feel dizzy, or if there's pain," Jake trailed off. But I understood his meaning. "Don't worry, I'll let you know," I promised over my shoulder. With Jude standing alongside me, facing my greatest fear, I'd been reminded of who I truly was. A fighter. "I'm ecstatic you can touch, and while you two lovebirds are sickeningly adorable, we really shouldn't waste time with all the cuddling," Jake said loudly. Jude pressed his lips to my brow before he drew back with a disappointed frown. Reluctantly, I dropped to the ground and peered at Jake, skewering him with a half-hearted glower. I'd stay glued to Jude all day if possible, preferably far, far away from Jake and my brother. But Jake was right. We had to move before any more creatures discovered us. "Holy shit," Amelia whistled, bravely stepping onto the bridge. Bits of grey dust churned under her heavy boots, a tinge of gleaming silver flecks catching the light of the overbright moon. The fox crouched, brushing a hand across the veiny blue threads marking the stone, tracing them with her index finger. The dark colours grew vibrant beneath her touch. She shot up with a start, her eyes falling to my scars, lingering on how far they'd travelled. Self-consciously, I pulled down my rolled sleeves, covering the evidence. Amelia arched a perfect dark brow. "Well then," she adjusted her satchel. "We've already had enough shit thrown our way, and I'd prefer not to linger." She appeared a warrior set for battle, and her confident demeanour, even after the horror we'd walked through, was inspiring. "What happened when I was gone?" I asked Jude as we trailed Amelia across the bridge. His eyes darkened. "Nightmares. We all experienced a form of our worst fears when we sailed through the tunnel. Thankfully, there were no injuries." I threaded my hand through his. I dreaded to think of what he envisioned. "I was the only one not affected," he said softly, reading my mind. "I was already living my worst fear." He squeezed my hand to make his point. Us separated. Again. My heart fluttered as I tightened my grip on his hand, both of us hustling to keep pace with the others, who'd begun to slip away. At our backs, the unnatural wind howled as if it screamed for us not to go. I didn't look back. 5 minutes later, Amelia stopped so suddenly Jake collided with her back. She whirled on him, and he tripped over his feet to place distance between him and her virulent scowl. I found the thief was growing on me. I'd be taking notes on her particularly potent glares. "Did any of you hear anything?" she asked, turning from Jake, her gaze landing on the path to the fortress. It was but a blur in the distance. My ears perked. Only a prickling sensation tickled my palms, but other than that, I sensed nothing. "No, just the wind," Finn assured, but Dimitri didn't appear as relaxed. His bushy brows were scrunched, and he slowly swiveled his head, his eyes narrowed while he assessed the bridge. The air surrounding the temple, the palace, the fortress, whatever it was to the moon god, began to ripple, the haze engulfing its imposing, seamless walls gradually easing. Its sharp edges became clearer with each blink, revealing a grand doorway, a set of steep stairs leading at its feet. But to get to those stairs, we needed to get past that wall. Amelia studied it with a feline focus, her nose wrinkling. She appeared apprehensive, which didn't bode well. "That's going to be a long climb to the top," Jake whispered to my left, cocking his head Liam's way. "I heard that," my brother replied, rolling his eyes. "I'm perfectly capable of climbing—" "I never said you weren't, I just—" Jake trailed off, unable to find the right words for once. "I'd do anything for her," Liam argued, face etched in stone. His resolve was palpable, the look he delivered Jake potent. "I would too." Jake dipped his chin, something akin to deference replacing his worry. The pair shared a look, a silent conversation passing that was clearly not meant for me to know. As they bonded over their love for me, for which I could hardly blame them, I eased to Amelia's side where she was fumbling around in her bag. I peered inside, trying to ignore the bundles of meat. While far too salty, my mouth watered at the sight of food, and I nearly groaned when she pushed it aside. Instead, I took stock of all types of devices and foreign contraptions. "What are you looking for?" I asked, my curiosity getting the best of me. She huffed, not deigning to glance my way. "See that wall, Scarlet?" I bristled at the name. "There isn't a door in case you haven't noticed, and unless you can fly on command, we're going to have to be creative." Walls of marble, almost 3 stories tall, encircled the structure. Worst of all, now that the thrill of seeing the temple had passed, I couldn't find a seam in the wall, no trace of a doorway in which to enter. Amelia pulled out a circular gadget fashioned of copper. She retrieved a belted harness a second later, using hooks to attach it to the odd contraption. "I've never seen anything like that before," I said reverently when we started walking again. She maintained a ruthless pace. It was beautiful, the piece she carried, circular and polished. Tiny gears and levers blended seamlessly into the copper, and I itched to toy with it, though I suspected she'd smack me on the head should I try. perks of being a thief and knowing the best inventors in Acidia." Amelia turned, appraising me in a way that hardly appeared friendly. "Oh, and I've been meaning to speak with you about something." "What's that?" I asked, the hairs on my nape rising. She was giving me that stare. I was pinned and helpless beneath it. She leaned in until her warm breath fanned against my ear. "Hurt him, and I'll slit your throat." The fox took off without another word, leaving me speechless. Well, it seemed Amelia cared for her son far more than she was willing to let on. Not that I hadn't suspected as much. "What did she say to you?" Jude appeared at my side. We stared after his mother, allowing the others ahead. "She threatened to slit my throat if I hurt you," I said with a smile. "I like her." Jude sighed, but he wound his arm around my waist, his fingers tightening on my hip. I decided I rather enjoyed this side of him. Apparently, all it took for him to give in to his selfish desire was for me to nearly die. Multiple times. "Be careful around her, Kiara. She's a criminal." Along with the warning in his tone, there was also sorrow. Jude wanted what anyone in his position would, to imagine Amelia had a reason for her coldness, for why she left him. I leaned deeper into him. "Technically, we are wanted fugitives as well. Abandoning the Knights is highly frowned upon," I teased. While I stared ahead, I could practically feel Jude roll his eyes. His hold on my waist loosened, and I sensed a question perched on the tip of his tongue. "Come on, Jude," I coaxed. "What's really on your mind?" He swallowed thickly, his jaw feathering. "So, last night, you vanished right after—" He trailed off, and I turned in time to see a rosy pink glow spread across his cheeks. He'd nearly died minutes before, and yet he was concerned I regretted our night together. As if I ever could. I grinned wickedly. Well, apparently I shouldn't fall asleep because when I dreamed I was flying, I actually flew. He fumbled a step. "What do you mean, flew? I don't want to pry about why you left, or rather, I don't want to assume it wasn't because—" "It's not because of what happened," I said sternly, saving him from his uncharacteristic rambling, even though I immensely enjoyed it. I fell asleep and dreamed, but it felt too real to be a dream. My body was weightless and my mind somewhat clear. I was soaring through the skies like a starwing when I heard this voice in my head. It was directing me somewhere, and I didn't even hesitate to follow. Something similar happened back in the woods before we reunited, I admitted. I'd seen the enemy's camp from above. Jake said I was practically transparent, and it had taken several attempts to rouse me. Jude was silent for a bit, absorbing my confession. Finally, he spoke, but relief filled his voice. "That explains the shadowy feather I found when I woke." I frowned as he continued. "But I find an odd comfort knowing magic was at play rather than disappointment," he said, trying and failing to sound playful. His cheeks became an even darker pink, and I laughed, much to his surprise. The fearsome commander blushing. What a sight. Snuggling closer into his side, I said, "Oh, our night together was very satisfactory, Commander." I used my most serious voice. "I suggest we practice, just to make sure you have the hang of it." His throat visibly bobbed, and he appeared not to be breathing. So easily riled. I flicked his nose and it wrinkled. It didn't stop him from clutching me as if I'd float away again if he relaxed his grip. For all I knew, I would. The wall was higher than I'd anticipated. "We climb here," Amelia instructed, appraising the wall as one would a puzzle. She ran her hands across her daggers lovingly, making sure they were secured, a glint sparking in her eyes at the challenge. I wasn't as easily thrilled, and I wasn't the only one. Jake cursed, grumbling something about how mortals weren't meant to be so high in the sky. "If we were meant to be that high, then we'd be birds," Liam whispered, earning a nod of approval from Jake. "Exactly," Jake replied, waving his hands about. "And don't even get me started on small spaces. I'm not a damned mole." Amelia shook her head in annoyance and retrieved the copper device from earlier. Whatever Liam was about to say to Jake died on the tip of his tongue. He ran to the thief's side, his eyes wide with excitement over the multiple gears, levers, and pea-sized buttons. I shuddered to think of how it worked. It appeared far too small to hold any of our weight. "You're going first, Scarlet," Amelia said without turning. She thrust a thin leather harness in my general direction, only slightly managing to punch me in the gut. "And that," I eyed the device skeptically, "is going to hold me. It supports up to 400 pounds, she replied proudly, running a reverent finger over its smooth side. "The best craftsmanship in the realm." When she thrust it toward me once more, I didn't take it. "Liam goes first," I said, my tone leaving no room for argument. "Seriously," Liam groused, "stop mothering me." Jake ruffled his curls, earning a dour look. "I'd have thought you'd know better by now. Remember, it's less of a hassle to just agree with her." My brother's glare became coy, and now I decidedly did not appreciate their unspoken stares. If they ganged up on me, I'd be outnumbered. Amelia grabbed my elbow and swung me away from the boys and their teasing. "Now, what you want to do is attach the harness, connect the clips, and hit this button." A rock crumbled from the right side of the bridge. The tiny stone pattered across the smooth surface, rolling to a stop. We all froze. A resounding crack split the air. I watched in horror as jagged lines surged across the marble surface like veins, stretching to reach for our feet. More rocks toppled free from the sides of the bridge. It was breaking apart, the cracks forming too quickly to take stock of. My body swayed as the ground tilted, tiny rivulets spiderwebbing from the points of my boots. Amelia screamed for us to run, motioning toward the wall. It loomed 100 feet away, 4 scrawled words marking its side. Halfway there, I could make out their meaning. "The night will reign." What a lovely message, I thought bitterly, as nervous sweat soaked the material of my shirt. The literal ground beneath me was falling apart, and the moon god goaded us with a threat. "Faster!" Jake urged Liam, who was surprisingly keeping a decent pace. Jude cursed, his long legs a whirl beside me. His eyes were glued to the warning ahead, and his mismatched irises darkened with malice. More creaking sounded, the bridge swaying, tilting precariously to one side. We must have triggered something when we walked across. I should have been paying closer attention, but I'd been too distracted by the commander and how we were all alive and whole. Ironic, given our current circumstances. Rocks the size of raindrops sliced at my skin as they soared through the air, the walls shattering. There was no order to the destruction, no safety to be found. All I could do was run, ignoring the bite of stone that struck me from all sides. Liam smacked a hand right above the word night as he leaned forward, panting and trying to compose himself from the unexpected sprint. The harness Amelia had gifted me would be better suited for my brother. Grabbing for him, I slipped the harness in place, much to his annoyance. I was too quick, and the clips were fastened before he could curse me. Screaming for Amelia, I waited with bated breath as she tossed me the gadget linked to the harness, locking it around my brother's wrist. The metal top enfolded around Liam's knuckles, 2 buttons in pressing distance of his thumb. "Lift your arm and press the green button," Amelia instructed Liam. "And hurry the hells up before we all die." That warning propelled Liam into action. He lifted his arm and pushed the button, his eyes closed. Before I could yell at him to open them, something clicked, and a silver coil attached to the device went shooting in the air. The sound of metal striking stone echoed a moment later, the end of the rope affixed to a claw-like apparatus embedded in the stone. "Now what?" Liam whirled upward, airborne and screaming. His body tore into the skies, his arms flailing wildly for purchase. He struck the top of the wall with a distressed groan. I snuck a look behind us. The fissures were growing in size, sprouting like twisted roots. The sides of the bridge were all but demolished, fracturing slowly. "Drop it back down!" Amelia ordered Liam, who heeded her command. I wanted to make some snarky comment about why she'd only brought one, but that probably wasn't helpful. After Liam detached the harness and device, he tossed it down. A minute later, Jake went flying, a high-pitched scream reaching my ears. That scream died when his stomach collided against the top, replaced with a painful groan. Fingers tightened on my wrist and I whirled around. "You need to go," Jude insisted, his stare hard and unyielding. I shook my head. He should know me better by now. The middle of the bridge finally split, rocks tumbling into the waters below with resounding splashes. Jude tried to push me forward toward his mother, but I shoved Dimitri ahead of me. Jude's frustration was palpable, but Dimitri ascended effortlessly and tossed the harness and device back to the fox with ease. When she called for Jude, he shook his head, unbending as he all but thrust me into his mother's arms. "Her first," he demanded, and I didn't have time to argue before he secured the harness with deft fingers. A click sounded, and I went barreling into space, a choked scream rumbling up my throat. The impact stole a rough sound from my throat, the stone brutally digging into my flesh. Liam helped me up, already working on unclipping me while I fought a wave of dizziness. He chucked both pieces down, and Amelia caught them while more rocks plummeted into the depths, swallowed by the water holding a universe of stars. Our only way back was vanishing before our eyes, leaving us no choice but to go forward. Perhaps that was the entire point. The realization twisted my gut. "Jude next!" I screamed, throwing down the equipment. Thankfully, Amelia nodded in agreement, or I would have murdered her myself. Granted, Jude argued with her until I shouted his name, along with a very detailed threat, and then he reluctantly pulled the harness over his broad shoulders. His landing was far more graceful than mine, but he shot me a withering scowl before tossing down the gear. I smiled. He could sulk all he wanted. Amelia went next, Finn the last to make the ascent. The cracks had just reached his feet when he aimed for the ledge, the grapple flying through the air. The device latched onto the wall, just as the ground beneath Finn vanished. He went soaring, and when he landed he hit the ledge harder than us all, not only because of his sheer size but due to the position he'd shot the device. Jude's mouth fell open as the mother he'd never known lunged for Finn and wrapped him in her arms. She didn't cry, but her body shook, and Finn clutched her against his brawny chest. "You gave me a heart attack, you big fool!" she snapped, her voice muffled against him. He let out a deep rumble. "You can't get rid of me that easily, little fox," he cooed, and she drew away to deliver a light smack to his arm. Jude and I caught each other's eyes. With every member of our group accounted for, and with no option of retreat, the time had come to face what lay ahead. As one, the commander and I twisted around to face what rested on the other side. I almost wished we hadn't. "Well, fuck me." I massaged the nape of my neck. "Can we not catch a break?"
Chapter 34. Jude. Notes from Lieutenant Harlow's personal journal, year 46 of the curse. The boy needs work. He feels too much emotion, which is a problem, and I worry it will get in the way. I'll start him on a stricter regimen come Monday. He is the key, and I can't allow him to wander from his role." "That bad?" Jake grimaced at Kiara's words before he spun around and joined the rest of the crew. "Ah, the girl was right with her initial assessment." Dmitri swept a hand through his bright reddish-orange hair, grime and grease causing the ends to stick up. They shook, his hands, and my right eye picked up the golden ripples of movement. He hid his nerves by shoving them into his jacket pocket, forcing sarcasm to line his words. "That screams death by 1,000 ways to me, none of them pleasant." He wasn't wrong. The scene below had been born of nightmares. A damned maze. Not only was it exceptionally large, complicated, and exceedingly high, but from this vantage point, I made out cryptic symbols everywhere. If those marks and whorls were anything like those from the tunnel we entered, I had a feeling the whole labyrinth was a giant death trap. One misstep, and someone would meet the wrong end of an arrow. The palace rose like a taunt, clearly within view from this high up, yet inaccessible. The design was truly remarkable. How it flowed seamlessly with the natural rock. The 3 towers were of varying heights, the roofs of the outer 2 fashioned of some translucent gem, hundreds of facets glimmering in welcome. The middle tower had no roof, left open to the unknown elements of the realm of the moon god. A slight tingle of apprehension ghosted across each of my vertebrae, a phantom hand dragging its nails down my spine. "This is why I never wanted to go on adventures with you, Key," Liam said, still trying to manage his erratic breathing. Jake chortled. "Finally, someone who understands." He tilted his head Liam's way, a boyish grin on his face. "I have absolutely no idea how you survived her for so long. She's almost killed me 15 times over." Liam let out a snort of amusement. "Believe me, it hasn't been easy," he agreed dramatically, much to Jake's delight. "It's not like her sparkling personality helps at all." Kiara let out a grumble. Undoubtedly she was regretting their introduction. "Plan?" Finn asked Emilia, giving the boys a stern glare. Emilia stayed silent, scanning the walls, the grooves, the deceptively safe passageways. Her eyes were shrewd, calculated. "Kiara," the fox barked, and she nearly jumped out of her skin. "Yes? Any more secret symbols I can't see?" Kiara scoffed. "Most definitely." "Then you and I are leading the way," Emilia asserted. "I can see the proper path, and your ability will help us keep our heads attached to our necks." I'd heard my mother was clever, but to have already figured out the maze? "How did you manage that? You've hardly been looking for more than a minute," I asked, hating that my curiosity compelled me to speak to her in the first place. "How do you think I became the thief I am today?" she volleyed back with a smirk, though her tone was laced with bitterness. "She's got a mind unlike any other," Finn chimed in. "One look at any map or maze or vault, and she's got it figured out. I swear there's never been anyone like her before. Beauty and a brilliant mind," he added, smiling proudly. "Couldn't have asked for more." "Oh, shut it," she warned, but one corner of her mouth quirked. I turned away and unscrewed my canteen, taking a long drink. I did so mostly to avoid my mother and whatever nauseating compliments Finn spewed. We didn't have much water left to spare, and I drank more than I should have. I needed something to do with my hands, an excuse to appear unbothered. "We'll rest once we get over the wall." Emilia made for the edge, already setting her contraption down and locking it in place on the stone. Kiara laughed, the raspy sound easing the tension in my shoulders. As if rest is possible in a place like this. I lowered myself to the other side of the wall, joining the others. My boots hit the ground hard. Bolts of pain ricocheted up and down my limbs, the muscles already sore from so much activity with little rest. Hiding my wince from Kiara's keen gaze, I took in our surroundings. The overlarge moon exuded pure, brilliant light. It lanced off the white stone walls, illuminating every inch, the brilliance of the veined marble uncomfortably bright. Unlike the mist, the temple held no shadows, not a trace of a darkened corner. I might have believed we'd stepped into the day had it not been for the colourful planets and stars twinkling overhead. They hovered closer now that we neared the temple's entrance, as if they were eager to spy on the trespassers who dared steal from their master. Liam sniffed the air with distaste, breathing in the sickly sweet floral scent that saturated the breeze. My legs trembled, the ground swaying. I glanced at the others, noting that they also peered at their boots, sensing the slight shift. While perceptible, it wasn't enough to knock us all off our feet. One thing to be grateful for. "There are marks everywhere," Kiara observed with a frown. "Some are glowing, almost a light blue." She traced her finger across a pristine white wall, mapping out a shape I couldn't perceive. "Scarlet?" Emilia prodded her shoulder. "What do you see?" Kiara's gaze tapered as she pressed closer, her nose nearly touching the stone. "I'm not sure if these are warnings or—" Gears ground together, the pitch of metal on metal forcing my attention to the left. No one dared to breathe, to run, to do any of the things we ought to. We were stuck, immobilized, all while the sound of something large and heavy and dangerous rolled. Shit. "Definitely a warning," Kiara screeched, shoving the fox forward. Jake snatched Liam's hand and pulled him into a run, Finn and Dimitri close on their heels while I took up the rear. "Step to the left, as close to the wall as you can," Kiara shouted, tugging Emilia away from a pressurized stone. I would have missed the trap entirely. As I passed, I noted how the floor panel was raised a few centimeters higher, thin lines carving its edges. "It's moving faster," Liam screamed, accompanied by a gravelly rattle. "There should be a passage coming up on the left," Emilia said, her voice rising above our ragged panting. Her boot connected with what appeared to be a skull. It shattered against the wall with a sick crunch. "You certain?" I demanded. "Yes," she replied confidently, as if I'd question her now. I wasn't keen on Kiara being the first to rush into this unknown world. If she missed a marking and fell into a trap, I'd never forgive myself. But as it was, I remained at the back, ensuring the others caught up. "There it is," Dimitri cried. I twisted, watching in horror, as a spiked ball the size of 5 men barreled toward us. Our welcome gift had arrived. Fear thrust my power to the surface. I lifted my hands at the precise moment fire and magic flared from my palms, from my chest. The flames blasted into the spiked ball, bouncing harmlessly off its jagged points. I hadn't even made a dent. "That definitely should have done something, right?" Jake screeched after my explosion prompted him to turn mid-sprint. "Left!" Kiara shouted, wrenching Jake to the side. She cried out a few more orders, left, right, middle, guiding us through the carnage like a general leading an army into battle. We avoided 5 pressurized stones and 5 near deaths, though, judging by the brittle abundance of human bones littering the ground, not many had been as lucky. "There it is, tunnel approaching on the left." Emilia quickened her pace, practically shoving Kiara and Jake into the widening passage. She made sure she snagged Liam's cloak as she dove for safety. Finn leapt headfirst into the channel, his massive body colliding with the ground with an audible thump. He lurched to his feet just as Emilia screamed for Dimitri, who was lagging, his breathing hard. I'd all but forgotten him. Whirling back, I grabbed him by the waist and tossed him over my shoulders. He was heavier than I anticipated, and the ball was less than 20 feet away. We weren't going to make it. Emilia must have known this too. She hurtled out of the passage and into the line of fire. With the grace of a hawk, she lifted her arm and pressed a green button on the underside of the device we used to scale the wall. a silver grapple embedded into the stone, and when she aimed and struck once more, another grapple rooted into the wall opposite. A horizontal line of coiled metal rope hung across the passageway. "Duck!" Emilia warned, and I grunted while shifting Dmitri, lowering us below the rope. There was a snapping sound, the spiked sphere catching on the metal coil blocking its path. It broke through seconds later, but they were seconds we needed. I dove for the enclosure, Dmitri on my back, both of us tumbling to the dirty stones. The ball rolled past, continuing on its destructive path. We all gasped for air, everyone a shade paler. We'd been so close to death that I could practically feel its icy hand on my shoulder. Chiara sat propped against the opposite wall, her chest rising and falling with strain, her scarred hands clenched into fists at her side. To everyone else, she might simply appear fatigued, but I saw more than that. She may wrinkle her nose before a fight and occasionally bite the inside of her cheek when she was nervous, but when Chiara Frey was scared, truly scared, she shut down. Completely. Her eyes were empty, her face slack. Speaking only to her, I said, "We're alive. We're whole." I loathed that look on her face, that emptiness. She flinched slightly, seeming to jolt back into herself. I sensed she needed the reminder, and I repeated it once more until life reignited her dulled features, bringing back the fighter I adored. When she wrinkled her nose, I smiled. Chiara brought her attention to her hands, flexing them as light whispered along the dark black and blue vines. They shone from under her shirt, up to her elbows, and even with the sleeves pulled down, there was no masking them. Something had happened when the shadow beast attacked, and she wasn't eager to share. As much as I wanted to push, I respected her wishes. My mother, however, did not. The fox scooted over, creases forming across her brow. She leaned close to Chiara's scars, fascinated. A little darker than I imagined. I pictured them being a little less pretty as well." "Pretty? They're grotesque." Chiara twisted her wrists, showing off the reedy lines decorating her palms. She hastily shoved them into her pockets, her eyes downcast. The fox laughed softly, the kind of laugh that was dark and brimming with trapped bitterness. "If you think that's bad, you've never seen the true marks of war." Her gaze flickered to Finn briefly, before she lowered it to her boots. "The scars that are made by hatred are the truly grotesque ones you feel beyond the skin." Finn cleared his throat uncomfortably. "What's the plan?" he asked, wiping away the sweat dripping from his shaved head. Squinting, I noted the gleaming of a few shimmering scars along the curve of his right ear. Somehow I didn't think those were the wounds Emilia had implied. My mother bristled at him. "We'll head down this tunnel, make a right, another right, and then we'll find a long, narrow passage we'll travel down for some time. There, we'll take a left. The gates should be at the end of that hall." "Damn, she's good," Liam whispered. "I'm unabashedly jealous." "You would be," Chiara teased, but her voice lacked its usual lilt. "If you had such a gift, you'd be extra annoying. You'd probably recite all the details of your excruciatingly boring books." "Hey, intelligence is sexy," Liam snapped, but he wore a gentle smile. "Don't say sexy around me, please." She rolled her eyes, more of her armor sliding into place. "Oh, grow up," Liam scoffed. "I have to watch you and Commander Broods a lot all day shooting each other longing glances and—" "If you don't shut up now, I'll personally do it for you," Emilia threatened, a slight tinge of pink on her cheeks. She waved at Chiara, back to business. "We're going to eat and rest a few hours, but after, I expect you to do your job and watch out for any concealed threats." "More of that disgusting dried meat. I can't wait," Chiara mumbled, ignoring my mother's order. "What poor animal did you kill to create that atrocity?" The fox grinned broadly, a playful glint in her eyes. "Who said it was an animal?" The look Kiara shared with my mother was nothing short of sly, and for some reason my magic responded, even while resentment warmed my blood. Why had I thought it wise to seek the fox in the first place? Her involvement could only bring trouble, and introducing her to Kiara? Disastrous. If Isaiah was here, he'd probably say something sensible and intuitive, like I had run to my mother seeking comfort when I was lost, or some other sort of introspective bullshit. And he might be right. But the more time I spent in Amelia's company, and in that of the men who followed and adored her, the more the seeds of my anger took root. She'd taken in Finn and Dimitri, two lost souls in search of a home, yet she'd abandoned me, her own son. When I first saw her back in Fortuna, there'd been pure apathy. I'd considered only Kiara and her safety, along with the curse we had to break in order to free us all from the shackles of Patrick's treachery. Now I had time to think, and I didn't particularly care for any of my thoughts. Jake handed Liam a pack of loose granola and plopped down next to him. They shared the bag, murmuring in each other's ears, sometimes smiling. Finn tore into his meal with exaggerated gusto, while Dimitri stared blankly ahead. The story he'd shared continued to haunt me. I marveled at how he could even get up in the morning after what he'd lost, a wife and daughter, both taken so horrifically. If I ever had a family... No, I shouldn't even entertain the idea. Not now. It was dangerous to hope and think of the future. Deep down, beneath the feigned optimism I conjured, I didn't actually believe I would make it out of this ordeal alive. There. That was the truth. Kiara rose to her feet, only to move closer to me, sliding down the wall at my side. Leaning her head on my shoulder, she asked, "Rancid meat?" I accepted when she thrust the bundle closer, though when I placed a bite on my tongue, I barely tasted anything at all. My eyes drifted to her sheath, the Godslayer blade. If things went wrong, I had my answer. I was going to make sure Kiara walked out of this temple, even if I didn't. "Sleeping on me, boy?" My lids opened with a start. Emilia hovered before me, one hip cocked to the side, a shrewd look causing her harsh features to turn even more severe. I must have drifted off, because Kiara was gone, speaking in hushed murmurs with her brother and Jake. I hadn't even felt her leave. I was trying to until you interrupted. I shut my eyes again, hoping she'd go away and leave me in peace. When the rustling of clothing reached my ears, I knew she'd taken a seat next to me. Figures she wouldn't listen. "You're going to have to talk to me at some point." "I certainly do not. Unless it pertains to the mission, I have nothing to say." More silence ensued. More awkwardness. "I would have ruined you, you know," Emilia said, so softly I thought I'd misheard her. "Even my mother believed I was... wrong. She never smiled at me a day in my life, and the single occasion she expressed any genuine emotion was when she held you for the first time." I opened my eyes at that. We'd been on the run for so long, never staying in one place long enough to form attachments. She was paranoid, continuously claiming someone was after us. When I was younger, I believed her, but as I grew up, I assumed she was unwell. Emilia let out a harsh scoff. Only at the end did she tell me the truth about our family, right before taking her last breath. I didn't have words, and I didn't attempt to find them. Raina might as well have been nothing more than a legend. I couldn't wrap my head around her being family. A part of me still didn't accept it. "Was it easy for you?" I shocked myself by asking. My tone was coarse and unapologetically glacial. I heard her swallow. She understood exactly what I meant. Leaving you felt easy at the time," she confessed, and something inside of me shattered. but only because I thought I'd done the decent thing and that you'd have a chance to grow up in a safe place without the burden of our family." I laughed, the noise unhinged. "You left me with a sadistic asshole. You ruined my life, and you did that because you didn't want a child to take care of. Simple as that." Silence. Why was there always silence when I least wanted it? "Nothing to say?" I pressed, daring to angle my head and take her in. She froze, her eyes widening, her lower lip trembling. I thought—" She stumbled, scrambling for the right words when there were none. "I'm not good, Jude. I didn't think your father would be worse. I wouldn't have left you if I'd known what he'd do, and when I found out I wanted to kill him, flay his skin and—" "Then why didn't you?" I jumped to my feet, uncaring that my voice had risen in pitch. I sensed Kiara's heated gaze, yet she didn't intervene. "Why didn't you come back after you'd learned how cruel he was?" My eyes burned, and it had nothing to do with magic. Because why?" I screamed, startling the others. They stood, their boots thudding too loudly in my head. I could hear too much, feel too much, and it was drowning me. "Because I was afraid," Emilia scrambled back. She pressed both hands against the wall, her lips parting like she wanted to say more, which she didn't. Coward. The declaration hung in the air between us like smoke, and I inhaled its poison. "I'm a selfish person, Jude. Always have been. But regardless of my many flaws, I can leave this earth knowing that even though I abandoned you, even though I was never the mother you deserved, I left the best part of myself in you. Doesn't mean I'm not sorry. I'll always be sorry." Emilia didn't wait for me to respond. She shot to her feet and all but sprinted as far from me as possible. The word was useless. Hollow. Sorry did nothing to ease the pain of my childhood. Sorry didn't erase her selfish choice, regardless of her wrapping it up in the guise of kindness. Finn took up the space she'd occupied as I seethed. I wanted to be alone, and his presence was the furthest thing from what I desired. "She's not warm and fuzzy, that's for certain. Gods know I've learned that the hard way over the years." He released a brittle laugh. "People like her who've had to fight their entire lives, every second of every day, they don't know how to accept the good when it comes. I think that's what happened with you, boy. And while you don't have to forgive her, know that every year on the coldest day of winter, she leaves the city. I never know where she goes or what she does, but when she returns, she always carries the same scrap of blue fabric." I froze. When I'd been left on my father's doorstep in the dead of winter, Emilia had placed her book of law and her compass beside me. But I'd also been wrapped in a thick blue woven blanket that was frayed on one side, almost as if a piece had been torn off. Finn patted me on the back. Hard. "It's easy to hold on to that hatred, son. But she holds a lot of hatred for herself, too." He walked away, leaving me reeling on completely uneven ground. Hatred was safe, but forgiveness? Forgiveness was departing the home you'd constructed of thorns and steel and venturing out into the trees, into the unknown. Forgiveness could mean opening yourself up again and pretending as if you didn't fear the ones you loved twisting the knife into your back for a second time. More than that, forgiveness also meant the chance to find peace, and that wasn't something I was familiar with. That frightened me more than the possibility of betrayal. I sought refuge at the other end of the wall. Kiara allowed me to pass, perhaps believing I needed space. When I settled as far from the group as I dared, I realized I'd been wrong. A shy coil of ash and night snuck up to graze my arm. It caressed me, winding around my frame like a hug. Turning my head, I followed the length of the shadow, spotting a glistening tear fall down Kiara's cheek. She hurriedly brushed it away and fixed her face into stone, but her shadows tightened, refusing to let go until I remembered I wasn't alone.
Chapter 35. Kiara. Excerpt from Ascidian Lore, Legends and Myths of the Realm. It has often been argued whether shadow beasts have the potential to become their namesake, if they can slip between the cracks of reality and travel the planes of the world with freedom. Of course, that is a mystery that will never be solved. We'd been walking for hours. Surprisingly, there were no more symbols or pressurized stones, though several decayed bodies decorated the floor, the skeletons mostly intact. I surmised they'd died from dehydration or injuries sustained from one of the earlier traps. We journeyed on like this for some time, each tunnel a replica of the one before. The fox navigated them with remarkable ease, stiffly pointing me in the proper direction as I led us all. Jude had avoided his mother after their confrontation, and while I gave him space, my shadows couldn't help but sneak out and touch him every so often as we travelled. I felt him now, lingering at the back of our group, his tension causing my shadows to flicker. Perhaps leaving him to his thoughts wasn't such a good idea. I froze as soft vibrations worked their way up my legs. The ground. I crouched, placing my palm upon the cold stone. It's trembling. You feel it? Amelia shot me a concerned look. This place was alive as any creature in the mortal world above our heads. It had a pulse as if the god himself had given his life over to his shrine. Jude crept forward, his eyes aglow. When I held up a hand to stop him, he jerked to a halt. His own hands were balled into fists, his frame practically shaking with the need to assume command, the only way he believed he could protect me. We'd have to work on those misguided notions. My shadows unfurled from my skin, peeling away to slip along the stones. They caressed the ground until the sound of a single gear clicked. The fox jumped backward as the floor gave out where my shadows had touched, the ground now a gaping void of black. The 11th trap so far. "Good call." Finn slapped me on the back and then offered me a hand. "I could get used to this one, Amelia." He crooked a thumb my way. "Between her and the smooth-talking sidekick over there, we'd make a fortune." Jake pouted. "Hey, I'm not a side—" "No," Amelia said tightly, cutting him off. "We work alone." As if I were eager to join her band of thieves. Jake, on the other hand, looked more annoyed by the idea that he wasn't invited. "Stubborn lass," Finn teased, reaching for a flask that certainly wasn't filled with water. "Can't even admit the truth when it's staring you in the face." My focus landed on Jude. His nostrils flared whenever Amelia glanced in his general direction. Their talk had gone disastrously, and she didn't seem eager for a repeat. All I could offer was support, and he would have that from me in spades. My back prickled as shadows unfurled, swirling around my periphery. I swallowed a gasp when I peered over my shoulder. They looked like wings, although they were more bat-like in appearance, the almost translucent ends pointed and jagged, the shimmering silver specks gleaming from the subtle breeze. Jude's eyes landed on the rippling black wings jutting out from my back, and the tension in his jaw lessened. I found myself relaxing beneath his reverent stare. He didn't smile, but his eyes brightened, causing my heart to skip several beats. I cursed myself as my mind wandered to the other night when it was just the two of us, alone. Heat scorched my cheeks, and I had to glance away before the others took note. Though seconds later a deep chuckle sounded from behind. Jude missed nothing. It took all my strength to continue, my steps leaden, my pulse hammering in my throat. "Life or death situation, Key," I scolded, even as the heat worked its way down my neck. I swore I felt him smile. Thankfully, I kept my lustful thoughts under control as we avoided a slew of arrows in the next passage, which boasted a swinging axe. By the 6th turn, my shadows triggered a gaping pit filled with razor-sharp blades. Easily avoided. That was the problem. It felt too damned easy. When Jude announced it was nearly 10 in the evening, Amelia called out for us to rest. "We're almost to the end," she said, while Finn passed out bundles of food. I sensed she, too, was on edge, wary of the ease with which we'd infiltrated the temple. I caught her rubbing at her chin, Jude grasping his at the same time, both in thought while they ignored their too salty meat. Dimitri took the opportunity to whistle his lullaby as I gulped down the precious remains of my canteen. The tune had become a steadying constant, and my eyes flickered shut as it washed over me. It didn't take long for snores to fill the open hall. The glow of the blue-tinged moon blazed brightly enough that I couldn't find sleep, Jude appearing to have the same problem. He pressed his body closer to mine, and I rested my cheek on his shoulder. Both our heads tilted up toward the sky, soaking in the breathtaking enchantment of the endless universe. Such splendor was unexpected in a place of death. Jake assumed the first watch, and was currently busying himself with a piece of rope, tying intricate knots. When I met his stare and cocked my head to Jude with a knowing wink, Jake groaned and rolled his eyes. He knew exactly what I was asking. "Come on," I whispered to the commander, easing up from his arms. He made a deep sound of protest, but he must have understood my intention well enough when I impatiently pulled him to his feet and guided him down the next hall. Then he followed without a struggle. Far enough from the others, I cast my shadows out, the slithering black wisps forming a wall, blocking off the rest of the world. It came easily calling them, and being here, where I felt my strongest, I found a beauty in my power. It could be used to kill, to maim, to destroy. But now I revelled in the grace with which the threads of shimmering night moved, carefully secluding us in a realm belonging to two. Iridescent light radiated from under Jude's shirt, his magic pulsing, his glow a steady heartbeat. And while my own light emanated, I didn't need to look down to see that my scar reacted the same way. I felt it. "Trying to get me alone?" Jude asked, shooting me with his oh-so-stern commander look of disapproval. Tease. But yes, he was very much correct. After seeing him earlier, after his confrontation with his mother, all I'd desired was to speak with him, to help carry the burden of his fear. But I couldn't very well do that in front of our crew. What if I did want to get you all to myself? I wound my arms around his neck and held him close. So inappropriate. He leaned down, his lips an inch away. My breath hitched. Propriety was never really my thing. It hardly mattered where we were. Reality slipped away whenever the commander looked at me with such fierce intensity. I'd never experienced something this strong, this unbreakable. I wanted to make him feel the same way. "Are you all right?" I asked, bracing for his reaction. His face was stone, his lips pressed into a thin line. Just when I'd assumed he wouldn't answer, Jude stunned me into silence. "Why is it that we care so much for those who often care so little about us?" I flinched at the rawness of his voice, at how it cracked at the end. I tightened my grip around his neck, not allowing him an escape. He didn't fight the cage I'd made. "I think we can't help it," I answered truthfully. "We want to pretend we're not torn apart by their apathy, but deep down, all we ever want is their approval. Maybe it's fucked up and we want it more because they shunned us so easily, or it's simply because their lack of approval reinforces our disappointment in ourselves." Jude glanced away from me, and I immediately hated that. "I thought I'd gotten over it, but it looks like I was wrong," he murmured, jaw tight. "There are so many others I could have sought for answers, but at the first opportunity I went running to her, begging." Drawn to him, to the sorrow that eclipsed his features, my shadows curled protectively around his frame. "For years I was numb under Syrian's command," Jude said. "It wasn't until the mist, until you, that I began to feel again, and it's been both a gift and a curse ever since. Now I can't stop thinking about the past and my mother, about my father, about you and what we're going to lose. Enough!" I grabbed his chin and made him face me. He could mourn his past, that was understandable, but the future was ours, and I'd be damned if I let him think 19 years made up an entire life. "You are unbelievably frustrating sometimes, you know that," I laughed, shaking my head. "I mean, one second you look at me like we have nothing but time, and the next you're acting as though we've already lost. We haven't lost anything yet. So you're going to come to terms with the fact that you may very well be stuck with me at the end of all this. I'm not leaving you. I'm not running. And possibly, for the first time in my life, I'm not afraid. You want to know why?" Jude inhaled sharply. I wasn't sure he dared exhale. "I'm sick and tired of everything being decided for me, all because Raina fell from the skies and we lost the light. We've spent our lives buried beneath the threat of death, and that's no way to live. I'm not done with this life yet, and I sure as hell am not done with your brooding ass." Jude's lips twitched, just one corner lifting, but the sight of it was like a drink of ale on a snowy night, warmth trickling into your belly, your head growing exquisitely fuzzy. "You know I blame you for this." He motioned between us, and I frowned. "You gave me a taste of hope, and now I'm a mess at the idea of losing it. Gods, Isaiah would have laughed at the sight of me now, talking about my emotions." "He would have been thrilled," I said, grinning. "From what you told me, he was always telling you to live a little, to let loose. I saw the love he radiated when he looked at you. Isaiah, Jude's only real family, dead in the mist." My heart gave an excruciating tug at the memory of those final moments. Isaiah covered in blood, his eyes shutting forever. I'd been falling for Jude then, so much so that I'd have given anything to bring back his friend. I still would. Jude swallowed thickly. "Yeah, Isaiah might have been happy, but I wouldn't have heard the end of his teasing." He tugged me closer until my head rested over his erratically beating heart. "I could tell Isaiah liked you, even if he told me to stay as far away from you as possible. He knew you were trouble." I made a sound of mock disgust. "I take back all the nice things I said about him." A hesitant chuckle shook his chest, and I sighed, enjoying how he embraced me, both of us needing the contact. I wondered if anyone had ever dared hold him like this. "Thank you, Kiara," Jude said, breaking the peaceful silence. I craned my neck, shooting him a confused look. "For what?" Jude's fingers went to my chin, drawing me back so he could place a tender kiss on my temple. "Just thank you for always finding me, whether I like it or not." His grin was charmingly lopsided. My lips hovered above his, not quite kissing him, but close enough to feel his warmth. My skin tingled, heat rushing across my face, down my neck into my chest. "You'll never be alone in the dark again," I whispered. His eyes shut, a tremor working down his body. "But if you do somehow slip and fall, I'll be right behind you." Saying the words aloud cemented my faith, and while that frightened me to no end, I savoured the sense of belonging. I hated myself for ever thinking that my feelings for Jude were due to our shared power. I wouldn't doubt us again. Slipping my hand from Jude's neck, I brought it to his cheek, my fingertips grazing his coarse stubble. He leaned into me, eyes flickering shut, a sigh leaving him. "Promise me you won't do anything foolish if we fail. Like steal the Godslayer from my sheath and carve out the missing pieces for me to accept." He'd do it, too, without hesitation. Jude blinked in surprise. The golden sheen masking his eyes dimmed, morphing back to the ones I'd gotten to know and love. One brown and flecked with gold, the other chaotic and full of mystery. While I adored the golden light he radiated every so often, I preferred him like this, wholly himself. "I can't make you that promise," he whispered, and my heart plummeted. "But I can promise to do everything in my power to find another way first. I'd give anything to wake up beside you, to watch the rays of dawn slide over your face, welcoming you to the new day. That would be the ending I'd prefer, should I get to choose." Imagining waking up next to Jude, our limbs tangled together under silken sheets, the early sun casting light upon his naked torso, drove my pulse to dangerous levels. "I can't picture a better ending either," I said, my voice low and raspy. I wanted to curse his ability to render me nothing but a girl whose heart had been stolen. "Now, you'd better kiss me before—" Jude's lips silenced me. He held me like I was something fragile, his fingers in my hair, his hold firm yet soft. Every brush of his tongue sent shivers down my spine, and each of my exhales he captured for himself. "If we don't have much time," Jude drew back, panting, "then I best show you all the many, many wicked ways you've utterly ruined me." My mouth parted as his lips left mine, leisurely descending to graze my jaw, the column of my neck. A gasp left me when he reached my chest, leaving feather-like kisses in his wake. With every caress, every reverent touch, Jude spoke his adoration, his devotion. I greedily unbuttoned my shirt, wanting more, always more with him. Once I was free of my tattered shirt, the gold in his eyes eclipsed all else. He made a deep rumbling sound before worshipping my body, savouring me as he reached the band of my trousers. When he halted on the button, he grinned, his single dimple appearing utterly devilish. "Would you like me to show you another place I've been dying to kiss you, Kiara Frey?" Shit! If he kept saying words like that, my heart would give out. I shook my head up and down so hard I strained a muscle. "Then lie back." Jude languidly unbuttoned my pants, his calloused hands nimble as they slid over my hips. His eyes never left mine. "Let me worship you properly." I did as he asked, and I didn't speak when his mouth touched my sensitive flesh, but I bit my lip to keep from calling out his name loud enough for it to reach the mortal world and all the stars shining upon us.
Chapter 36. Jude. Unmailed letter from the capital of Siona to unknown recipient, year unknown. The boy is a thorn in my side, and yet I cannot help but respect him. I often equate him to a little brother, although our relationship is, at most times, strained. I want him to succeed. Maddox is a worthy soul. If only he'd realized that too. It was well into the next day when we reached an impasse. This particular tunnel was unlike all the others, filled with jutting levers and odd hooks, the passage considerably narrower than the ones before. The walls were veined in red, the glaring streaks marring the white marble. Crushed bones were scattered throughout, the only trace of the explorers that had ventured this far and failed. The farther we went, the fewer remains we had found. It wasn't a good sign. "I say we send Key and her shadows in first," Jake said, earning a glower from Liam. "How kind of you, Jake," Kiara said with a sigh. "I so adore being used as the battering ram." I interrupted before Jake could open his mouth and damn himself further. "Something is off about this one." My insides warmed, seeming to confirm my hesitation. I have a feeling her shadows aren't going to cut it." "Could it be a puzzle?" Liam scanned the route with keen interest. "You and your puzzles." Kiara ruffled her brother's hair, Liam swatting at her hands. "But no, I think this is the final section before we reach the palace, and I doubt the Moon God would play fair and provide rules." From what I'd pieced together, the placement of the various levers didn't have any rhyme or reason. There were no obvious crevices in the stone, and everything flowed seamlessly together. "Standing here is wasting time we don't have." Kiara travelled forward, making it 3 steps before Emilia huffed and trailed after. A line formed, all of us placing our feet exactly where Kiara stepped, mindful of any creaking sounds or shift in the air. Not even a wind blustered. Kiara's darkness soared ahead, caressing the stones, pressing at the levers with care. Nothing fired at her or sliced off her head, but that didn't mean I wasn't gritting my teeth and clenching my fists. She can handle her own, I reminded myself, but it took considerable effort to keep the protests from leaving my lips. Caring about someone would be the death of me. Not gods or magic or sinister temples. Just a girl who'd bewitched me. What a way to die. Halfway through, Kiara twisted around, smiling as though she'd been gifted a fresh cup of coffee. She waved about the passage and said, "See, nothing is happening." The floor shifted, moved, lifted. Liam shrieked as the patch of ground he stood upon launched straight into the air, faster than a hawk in flight. His cries echoed as the 3-foot slab climbed higher and higher, and the flailing lad did everything he could to stay balanced, to keep from teetering off the precarious ledge. At the back of our procession, I could only watch as Kiara rushed in his direction. I screamed her name a second before the ground in front of her dropped. Time froze as the marble split and a cloud of snowy dust choked my lungs. Kiara dove to the right, grasping at the smooth wall and narrowly avoiding slipping into the growing crevice. Suffocating fear made a home amidst my heating magic. That had been far too close, and I immediately regretted allowing her to lead, however insolent that made me. Every muscle ached to move, to do anything but stand still, watching uselessly. Observe, then act. It was what Isaiah ingrained in me, but fuck if I didn't want to dive headfirst for Kiara and damn the consequences. I had to remind myself I'd be no good to her if I triggered another snare and fell to my death. As I inched toward Kiara, the earth beneath Finn and Emilia rumbled. Dimitri wrapped his arms around the pair, holding on tight as the slab of stone they stood on lifted, rising higher than Liam's platform. "Stay where you are," I shouted, seeking a way out of this mess. Again, I couldn't discern any grooves or seams on the ground and the walls. Wait. I made out nearly imperceptible holes, no larger than the size of a pea, and of course every member of our group was stationed before one. "Update," Emilia barked from her position above. She gripped Finn's torso for dear life, Dimitri practically a human band of steel around them. They had about 3 feet to work with, and Finn was a large man. It wouldn't be long before one of them went plummeting off the side. "There are sensors in the wall," I said calmly, more so than I actually felt. I donned the role I'd grown familiar with, shoving down the panic, battling to break free. Poring over the slats for signs of additional hidden triggers, I gingerly crept forward. I'm not sure how they work, but they don't seem to be triggered by Kiara's shadows. "That's not very helpful," Jake groused. "Any good news, Commander? Or are we all just winging it here? Because as someone who typically enjoys winging it, I can say with all confidence I'd prefer not to at the moment." "I second that," Liam shouted. Kiara had gone rigid, but her eyes, they were wide and shifting in every direction. I recognized that look. It both thrilled and terrified me. "I have an idea," she shouted, a spark of cunning igniting her gaze. "Hurry," Liam griped. "You know I hate heights." She gave him a pointed look. "You're like 6 feet off the ground. Not the point." She studied the rest of the corridor as her shadows rolled off her shoulders in black waves. Her magic slithered ahead, lingering before each sensor, endeavoring to activate the next trap. When nothing happened, she squeezed her lids tight in concentration, her nose wrinkling. I watched with pride as her shadows spun with a golden sheen. A soft heat entered the space, and I recognized Rayna's gift working alongside her darkness. With my enchanted sight, I noted how her breathing turned erratic, her pulse point thumping wildly. An ominous click sounded. The floor below her outstretched magic collapsed, a gaping abyss at least 5 feet in width blocking the path to the temple. "I think it's activated by warmth. Body heat." She grinned, the gold in her shadows flaring in triumph. "Gods, my girl is brilliant." "Yay!" Jake groaned, his body trembling against the wall he leaned on. I made my way to him, slowly, and peered over the rift. There didn't appear to be a bottom, or not one I could make out. Kiara's combined magic snaked out and through the hall, each burning tendril swaying from side to side as she concentrated on using the foreign fire of a goddess. Her arms trembled with exertion, all of her attention aimed at commanding her newfound abilities. It truly was a sight to behold, and the scar across my chest fluttered pleasantly. An arrow whooshed into the air. It flew through her black and gilded clouds and struck the stone with a resounding ping. 3 more arrows blasted free, all clanging harmlessly against the opposite wall. The next sensor she triggered shook the entire cavern, and I realized too late what was happening. "No!" she screamed, her head twisting my way. The walls were closing in, moving to crush us. We wouldn't have time to trip all the sensors safely. We didn't have time to be careful. We had to move. Now. No longer hesitating, I sprinted to Liam's swaying platform and offered him my hand. Jake cautiously peeled away from the wall he leaned against and ran to Amelia and her men, his movements jerky and panicked. Together, we worked as one unit, communicating only with our eyes. Fear had united us, but it would not lead to our defeat. I opened my arms wide and allowed my thrashing magic to take the reins. It did so eagerly. A shimmering light bled from my skin, my entire frame glowing like my mind was sharpening with painful focus. Every muscle burned as energy tore through me, and the more it saturated my blood, the brighter the passage became, my body emanating light like a star in the night sky. Whatever we'd soon face, I would be ready. Jake's eyes flashed to me, the blue of his stare sparkling under the blanket of my power. His lips parted, but his hands never faltered, steadying Amelia as she descended from the platform. Finn came next, trailed by Dimitri, who required the encouragement of all 3 in order to take their hands and make the leap. It was chaos. The marble walls fractured as they slid closer together, stealing the precious space we'd need to make a run for the next corridor and to safety. From what I could see, the walls were solidly in place, only this hall working as a trap. With Kiara on the other side of the gap, I was the closest to Liam, and his only chance of survival. My muscles burned as I ran toward him. I threw out a hand when I was near enough, ignoring how his hesitation upset me. "Take it!" I commanded, struggling to snatch his shaking hand. His platform never ceased trembling, and it rocked uneasily back and forth, making it impossible for him to gain secure footing. "I can't!" He squeezed his eyes as if he might shut out the world. "I'm going to fall. "You'll die if you don't move," I said roughly. My body pulsated in time with my heartbeat, time dangerously ticking by. Strength infused me, a rush of adrenaline I used to shove at the wall closest to me. It halted, even moving back an inch or so. Gritting my teeth, I said, "Either jump or be crushed to death, but decide now." Immediately, Liam lowered to a crouch on weak knees. Letting go of the wall, I took my shot, leaping to snatch his wrist. With a hard yank, I brought him down. Before we collided with the stone, I propelled us into a roll, using my body to take the brunt of the fall as I cradled him. Liam landed on my chest with a muffled grunt. "The walls are getting closer," Kiara urged, her shadows spiraling out from her back, her face twisted with anxiety. She stood across the splintered rock, waving us on, shouting for her brother and me to run. The passage was tapering, closing in at a much faster pace, leaving but a few feet on either side. Footsteps pounded at my back, the others running to catch up. With Liam's hand in mine, I navigated the traps that had already been set off. When the chasm lay before us, I brought Liam to a stuttering halt. Even with my added light, I couldn't make out the bottom. "You better jump with me this time," I threatened, and Liam made a distressed sound of protest. I squeezed his clammy hand in mine and took the leap, compelling him to follow. His echoing scream pierced my eardrums, his grip painful. We landed gracelessly on the other side, both of us tumbling, scrambling for purchase. I heaved him to his feet as the walls groaned, taunting us with those final inches of life. Another foot had been lost. Emilia nimbly bounded across the gap, and Dimitri and Finn joined her, though Dimitri lost his balance, sending himself careening into Jake. I heard a distant crack. "After me!" Kiara was sprinting, her shadows leading by only a couple of feet. More arrows flew as the end neared. We were almost safe, nearly out of harm's way. Arrow after arrow fired in front of Kiara. Each glistening point whirled by mere inches from her face, and I swore I died every time. All I could do was hold on to Liam. He fought with me, braving his fear and struggling to reach his sister as he neared the corridor, but he wasn't fast enough. When he stumbled, I leaned down and dug my shoulder into his stomach. Heaving him up and over my back, I continued racing against time. 3 feet of room remained, the walls once again picking up speed. After lunging into the connecting hall, I gently lowered Liam and whipped around. My light washed across Emilia as she dove forward, safe. The walls scraped at Finn's broad shoulders as he wriggled to safety. His linen-clad arms grew dark with blood, the smell of copper potent. "Dimitri!" Finn called out from the protection of the adjoining tunnel. He screamed into the darkness. "Where are you, mate?" He should have been here by now. Had he tripped? Did a rogue arrow hit him? With my blazing sight brightening the dim tunnel, I finally spotted a slim form limping through a cloud of dust, his foot dragging behind his body. Shit. I thought I had heard the sound of a bone snap a minute before. "Dimitri's injured," I said numbly, rushing to the closing walls and attempting to pry them open, just as I'd shoved the wall back when rescuing Liam. This time, my magic waned, the power running low. Sweat slid down my forehead as I grunted with effort, but the stone refused to stop. If anything, it felt like they were moving faster. Without warning, Dimitri stopped. He stopped running and stood there, staring straight ahead, straight at me, the remains of my magic casting his gaunt face in an eerie glow. Chills raced down my spine, when he began to whistle a familiar tune, the sound broken. 2 tears dripped down his stubbled cheeks. 2 tears for 2 souls lost. He wasn't giving up. He was accepting his fate. Dmitri wouldn't have made it, even if he tried. Kiara screamed as Dmitri was crushed, his eyes still upward, his lips forming names I couldn't hear but knew. Bones crunched and blood sprayed, a macabre burst of red that would paint these walls for eternity. He never lowered his head. With a heartbreaking thud, the passageway closed, sealed together without a crease. The fox collapsed to her knees, a soft keening sound leaving her. Finn grasped her shoulder, wetness in his eyes. I prayed the man had returned to his lost family. Praying was all I could do. The temple had finally taken a life, and I couldn't help but sense it was hungry for more.
Chapter 37. Kiara. A Scythian proverb. We live 2 lives, one where we are made of flesh and bone, and the other where we are made of memories. I rose on unsteady limbs, unable to meet Jude's eye. Wrapping my arms tightly around myself, I worked to find my centre, to ground myself when I felt as if I were standing on the edge of a cliff in a storm. Not one of us had the nerve to speak. I'd seen death in the short time I'd been with the Knights, but Dimitri's death... Gods, the mere thought of it had bile rising. While I hadn't known the man for long, I sensed his loss, could feel the absence of him like a missing blade in my arsenal. But my pain was nothing compared to Finn's or Amelia's. Finn rubbed at his face, his eyes glassy and red, tear tracks staining his cheeks. He and Dmitri had been close. Jude's gaze locked on him, his body swaying as he raised a hand, silently debating, reaching out for the man. I wondered if he thought of Isaiah then, how he'd lost his friend in a similarly horrific way. Before Jude could act on his impulses, Amelia slipped into Finn's arms, her hands gripping fistfuls of his shirt. "He's with them," she said somberly, voice cracking. "He's with his family again." Finn swallowed thickly. "But we were his family too," he choked out. A tear slipped down his cheek. He just stopped. Why did he stop? He could have... No. Amelia grasped Finn's chin. He wouldn't have made it, and he knew this. Dmitri understood the risks when he accepted this mission. He chose to come. She sighed, resting her head on Finn's chest. He clutched her tightly, both arms wrapped like a band around her waist. His body shook with sobs. Jake and Liam bowed their heads, Liam uttering a soft prayer. I, however, glared at the space where the tunnel had been, anger seeping from my pores. It wasn't fair. Not that I expected the world to be kind. It wasn't in its nature. What destroyed me was how the world seemed to keep knocking down those who'd experienced more than their share of pain. Jude cleared his throat, his stare hardening as the commander in him assumed control. "We have to keep going," he said, grimacing at the callous words. There should have been more time to mourn, but that wasn't our reality. Time wasn't our friend. His jaw feathered and he glared at the wall, his hands curling into fists. He'd tried to stop it, tried holding the walls from colliding, but in the end he failed. I knew a part of him blamed himself. "Come on, Finn," Amelia coaxed, keeping an arm around his torso. Finn nodded curtly, mechanically. He wiped away his tears, though his cheeks remained damp. While her face betrayed nothing, I grasped that she needed his support as much as he did hers. I nodded my agreement, dazedly moving to the front. My anger continued to burn like an eternal flame. Jake ushered Liam after me, sparing Jude a glance to make sure he didn't lag. Jude's glow from earlier was diminishing, leaving only his eyes alight. His power had erupted, become something bright and fierce, but without the third piece of divinity, he couldn't maintain his strength. He looked beyond exhausted. My throat tightened, my eyes prickling. Before a tear fell, glimmering strands of onyx fluttered around my periphery, my shadows caressing me, petting my cheeks and hair. They were gentle, timid almost in their effort to soothe the tension tightening every muscle. I needed every ounce of confidence for what came next. "Be alert," I warned, my voice stiff. "There are no symbols I can see." My steps were forceful, each impact sending harsh vibrations up my legs. I couldn't bend, no. I had to remain strong for the others, to pretend that Dimitri's death wasn't ripping me apart from the inside out. When the final bend approached and we rounded the next corridor, all air in my lungs heaved out in a rush. I couldn't stop the slight tremble that racked my frame. The palace. We'd made it to the gates.
Chapter 38. Jude. Note found in the desk of the notorious Fox, City of Fortuna. I've spent my entire life seeking invaluable artifacts and treasures, hoping to fill a hole that can never be filled, and I've gone and screwed up the one thing I actually gave a damn about. Beyond the looming gates was a set of double doors the size of 10 men. The smooth silver sides were trimmed with diamonds, each striking gem perfect in cut and clarity. A copper moon hung over the apex where the doors joined, the metal hammered, the tiny dips and grooves reminiscent of crumpled parchment that had been unfurled. "Who wants to go first?" Jake inquired, clearly not offering to do it himself. Covered in blood and riddled with scrapes, we were all ragged and exhausted, and in no mood to open a door that was guaranteed to lead to more misfortune. Unsurprisingly, there weren't any eager hands being raised. The talisman we needed had to be hidden somewhere in this palace, the key to our salvation tauntingly within reach. We'd summon the god and be done with this, whatever way it eventually ended. No point in delaying fate. I kicked open the doors with my boot. Glittering white dust descended from above like falling snow. Bells chimed from somewhere deeper in the heart of the palace, a harp and lute joining together to form a disquieting melody. I grasped Kiara's wrist as she stepped forward to enter, and I shook my head. After I failed to save Dimitri, there'd be no argument that I was going in first. Still, I felt her glare burn the side of my face. The luminous powder continued to fall, coating my entire body as I stepped through. I saw nothing at all for horrifying seconds, my limbs numb as a whispering voice danced across my mind. It was muffled and tinny, but it sounded strangely familiar. When the dust settled, so did the voice. I'd entered a grand foyer, larger than the one in Siona's palace. Velvet lounges and fine chairs were dispersed without order, positioned beside tables covered in trinkets or dishes burdened with flaky pastries. The crystal glasses were filled with amber liquid, bubbles rising to the top with a soft hiss. I craned my neck, taking in the carved walls, depictions of the stars and the constellations etched by an artist's hand. Not 1 inch of the space had been left untouched, yet even the walls couldn't compete with the focal point of the room, the grand marble staircase. Twisting metal vines formed a delicate banister winding up to the second-floor landing. I couldn't make out much, a thick fog twirling playfully at the top of the steps, shielding my view of what lay ahead. Moonlight touched my skin, prompting me to look up past the grandeur of the foyer. There was no roof to shield the open sky, the star-laden heavens clear and gleaming. While stunning, a nearly perceptible air of dread smothered its beauty. I could taste it on the tip of my tongue, its bitterness a warning. I reached for my blade, only to notice my clothing was not my own. Luminous black boots rose to my calves, and my trousers were spun of the softest black fabric. A silver belt wound about my waist, and a crisp white shirt with mother-of-pearl buttons climbed to my throat. My weapons, along with all I'd brought with me into the temple, were on my person, but the sheath that carried my blade was a fine leather. Footsteps pounded, the sound of others entering the palace causing eerie echoes to fill the cavernous space. I spun around. Like mine, my companions' filthy attire had been replaced, their faces wiped clean of grime. Yet the only one I noticed was Kiara. Everyone else blended into the background. Her bright red hair shined, and intricate braids crowned her head. Kohl lined her eyes, bringing out the amber in them, her lips painted a deep plum. My mouth parted when I took in her clothing. Silk trousers clung to her hips, showing off every curve perfectly. Her top was cinched, a seamless corset with a V neckline. A black ribbon was tied around her neck, securing a gauzy train that drifted behind her, the gentle wind picking up its ends. Her sheath shifted locations to her thigh, the Godslayer blade on proud display. In the span of a second, I'd forgotten our mission, forgotten what I'd done these last weeks, and entirely failed to recall even my own name. "Gods," I breathed, entranced. "You look ridiculous," she huffed, her face scrunched in annoyance. I walked up to her and pressed my finger against her wrinkling nose. "No, you look like a heartbreak waiting to happen." I traced her lower lip with my thumb, the plum shade garnering my entire focus. Her lips parted, warmth tickling my skin. She swallowed thickly, and my gaze fell to the delicate column of her throat. "I think I look lovely as well." I flinched at the sound of Jake's voice. He shouldered between us, flashing his silver jacket. White threads spun decadently along the hem. His dark hair had been pushed back and styled, and a hint of kohl lined his lower lids, bringing out the intense blue of his irises. "You would be prancing around and admiring your clothing at a time like this," Kiara scolded, even as a gentle laugh escaped. Liam walked into the center of the room, standing uncomfortably beside his sister, itching at the stiff material of his clothing. He wore something similar to Jake, although the top buttons of his shirt had been undone, his curl still effortlessly careless and grazing the collar's high back. It lent him a roguish look that Jake seemed to appreciate. He couldn't look away, and when Kiara groaned, shoving him closer to her brother, he happily obliged. "If you insist," Jake called over his shoulder. Emilia and Finn came last, my mother wearing loose-fitting trousers and a white tunic, her short hair appearing wet, styled out of her face to expose all her sharp angles. "As if this couldn't get any worse," she mumbled, brushing at her new clothing with a lethal scowl. That scowl deepened as she surveyed the luxurious foyer, her painted lips thinning. She clutched her bag, which had transformed into the color of midnight, the material a matching silk. Ripping it open, she rifled through, relaxing when she discovered all her possessions remained. "What's that?" Kiara rushed past, aiming for a glass side table, positioned next to an elaborate lounger large enough to fit 3. She picked up a single folded piece of parchment. "You've made it this far. Dine and drink before we change the world," she read aloud. "What does that mean?" On cue, the music I'd heard when I first entered played a song too ethereal and airy to have been performed by mere mortals. The despondent chords of a harp descended from the second story, a lute soon joining in, both instruments creating a melody that reminded me of the sensation of free falling. Lovely. A welcome party to our own funeral. "It's obviously a trap," Liam remarked dryly. "I've read enough books to know a trap when I see it. The haunting music is a nice touch, though." Kiara made a face. "I thought you stuck to reading science and math texts." Liam's brow furrowed. I'd have thought you would have discovered my secret stash of adventure and romance books. I'm disappointed. The music swelled, compelling us toward the stairs and all the mysteries we sought. My heart pounded, my feet itching to move, to give in and feel the vibrations of the song. We left a world of ugly nightmares for one with beautiful lies. Amelia shook her head. Her eyes were clouded, the same as the others. I don't see any choice but to head up, but be on your guard. This place has to be enchanted. She frowned, looking at her fine clothing. Well, obviously it's enchanted, but more than that, it makes me want to dance, Kiara supplied with a grimace. And drink and dine and smile. She shuddered. Jake's expression sobered. Definitely not good, then. Kiara glided to the stairs, her gauzy train rippling and moving with each step. She grasped the silver banister, her hands aglow with magic, light reaching out to brush against her onyx and navy scars. Peering over her shoulder, she asked, Well, are you coming?
Chapter 39. Kiara. Excerpt from Assyrian Lore, A Tale of the Gods. Not much is known about the moon god, but he is notorious for his love of dreams, where mortals may experience just a touch of a god's power. This wasn't a temple or a palace. It was a dream. I all but floated up the steps, the music luring me closer, urging my pace to quicken. The longer the ethereal song played, the more weightless I became. I watched myself move forward as if I were hovering above my body, my silk trousers gleaming beneath the radiance of the over-bright moon. It was so brilliant and welcoming, demanding my devotion. Someone hooked their elbow through mine, tugging me into a solid chest. I smelled a familiar earthen scent, and it invaded my mind until it transported me to a memory. A dream of a memory trapped in a blanket of mist. Kiara? I whirled around, finding Jude's face scrunched in concern. What's wrong? Nothing, I said too quickly. Just that I'm being seduced by the damn moon. I could tell he didn't believe me. Jude's hand returned to my waist, his grip firm, his steadying touch grounding me in reality. He didn't let go as we allowed Amelia to take charge, guiding us up the grand stairway. Everything felt wrong. I felt wrong, and the worst part was knowing things were about to get worse. The higher we climbed, the more my pulse hammered in my throat, right beside the delicate ribbon tied there. Cold sweat banded my brow, and I slipped my finger under the satin and gave it a jerky tug. The damned thing was choking me, forcing me to focus on every nervous swallow. Jude paused and noted where I fought to free myself. He pulled out his blade and gently glided it beneath the fabric. The sharpened tips sliced through, and the gauzy train and black ribbon fell from my shoulders. It slipped down the steps, rippling like water. I exhaled, swallowing thickly as I clutched my bare throat. There, he murmured, sheathing his blade. Now you won't be hindered when you go on a murdering spree. The corners of his lips quirked, and that heavy feeling in my gut lessened. He was putting on an act for me. One I appreciated. There's something up here, Amelia shouted, a level above us. We sprinted up the stairs after her, only to stumble to a halt when our boots struck the 7th floor landing. It had been demolished, the stairs blocked by rubble mixed with glittering amethyst stones the size of my head. The thief dipped down and swiped a finger across one of them. This was recent, she mused. Not all the dust has even settled yet. He knows we're here, and he may be watching us already. We had to find the talisman and trap him. If only we knew what it looked like. Without a path around the debris, we had no choice but to return to the 6th floor. Our boots thudded and echoed in the circular tower, no one making an effort to maintain stealth. Time was moving quicker than sand in an hourglass. Hells, it was more like water in an hourglass. We burst beyond the 6th landing and into an antechamber of dazzling copper. It made up the walls, the ornaments, the flooring. The moon's light didn't reach this room, and sconces were lit throughout, though they barely cast a steady glow. Darker furnishings decorated the space, though they weren't polished like the ones on the 1st floor, a thin coating of dust dulling their shine. I peered around, shivering when I noticed dozens of portraits, all depictions of a man wearing different faces but possessing the same eyes. Grey irises so light and piercing I shivered. Some of the renderings portrayed him in a sombre daylight, others cast him in a sheen of moonlight, his face a masterpiece of joy and unattainable perfection. I noted how his smile lifted more with every illustration, as if he had a secret he was finally preparing to share with the world. Jude lingered by one, a painting of the hooded god, only his eyes visible. He lifted his finger and traced the grey eyes with a frown. He said nothing as I gripped his hand and pushed on, though he glanced over his shoulder once more. I wondered what he saw that had given him pause, but save for Liam's ragged breaths, all was silent as we strolled through the gallery, and I was too on edge to break the hush. I felt watched. Every painting we passed possessed eyes that appeared to follow us, the subject trapped within the frame unnervingly lifelike. Relief swept through me as we turned a corner into a new hall, this one thankfully devoid of unnerving portraits. Numerous closed doors were erected on either side, all adorned with a silver crescent moon for a handle. Embedded diamonds shined from the metal, their clear radiance in stark contrast with the deep warmth of the copper walls. The voice of caution I so often ignored urged me not to open any of them, no matter how my curiosity begged. They felt sacred and dangerous. My dark magic lifted in my chest whenever we passed one, like it craved whatever lay on the other side. Another reason I held back. Frost trickled down my spine and I shuddered. I craned my neck, half expecting someone to be standing behind me. There was no one. Jude gently nudged me, a question in his eyes. "Be careful," I warned, shaking off the sensation of that glacial touch. "I feel like something is in here with us, watching." My words were hardly above a whisper, but Jude nodded and tightened his fingers around mine. A door lay at the end of the grand hall, and this time I wasn't strong enough to ignore its influence. This one lured me with the promise of a new tomorrow. The knob was reminiscent of a full moon, tiny pieces of opal flecking the otherworldly white stone. The surface itself glowed from within, the chipped gems radiating tiny pinpricks of light across the walls. It reminded me of hundreds of twinkling stars. My body vibrated with raw energy. We were so close to the moon god's inner sanctum I could practically taste the ancient power of his magic saturating the air. My shadows flickered at my fingers as if in confirmation. Undoubtedly, it was a trap, but it didn't matter. We'd made it this far and there was no other way but forward. Jude manoeuvred in front of me protectively, earning an eye roll that he couldn't see. His body was tense, and even through his fine jacket I perceived how his muscles strained. "Stand back," he said, advice that I entirely ignored. Placing his hand on the knob, he rotated his wrist. Gradually it creaked open, an ominous screech that had the tiny hairs on my arms rising to attention. Nothing happened. No demon or monster tumbled out to grab us, no pointed teeth aimed at our throats. Just spine-chilling silence. I tugged on Jude's hand. The stubborn man resisted, trying and failing to angle his body before mine. He let out a deep groan of frustration when I sidled next to him. He knew he'd lost. 100 heartbeats passed until we walked through. Purple light, the colour of the softest midnight blooms, swathed the enclosure, coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. There were no moon or stars above, the domed roof made of lustrous steel blocking our view. Rather than loungers and elegant tables and chairs, there were piles of silver coins. Among the mortal riches dispersed about were weapons, books, and figurines. I spotted a bow and a quiver of arrows with Malaya's crest nearly hidden under a pile of lush fur pelts, the body of the arrows framed by a circlet of the richest red. The pelts themselves were free of symbols, though I couldn't help but sense a divine quality to them, the luscious brown shifting to russet and back with each new blink. Arlo's sigil was branded across some of the nearby books, 3 stalks of grain sprouting from the underside of a deep V. I could imagine his anger if he'd discovered them here. Arlo had always been protective of his weapons, and books were weapons by themselves. The moon god, he'd stolen the sacred tools of his fellow gods, but why? I spun around to voice my suspicions just as the door slammed shut behind us, vanishing entirely into smooth stone as if it were never there at all. Fuck! Don't just stand there! Amelia shouted, rushing into action. Look for another way out! She flung aside priceless treasures like they meant nothing, and even Finn grimaced when she knocked over a glass sculpture that would have gathered a respectable amount of coin. Help me! She snapped, and I'd never seen Liam move as quickly as he did when she cast her trenchant stare his way. A whirring noise that sounded like pattering rain drowned out my thudding heartbeat. Sand! Jake yelled, pointing a trembling finger to a statue of Silas, the water god, his wizened face and muscled body framed by stone waves. Behind it, sand trickled out from a hidden spout, the colour unusual in the way it shifted shades, from grey to blue to lilac. A lever clicked somewhere out of sight, and more of the sand rushed out and into the space from the other side, knocking over a pile of Arlo's books in the process. We need to get higher up, I said calmly, even if calm was the farthest emotion from my grasp. Arlo had taught me that showing fear could bring it about in others, and sometimes a good leader had to be strong for the men they led, even if it felt damn near impossible. 20 feet away, a stack of coins formed a massive mountain of wealth. I motioned in its direction, screaming at my friends to climb. We could figure out a way to get out of here, but not if we suffocated under this sea of sand first. Jake's eyes bulged in his head. I practically dragged him over, and even with a not-so-gentle shove onto the pile of coins, he still hesitated to climb. Jude snatched my hand and forced me higher, his other hand gripping Liam. Whenever my brother stumbled and coins skittered out from beneath his boots, Jude caught him and eased him back into place with a care that would have warmed my heart had it not been beating erratically. "There's something up here!" I tilted my head, discovering Amelia already past us all. Damn, she was quick. She'd nearly made it to the top of the pile and was pointing wildly at the ceiling. I focused my attention on where she directed, finding the oddest sight. There was a handle fashioned like a crooked star in the very centre of the dome above our heads. Surrounding it were crisp seams, the lines forming a rectangular shape. A door! Amelia jumped, fruitlessly aiming for the handle, attempting to wrench open the portal. She huffed each time she missed. Coins flew every time she landed, a couple smacking me in the face. Below, the sand had thoroughly coated the chamber's floor, rising steadily, making its way up. At the rate it had poured into the room, we wouldn't have much longer before it buried us. Jude and I reached the summit just as Finn hauled himself up, his footing tremulous due to his weight and the ever-shifting coins. He leapt for the handle, and as he was over 1.5 feet taller than Amelia, he managed to open the door on his 3rd try. Finn eased Amelia onto his shoulders and she grasped the edges of the frame, pure darkness welcoming her from above. With a grunt she thrust up and through the entry. I held my breath, terrified we'd made a mistake and that the door led to nowhere. Or worse. A hand lowered down through the opening. "Come on!" Amelia called, waving her arm around. "Someone grab hold!" The walls violently shook, the ground rocking back and forth. Fissures formed and stones plummeted, the entire room set to erupt. I watched in relief as Amelia took my brother's hand, Jake keeping him steady as they assisted him. I released my breath when he vanished. He called out for Jake a second later. Finn supported Jake's weight, guiding him to the others, but Finn's muscled arms shook, his exhaustion evident. "Go, Kiara," Jude commanded. Heat emanated from his skin, his magic awakening. "You better be right behind me." "Always," he rasped, his eyes molten. The bodyguard whirled on me, his deep brown skin covered in sweat. He held out his arm, waiting for me to take it. I peeked at Jude, wavering, not trusting that he wouldn't do something heroic and foolish if I went before him. "I'm not leaving you," Jude said, his voice weighted with conviction. His nostrils flared as his words penetrated my doubts. "We finish this together." I would have grinned had we not been in yet another life-or-death situation. Maybe I'd gotten through to the stubborn boy after all. Finn grasped my outstretched hand as the chamber hissed and moaned and something ominous creaked. As I was flung up and into the air, I heard another groan followed by a whoosh. A new spout must have opened. "Hurry the hells up, child!" Amelia cried, swinging her arm about. I had no choice but to close the gap and snatch it. Her lean fingers locked around mine, and with surprising strength she hauled me over. I landed in a circular room, my divine vision awarding me sight. But I didn't linger on the new room or the peculiar door that stood at its centre. I twisted back, readying to assist Jude. Amelia extended her hand, and the commander hastily glanced between us. Sand gradually rose, now mere feet from grazing the bottom of Finn and Jude's boots. He gritted his teeth and lunged without Finn's aid, snagging both our hands and squeezing tight. Liam grabbed my waist to steady me, Jake doing the same for Amelia. "I got you!" Amelia promised her son. I could see her muscles strain beneath her silken clothes, but a fire not born of magic brightened her eyes. She shrieked as she yanked herself back. He tumbled to the ground at my side, his power surging, lighting the space around us in a warm gold. But we weren't safe, not yet. "Finn!" The fox hovered above the open door, and Jude replaced me to offer his hand to the bodyguard. Finn was sweating profusely, his chest heaving. The sands were less than 1 foot away and rising swiftly. "Come on, you fool, jump!" Amelia was panting, wetness lining her eyes. "We've been through worse and I can't lose!" She stopped there, biting her lip. Instead she screamed, "Take my hand!" Finn groaned as he reached up, but he missed her flailing fingers by less than an inch. He tried again, once more. On the 3rd attempt, he made contact. Jude grasped his other wrist, and I held on to his forearm. Jude shouldered all of Finn's weight, but his mother wouldn't relinquish her hold. Together, they gradually eased him up, and in a minute The sand touched the bottom of his boot. I'd seen a lot of grisly things in the past few weeks, but never before had I seen a man's foot crumble to dust. Finn's screech was heard in the depths of my soul, his grip on Amelia and Jude loosening, his face turning a sickly shade of grey. As the sand climbed, it ate away at his heel, the polished leather of his shoe dissolving to dust. There was no blood, no dripping red to emphasize the absence of his foot. It was as though the sand cauterized the wound while it greedily consumed his body. "No!" Amelia lurched backward, moving him inches higher. The sand had passed his ankle, and Finn's eyes shuttered, his throaty screams a thing of nightmares. "Not you!" Amelia cried, tears freely dripping down her sharp cheeks. "I can't lose you too!" Finn's eyes were closed, the man likely passing out due to the pain. "Mother, you need to let go!" Jude screamed. He'd never called her mother with such sincerity before, and if she heard the endearment, she didn't let on. She couldn't look away from Finn, and her hand refused to release his. Her love for Finn was a tangible thing, and it bolstered my strength, inciting my shadows to unfurl as I moved into place between Jude and Amelia. Night rushed from my shoulders and surged from my palms, fully enveloping Finn. In all the chaos, I remembered something Arlo had told me years ago, back when he pretended to be my uncle. "Panic is a weakness you can't afford," he grunted one day during practice. "The only way to overcome your doubt is to center yourself. If your mind is off balance, your body will be too." I might feel anger toward the Earth God for his deceit, but his teachings taught me how to be strong, and strong I'd be now. As my magic gripped Finn, holding his heavy weight, I shut out Amelia's cries and the whooshing noise of the poisonous sand. I pictured a glen that belonged to me and my brooding commander. In that very place, I'd exposed my deepest self and found a peace I hadn't believed possible. From somewhere in the background, Jude whispered my name. Even with my mind working to command my magic and pull Finn to safety, I could feel his warm exhales fan across my cheek. A great tug jerked me forward, but hands were once more around my middle, keeping me centered. My brother, without a doubt. "Kiara!" I opened my eyes. A gust of wind and night sent me barreling back, the glen torn from my thoughts. I tumbled onto my hands and knees, struggling to glance up, hoping I hadn't failed another person. Amelia's shout reached me. Finn lay in her arms, unconscious and still except for the subtle lift and fall of his chest. Liam shoved the door closed with a grunt, his breaths agonizing wheezes. "He's alive," Amelia sobbed, hugging Finn's head to rest over her heart. He's breathing." Jude hovered above his mother, watching as she clung to Finn. An indiscernible look passed across his features before his focus landed on me. I'd done it. I used my shadows and bent them to my will. My darkness hadn't killed. It saved.
Chapter 40. Jude. Unmailed letter from the Fox, year 45 of the curse. I left my heart on a doorstep in Menna 19 years ago. I miss it with every passing day, and I wish I'd been brave enough to realize I could have been enough for you. My mother was crying. It struck me as such a peculiar sight that I didn't react right away. Kiara did. She worked her arms around Amelia, who still hadn't released Finn, and pushed herself against my mother's chest, the silk of her corset absorbing the overflowing tears. They'd run rampant, unrestrained, as they trickled down from her coal-smudged eyes. Kiara shushed into Amelia's ear, running her scarred hand up and down her cheek. I hadn't moved since we'd bolted the door. Neither had Jake or Liam. They bowed their heads, unable to look upon the wounded bodyguard. As I watched the mother I'd never known cry over the man she'd loved, another thought struck me. She'd given up so much for this mission, prepared to lose everything. Amelia had enlisted those closest to her, knowing how treacherous this endeavour would be. And she'd done it for me. In that raw moment where streaks of misery and relief wet her ruddy cheeks, I saw her for the first time. Broken, flawed, human. Somewhere along the way, whether it was before Raina delivered her the truth or after, my mother had been shattered. Hells, I'd been broken, but I also had support in Isaiah, and now Kiara. Finn was hers. I'd been wrong to assume that my mother was an unfeeling wench, a woman without remorse. She'd left me because she was frightened, and I suspected being the daughter of a fallen goddess hadn't been easy. Moving from town to town to avoid suspicion, never knowing who or what you were, and a mother who likely thought her distance would protect her child. It must have been incredibly lonely. I hadn't realized I'd moved until I stood before her. Tentatively, I reached around Emilia's waist, easing her to my chest, my hands drifting up her back. She must have sensed it was me, because she melted in my arms, her grip on my shirt fierce as she fisted the material. She whispered my name and repeated the same word over and over again, until it echoed like a grief-riddled mantra. Sorry. Neither Jake nor Liam interrupted, the boys delving deeper into the recesses of the dimly lit room. I detected no imminent danger, so I indulged, allowing myself to hold the woman that gave me life, a slowly rousing Finn resting between us. Emilia continued to repeat the lone word, and the final time she murmured it, I responded. I understand, I sighed, meaning it. I didn't forgive her, not yet. I wasn't a saint, but I understood. It's all right. I shushed her as Kiara had done, and she sobbed harder after my admission. The minutes slipped by, one joining the other, time a distant, flimsy thing. Only when Emilia sniffled and drew away did I allow my arms to fall. Coldness greeted me, replacing her warmth, and the lost child in me wanted to run back into her embrace. Emilia brought her red-streaked stare to me, the subtle glow of my eyes shedding light upon every fallen and smothered tear. We didn't say another word to each other, nothing cliché or sentimental, and that was all right. Instead, she took one of my hands in hers and squeezed. Such a simple thing, and yet years of hatred and blame and anger slipped from me like forlorn sighs. It seems like the sand cauterized Finn's wound, Kiara observed, stepping into view, her luminous strands catching the golden rays of the lingering magic seeping from my skin. Her braided hair had come nearly undone, loose tendrils falling into her eyes, the ends slipping down to graze her stained top. I imagined the pristine silk would soon be marked with blood. Jude, maybe you and Emilia can help transport him, she suggested. Kiara scanned the small room, doubt causing her to chew her bottom lip. I don't know what else is in store for us if we remain here. Jake reached into Finn's discarded satchel and produced a box of matches. He walked over to where two sconces were bracketed to the wall and lit a spark, holding the match until the flames caught on the wick. The meagre light glanced off a metal doorway encased in shadows. The next door, and hopefully the final room. I'll help carry him, Emilia said stiffly, her familiar mask sliding into place. I wouldn't have known she had been crying, if not for the redness of her eyes or the wetness still drying on her rosy cheeks. She clenched her jaw and tilted her head to the doorway. Kiara gave us room as I shifted a groaning Finn from my mother's arms. He was heavy and barely cognizant, but with Emilia on his other side, we managed to carry him with greater ease. My girl had drifted toward the dim, beyond the light of the flames. This door feels different, Kiara said, apprehension darkening her words. I cast my gaze forward, the subtle light I exuded, allowing the others to take in the finer details. Several moons were etched onto its unblemished silver surface, tiny inlaid gems of blue and purple, sparkling like vibrant stars. The metal lit up brilliantly. Kiara released a sudden gasp. "What is it?" I asked, my adrenaline spiking. In my grasp, Finn jerked, his pulse growing stronger. "It's guarded. I can practically taste the magic coming off of it," she explained. I frowned. I didn't perceive the enchantment she spoke of, and that worried me. Liam crouched next to his sister. The pair of them worked together, each gripping their chins in thought. They had similar mannerisms, and I even caught sight of Liam's nostrils flaring at the same moment as hers. Liam leaned forward to inspect a larger piece of gemstone. Lifting his hand, he aimed for the twinkling stone. A brilliant flare erupted the instant his finger connected, forcing us all to shield our eyes against the onslaught of blazing light. Kiara's shadows whirled from her shoulders, enfolding her brother. The light went out as quickly as it appeared. Finn grunted as if in pain, and Amelia immediately whispered in his ear, calming him as his eyes fluttered halfway open. "What the hells was that?" Kiara yelled, grabbing for her brother's hand. He winced. "Your finger is fucking blue, Liam." Liam's finger, the one he'd used to touch the door, was indeed blue. He grimaced when she flipped it around to examine the unusual wound. It reminded me of frostbite. A few of my soldiers had lost their fingers and toes when we'd ventured to the far north during the dark winter a few years back, hoping to squash a rebel uprising. "And it hurts, so there's that," Liam said with a strained smile. He tried to yank his hand back, but his sister wouldn't allow it. "Amelia, do you have anything you could use to wrap it up?" she asked tightly, her worry bleeding into her voice. Before the fox could answer, Jake jumped into motion, searching the contents of her satchel. He came away with a roll of fresh linen. Kiara hovered like a mother hen as Jake assumed control, and only when he scowled at her did she give them room. "Let me know if it's too tight," Jake said gently to Liam, his tone not one I'd heard before. Cautiously, he wound the linen around Liam's finger, taking great efforts to be careful. When he finished, I watched in shock as Jake leaned down to press a kiss to Liam's injury. He held on to him long after the job was finished. Jake had grown attached, his usual swagger absent when Liam faced any sort of danger. I wondered if it was new for him, the intense concern. "I got him, Key. Go on." Jake motioned to the door. She lingered on her brother, but finally she tore herself away, knowing he would be safe in Jake's arms. She stared upon the portal's surface for far too long for my comfort before whirling around. "Fuck!" she cursed harshly, frustration evident in her eyes. "Was that a good fuck or a bad fuck?" Jake asked, with another furtive peek at Liam. "Take a lucky guess," she mumbled as she caught my gaze. "I'm the only one that can enter." "Hells no. And why's that?" I grated out, my muscles instantly tensing. Before she could reply, a howling wind swept through, blowing our hair and whipping at our fine clothes. It came from nowhere and everywhere, and Kiara's lips parted in alarm. "Can you hear them?" Kiara canted her head, moving frighteningly close to the door. "There are so many." "So many what?" "They sound like prayers," she mused, blinking rapidly as if in a trance. "Not all of them belong here. Some are calling out for Lorien or Silas, to the other gods and goddesses." That made no sense. We were in the moon god's temple. Only his prayers should be heard. "Malaya," Jake began softly, his brow scrunched. "Back in the Pastoria forest, she told us she didn't have the same power as before, the same abilities. I wonder if—" "He's stealing prayers." Everyone turned to Kiara. "The god of the moon, he has to be stealing them to weaken the others. Prayers hold power, and without them—" She trailed off, not needing to finish her thought. We all knew. If the moon god was robbing the deities of their prayers, then he'd be unstoppable, and it would explain why they hadn't banded together to take him down. Emilia, who'd been silent until now, said, "The conniving bastard." She shook her head in disgust. "The prayers directed to the other gods haven't been answered in many years. At least, I don't hear about the miracles like I used to. That's why most people pray to the moon god, why they feel as if the rest of the immortals abandoned their people." Kiara nodded. "And this door, it's enchanted, sealed, so only the moon god or his creations can enter." She bit the inside of her cheek. "It reminds me of the forest when I was little. Of the shadow beast," Liam finished for her. His sister squeezed her eyes in reply. She'd already faced her greatest fear, and I understood how much it had wrecked her. But she was right. As much as I despised it, Liam's injury was the proof. "That's why it has to be you," I said, hating every word. Wetness glistened in her eyes, and when she gazed upon me, it felt final. She held my stare. "If any of you enter, you'll die."
Chapter 41. Kiara. Excerpt from Assyrian Lore, A Tale of the Gods. The treasures of the gods are disguised as everyday objects. They hold immense power, infused with magic by the deities themselves. While impressive, none are as remarkable or as elusive as Arlo's looking glasses, mirrors crafted during the birth of the world. They display the owner's greatest fears and most ambitious desires. Too late is it discovered that they expose nothing but lies. Jude's searing gaze burned into me. I looked anywhere but at him. Truth was, looking at Jude now, knowing what could happen, I was terrified I'd walk through that portal and never come back, that this, here in this cursed tomb, would be the final time I'd see his hauntingly handsome face. Liam was arguing with me, his voice a distant screeching in the background. Only my heartbeat thudded clearly, pounding away in my ears, fraying my already unravelled nerves. Jake joined in on the yelling, but my attention stayed locked on the door that would either lead me to salvation or damn me to the underworld. I was a creature of both light and dark, and only I could do this. Through all my inner turmoil, the steady throbbing of my scar remained constant, reminding me that Jude was right there, at my side, waiting. "Look at him," I scolded. "This might be the last time." As much as I didn't wish to think that way, I had to. If I did die, then what would happen to the sliver of power inside of me? Sounds came rushing back as reality settled in like an intolerable itch. The blade. Reaching down, I slipped my fingers around its hilt and retrieved the one tool that could slay a god. I looked at Jude. Hardly any emotion showed in his expression, and his ethereal glow diminished until I could make out the traces of gold dotting his brown iris. Even his left eye had returned to its cloudy blue-white haze. The pain scrunching his features froze me in place. This next step was bigger than us. We stood on the precipice of salvation, our realm finally being brought back into the light, children with full bellies and fields thriving with healthy crops. If I didn't make it, Jude needed the Godslayer. He wouldn't rest until our enemies were struck down. He'd find a way to save our people from vengeful gods. We locked eyes as I offered him the blade I'd kept secure throughout our little journey, the onyx metal vibrating. He hesitated, like I knew he would, his lips twisting. He understood why I presented him with the cursed weapon now. I let out a relieved sigh when Jude grasped the handle. He tucked the weapon into his jacket, his eyes searing into mine. I never expected to find Jude on the day of the calling, never expected to journey into the mist with him and fall for the sensitive and caring man behind the mask of death. And how could I not? I glanced at his old scars, the ones he'd received before his magic awoke. He hated them, the red slashes given to him by his father. He was just a boy when he'd been injured, and he had to look in the mirror every single day and be reminded of the man who called him worthless. While Jude beheld a monster, I saw a man who rose above pain and brutality, who stepped into the flames and fought his way to the other side. He may believe it was his trauma that marked him, but I saw only his strength, his beauty. "Do you trust me?" I asked, lifting onto my toes to touch my temple to his. His arms were around me, the action instinctive. "Always," he replied, his voice cracking. "When I return with what we need, we'll finish this together," I said. "We'll figure a way to save us both, and then we'll have that ending you're so fond of." I felt his lips quirk into a smile, and I melted, shutting my eyes. A pleasant warmth flared in my chest, and in my mind it was just us and the rising sun and all the possibilities laid out, ours for the taking. In this dream I wore armor that gleamed gold, and Jude, he was radiant in a tunic of ivory with gilded threads, a warrior and a god. I let myself envision the future I desperately desired, and in return my scar seared bright and unapologetic. It didn't hurt, but it overwhelmed in a way that reminded me of how love felt. Jude drew back, his finger moving to my chin so he could hold me captive with his trenchant gaze. "I trust in you, I do. But I swear to all the gods, Kiara, if you don't come back through that door, I will raze this entire realm to the ground." "So bossy." Jude shook his head, strands of black hair falling low over his temples. "I love you, Kiara Frey," he whispered, barely loud enough for me to hear. "You have years of ruining me to do yet." It wasn't a demand so much as a plea, and it knocked down the final wall barricading my heart. I love you, Jude Maddox," I said, finally releasing the words that had been trapped. I should have spoken them aloud 100 times, and yet they'd always failed to form on my tongue, even though my actions relayed what my voice could not. Perhaps I hadn't considered myself worthy, or maybe I'd been too fearful of what would happen should I make this real, terrified it would be taken the second I put my love into the universe. But I said those 3 words now, and a great relief whispered through my soul. My heart felt light. His face went slack, a breath whooshing from his lungs. I glimpsed a matching relief spreading across his harsh features, his eyes wide with yearning, with a happiness that would surely vanish the moment I gave him my back. Before Jude could form a response, I severed contact, looking to the others who watched on quietly. Liam swallowed thickly, trying his best to smile. Jake, holding my brother in his arms, his eyes gleaming with unshed tears. And the fox, who held Finn steady, dipped her chin in encouragement. My body felt too hot, the sudden flush causing my hands to shake. I brushed it aside as nerves, knowing deep down it was a lie. Something had shifted when I told Jude I loved him, and while the curse didn't break and the world wasn't cast in light, not that we could see it from inside the temple, it felt like the start of a great change. Not that it mattered. I still had to finish this by myself. I sucked in a deep breath and pressed against the handle, and then I walked through. Chapter 42. Kiara. Excerpt from Assyrian Lore, A Tale of the Gods. The moon is seen as a beacon of hope, yet it rises at a time devoted to nightmares and brutal truths, and the sun, while it provides a sense of safety, shines a light on the humans when they're at their most cruel. The world was white and bleached of all colour. Fog swirled around my boots, around my silk-clad trousers. I took a step, peering at the ground, trying to discern what I stood on, but I might as well have been walking on a cloud. I could see nothing but the white glow surrounding me, and the only sounds were the whispering of prayers, the words too light and airy to make out. 5 more steps, and I saw a staircase. The steps led up, higher than I could see, so steep it might as well have been a ladder. Wind whistled in my ears, the lilting melody a taunt of Dimitri's lullaby. I began the climb, feeling adrift and numb. Whatever this place was, it robbed me of a clear head. I rose, higher and higher into nothing. I had to make it to the top, to the end of this stairway, to the possibility of saving Jude and myself. Kiara. My name was whispered on a breeze of cloying blooms, rising above the gentle prayers, the thousands of voices all morphing into one lyrical song. Gradually, the dense fog cleared. A landing opened to a wall of purple stones, all crushed and glimmering, sparkling like vivid flames. It was stunning, otherworldly, but my focus lay on what hung before me. An intricate silver mirror was affixed upon a wall, reflecting my wonder. Reedy vines and thorns wound around its frame, all twisting together seamlessly in an endless loop. My breath caught. I looked different, not myself. While stained, the silk corset and matching trousers hugged my frame, the material tailored specifically to my figure. My face belonged to that of a stranger, all made up and smoky, seductive almost. The girl in the glass smiled, seeming to like what she saw. Yet I knew I frowned, could feel the tug of my lips. Enchanted, I thought. It had to be spelled, and I trusted nothing but my own magic. On either side of the oval mirror hung 2 smaller replicas. The one on the left appeared older, the material tarnished and the surface mottled. On the right, the looking-glass shined too brightly for me to see clearly, my eyes straining the longer I stared. I had to look away lest it blind me. My name sounded again, and I spun around. No one was there, just the fog. As if drawn by an invisible thread, I wandered to the mirror on the left, craving to look upon its faded surface, to peek beyond the speckled silver and discover what truths it hid. Before my eyes a scene played out, wisps of smoke slithering around a lone hooded figure in the night. Atop a cliff, he stared out over a modest village, his back to me. The moon was his sole companion, even the stars not deigning to come out and play. I couldn't help but feel his melancholy as I looked at him, steadfast in his watch, like he aimed to protect the people sleeping soundly at his feet. The image shuddered and blinked out, replaced by a new one, of the same broad-shouldered man. He must have waited until dawn, because when the orb I knew to be the sun rose in the sky, his shoulders slumped and he tilted his chin down away from the village. A whirl of smiling faces flashed, leaving the man and his lone watch behind. I witnessed people from all over Assyria, their eyes twinkling as they mouthed Raina's name. They loved the sun and felt safe below its welcoming presence. The next scene was the man once more, his features still obscured, night cloaking the realm and drowning it in darkness. He clenched his hands into tight fists, and I recognized the power emanating from him, shadows curling up and along his back. They formed the prettiest wings I'd ever seen, glittering black that quivered and swayed, a metallic sheen giving them a dreamlike quality. Silver and purple light seeped from his form, trickling down into the slumbering town, through windows and under the cracks of doors.
Take a slow breath and allow this gentle interlude to steady your heart before the story continues.
Instead of bright faces, I saw sleeping forms, soft smiles on their lips whenever a spark of the man's power graced them, soaking into their skin. Dreams. He was granting them dreams. Night transformed to day, and the sun appeared, the people shucking off sleep and rising to praise the sun once more. They bowed to statues of Raina, praying to her, lending their devotion. This cycle repeated, and it felt like years until the man returned and despondency shrouded his entire frame, his wings drooping and dull. I sensed his grief deep in my bones, his loneliness. He wasn't appreciated for the comfort he provided, the dreams he gifted. The man was overlooked every night, and still he sought to bring the people peace once their eyes had fluttered shut. The image on the mirror's surface fell away, and now only my face stared back at me. The god of the moon was misunderstood. From what I'd seen, he cared deeply for the people, only to get nothing in return. Over the centuries he had grown bitter, and a part of me didn't blame him. I travelled to the mirror on the far right, yet no images played out like before, the glare it cast too bright. It forced me to return to the centre. Coils of black shadows circled behind my back, my face growing into a distorted blur. Squinting, I stepped closer still, nearly nose to nose with the glass. Something was taking shape alongside me, or rather, someone. I jolted backward. The hooded man had replaced me, his imposing figure taking up the entire frame of the mirror. He wore a cloak of satin, soft blue threads decorating the hems. I ached to see his face, but he never turned, just stared out into a growing sea of night, and while I sensed triumph radiating from his every pore, there was also a sense of fear. His neck tilted back as he gazed up at the sky. But it wasn't the moon he sought. Whispers belonging to 1,000 voices, nearly identical to the ones flooding the temple now, all spoke at once, and the man raised his arms high, embracing them all. He captured them, even the ones speaking the names of the other gods, the incandescent luster he radiated growing more and more potent. "He's stealing prayers," I murmured, confirming what we already knew. Seeing it before my eyes was another thing entirely. And yet, he didn't feel evil, not in the way that Patrick had once he revealed his true self. This enchanted mirror bestowed emotions, not merely images, and this enigmatic god emanated a true sense of purpose and love. I tore my focus from the mirror's surface. The moon god wasn't set on harming us. He thought he was going to save us all, and in the process he would finally be loved. Something glimmered just out of sight. A single black gem. It stood out among all the purple stones and glass embedded in the wall. Without thought, my fingers traced its smooth facets, and a shudder worked its way through me, the hairs on my nape rising. The scars, spider-webbing my hands and arms, matched the otherworldly gem, and my blackened fingertips flashed with an iridescent hue as I dug my nails around the edges, trying to pry it from its rocky prison. Powdery dust flew, and I inhaled a lungful of silt, but I pressed on, cursing until I yanked it free. I held the peculiar stone that called to me in the most frightening of ways. "I was wondering when you'd show up." Shoving the stone into my pocket, I whirled around, adrenaline freezing my blood. The king of Acidia stood 5 feet away, his silken white robes lending him an air of false purity. The notorious silver mask curved about his face, his pointed chin and thin lips the only visible features aside from his dull, clouded eyes. I stifled a gasp, my pulse hammering at my throat. Syrian may have been a pawn of the moon god, but I hadn't expected him to be here, in the god's innermost chambers, hundreds of feet beneath the temple. "King Syrian," I snarled, his name like poison. "What are you doing here?" His presence sharpened my thoughts, my true mission returning to me in a rush. This man aimed to kill me, to kill Acidia's hope. The king took a languid step in my direction, his narrowed eyes drifting to my pocket, the black gem concealed within. He tusked. "That doesn't belong to you," he said, his voice colder than steel. "And here I thought you'd have died long before you reached this point. A shame, really." I advanced, my blade out and at his throat in the blink of an eye. A twisted smile prospered on his lips. So quick to anger, he chided. His voice sounded muffled now, as if he spoke from a distance. What would your dear grandmother say if she saw you now? Aurora, I believe it was. Such a duplicitous traitor. If only I had gotten a hold of her before death took her soul. I flinched, but my grip didn't waver. My grandmother hid many things from me, but I had to believe she'd done so for a reason, that she was fighting for the right side. What are you? I didn't need to clarify. We both knew what I meant. He could try and distract me with my grandmother's name, but I wasn't that naive. Are you asking if I am him? Syrian canted his head, dark hair tumbling over the silver of his mask. I thought you already knew the truth. His arrogance made me want to carve out his larynx. Tell me the truth, then, I seethed, my temper rising, my shadows slithering across my hands, winding around the fingers guiding the knife at his throat. Whoever he was, this man had tortured and tormented Jude, and for that he deserved an excruciatingly slow death. I would deliver it, after I got answers. I am everyone and no one at all, he replied. I am a product of a dream. When his cackle rent the air, I lost the little control I had. My blades slipped, nicking the fragile top layer of skin. But he didn't appear to care. Or bleed. Don't speak in riddles, I snapped, eyeing where blood should be trickling free. We're well beyond games. Syrian made a thoughtful noise, a humming deep in his throat. My blade shifted deeper. Still no blood rose. You know, it's better this way, he said, glancing around the room as if seeking an invisible audience. He actually listens to the prayers and has answered more than any other immortal. Since Rayna fell, he's risen to the challenge, though all his hard work has hardly been appreciated. I hope that, given time, the people will embrace the night as they should have ages ago. They'll see all its beauty and the peace it could bring. Peace? I asked, my hand beginning to tremble. The sense of wrongness seized every muscle as his words settled over me. Syrian admitted my fears. He was a pawn, just like me. For some ridiculous reason, battling him felt safer, easier than an unknown face hiding in the shadows. There hasn't been a single war in decades, Syrian continued. Since he took control, the people have settled. The sun brought the humans delusions of power, whereas he brings them calm. How absolutely deranged. It's been peaceful because we've all been working to bring back the sun. Syrian sighed. If that's what you wish to believe. I shoved the blade farther, the skin beginning to flay at the edges of the incision. I pressed until black rot oozed, the viscous liquid trickling from the cut and bringing with it the aroma of death. Flashbacks from the mist and the masked men flooded my mind, my knees growing weak. Raise your mask, my command echoed, as did his ensuing laughter. I said, raise your damn mask! When Syrian's bitter laughter grew shrill, I made the decision for him, thrusting the gaudy silver from his face. A scream ripped free from my throat as my nightmares became my reality. He had no face. A black void of swirling ash churned where the mask had lain. The rest of his skin cracked and fractured. He was like a clay pot in an oven, the temperature too high. He chuckled still as bits of himself fell to the ground, crumbling to even tinier pieces. I'm only the beginning, he warned, his voice hollow. He laughed while his torso splintered in half, one side sliding to the right, Black rot dripped to the floor, a squelching noise filling the air as his arms split off at the elbows. His lean fingers creaked as they snapped off one by one, the sickening popping noises causing nausea to churn in my belly. It was as if the mask was enchanted to keep alive the illusion of a living man. Now that I'd removed it, the twisted spell holding him together had been broken. I watched in disgust as the king of Assidia disintegrated into a cloud of dust and brittle bones. Only foul-smelling black smeared the ground, covering the grey splinters of bone, the blood as foul and pungent as the masked men from the mist. A flare of searing hot light flashed behind me. Spinning around, expecting another foe, I found only my own reflection. I stared into the largest mirror, my features stretched in horror. The silken clothes clinging to my body were drenched with black blood. It trickled down my cheeks, slipped from my eyes, my ears, the corner of my mouth. A soundless scream parted my lips. The girl wearing my face was a nightmare. "It's not real," I thought. "It's not real!" The amber of my irises evolved into silver. Blood oozed from the corners of each eye, rivulets of black glancing down my cheeks. "It's all in your imagination. You aren't that thing." I couldn't turn away. My limbs were frozen, my stare held in place, unable to leave the polished surface and liberate myself. The prayers I'd heard earlier came back in a nauseating rush, the cacophony of voices prompting me to thrust my palms to my ears where that viscous blood flowed. The louder the voices became, the more my body trembled, and I fell, plummeting as an ear-shattering scream pierced the air. I drowned in an overwhelming wave of prayers, and soon I couldn't separate one voice from the other. I suffocated in the thousands of pleas sent to the gods who couldn't hear them even if they wanted to, because they'd been delivered here, to the moon god's temple. People didn't realize how precious a simple prayer could be. The unspoken words cast to the skies in times of need were born of pure and raw human emotion. They came from a part of a person's very soul, and in that way they maintained a life all their own. Right then, staring into this mirror, it felt like I was peeking into a side of my soul that frightened me. And yet I couldn't seem to gather the strength to muster a prayer myself. A dull ache throbbed in my ribs, my chest, up to my shoulders. Night cloaked everything, and soon I was falling deeper into an abyss where my shadows lived and breathed.
Chapter 43. Jude. Letter from unknown sender to Aurora Adair, year 49 of the curse. I have my suspicions about who the moon god is. I cannot meet with you in person, as he watches me closely. Please tread carefully and keep the girl safe. My insides were being torn to shreds by the weapon of fear, of not knowing. Each inhale was a slash across my chest, a phantom blade bleeding me dry. I love you, Jude Maddox. No one had ever spoken those words aloud to me. Seconds before she left me. Possibly forever. "She's taking too long," Emilia muttered, the corners of her eyes creased. She ran a hand through her straight black hair, her fingers giving a slight quiver. She began to pace. "I didn't think you cared," Jake retorted, his anxiety igniting his temper. "You only did this for him." He gave me a look that was neither kind nor malicious. "Don't act as if you give a flying shit about anyone else." My mother faced me, her brown eyes sparkling. "My son cares about her, that much is obvious, and therefore so do I." Such a simple statement, but as it was delivered by the notorious Fox, I knew it meant more than most would understand. Gripped in a chokehold of heartache and trepidation, all I could do was nod. Maybe, in this monstrous situation, I'd formed the connection I had sought with my mother after all. The irony hadn't gone unnoticed. Emilia ceased her pacing to rest a feather-light hand on my shoulder before letting it slide down and back to her side. A mollifying sort of acceptance worked its way into my heart, nipping away at the years of hatred I held for her. A start. "Jake, can you check the time?" Coldness, unlike I'd ever known, swarmed across my upper body, curving around my midsection. My scar pulsed, a hint of gold shining through my shirt. Frowning, I undid the top buttons, expecting to see the familiar veins of black and blue vines. But they weren't black or blue anymore. They were silver and pulsating. Worry crept into my chest, alarm bells resonating in my ears. More ice trickled from the top of my skull, pooling down my spine like the spindly fingers of death's hand. "Something's wrong," I blurted, itching to reach for the door. It had injured Liam with a mere touch, and Kiara insisted she was the only one capable of entering due to her contact with one of the moon god's creatures, but so had I. Kiara's brand, the one she had left on me. "I'm going in," I stated, my tone brooking no room for argument. My mother grasped my arm, her grip biting. "You can't," she protested, tugging me back. "You saw what happened to her brother." A sharp, stabbing sensation pulsated over my scar, the ice in my blood gradually heating. I didn't have time to argue. This was a sign of danger, Kiara's way of calling out for me, and I promised I would always be there to catch her when she fell. I tore off my fine jacket and flung it to the ground. Tugging down the collar of my shirt, I exposed the twisting vine-like scars to Emilia. Kiara left a piece of herself with me, whether she realized it or not. I'll be able to enter. Ignoring the protests from Jake and Liam, and yanking my arm free from Emilia, I lifted my palm and pressed forward, connecting with the cool surface of the door. A flash of white blinded me, and the air in my lungs froze over, but it lasted but a heartbeat. I stepped onto a cloud, into a realm of dreams and numbing fog. "Kiara!" I shouted, racing forward, unable to see where I stepped. I didn't care. "Where are you?" I ran until a steep staircase took shape, rising into clouds. Terror was my faithful companion as I raced up the steps, higher into the nothingness, losing myself to the magic of the moon god. My breaths were uneven when I made it to the top, a wall of crushed amethysts and white stone, showcasing 3 intricate mirrors. I didn't have time to inspect them, because below their imposing surfaces lay a curled-up figure on the ground. Kiara. Calling her name, I dropped to the ground and grasped her shoulder. Her amber eyes were open and glazed, unresponsive. Retracting my hand, I cursed, hastily glancing around. My panic made the world hazy, a buzzing noise droning in my ears. I scanned the space until I saw it. There, 5 feet from where she'd collapsed, lay an object I knew all too well. I lunged for the king of Acidia's mask, and my fingers wrapped around its dense, cool metal. How on earth had this gotten here? I twisted it back and forth, finding no evidence of blood, just an odd smear of black grime. There was no body. That silly thing no longer matters. I dropped the mask, and it clattered to the ground, its jarring clang echoing painfully in the stifling hush. No. I hadn't heard that voice since. Kiara let out a groan at my side, and I chanced a peek in her direction. She lay unmoving, but she blinked, and for a sliver of a second, I swore I glimpsed a flicker of panic captured inside her eyes. Footsteps pounded, heavy boots striking the stone with cruel purpose. I couldn't look. If I did, I would confirm my worst nightmare. I'd break even further, and if I lost Kiara too... Fuck. I've missed you, Jude. Ice careened down my spine as I faced the man who I had once considered my kin, my brother, my family. Isaiah. His name on my lips was both a curse and a twisted gift. It wasn't possible, it shouldn't have been, But there he stood, tall and as striking as ever, a broad and almost warm smile stretching his lips. Underneath silken robes, he wore a simple white tunic and matching trousers, the intricate threads woven along the hems a luminous silver. His dark hair, which had always been slicked back, was now wild and loose, granting him an air of innocence. He looked like my friend, sounded like my friend, and yet something was horribly off. How he cocked his head to the side, in a way that was more cunning than playful. The way his cold grey eyes grew brighter. I had to believe he was a ghost, a monster born from the temple's cruel imagination. "Jude?" Isaiah questioned, and I swore he sounded hurt. "Why won't you talk to me?" "You're dead!" The Godslayer dagger thrummed to life inside my jacket pocket. "I saw you die." I blinked, and that vile day came back to me. His tunic drenched in blood, his eyes wide and pleading. He'd fought against the masked monsters until they'd stolen him from me, and even then, just before he shut his eyes, I'd felt his love for me deep in my soul. Isaiah ran a hand over his face, a tinge of hurt pulling at his features. "You thought you left me for dead, all alone in the mist, bleeding out on the forest floor." Now his pain was evident. "But I suppose I had to pretend in order for you to retrieve the blade. Things have to play out a certain way, or else the future you intend changes." I wanted to scream, to rage against this man and his lies, because this couldn't be my brother. Yet, how he looked at me now, his familiar eyes brimming with pity, was exactly how my old friend stared at me every time I came back from a mission, every time I was hurting and alone. It was Isaiah, whether the truth tore me in two or not. Isaiah glanced to the mirror hanging on the right, the intense light shining from its surface, making it impossible to look into the glass. I followed his every movement as he readied himself to speak, and even then I was broken by the sound of his voice. "I wasn't planning on revealing myself this way, but the girl found the one thing that could summon me, trap me like a beast. The very first moonstone," he said with a sigh. "I'd hoped it had lost its power on me when it changed to black decades ago, but it appears as if I was wrong." His attention flitted to her form, and then to the wall of mirrors. But it wasn't the mirrors he homed in on. It was a crude dimple in the otherwise smooth rock, as if something had been embedded there. That had to be where Kiara found the moonstone. The dent and the pile of crumbled dust was out of place in such a pristine room. Isaiah tore his gaze from the mirrors and peered at his feet, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Maybe it would have made me a coward, but things would be so much easier if you hadn't seen my face. I suppose I hadn't prepared myself for this moment." I recalled how Kiara had paused at his body back in the mist. She'd said she saw his chest rise and fall, and at the time I dismissed her, my grief clouding my judgment. "You." It was the only word I could conjure. My throat was drier than sand. Isaiah scrubbed at his jaw in frustration. "Yes, me. It's always the ones closest to you that you should watch out for. I told you that once, I believe." The moon god. The whole time, Isaiah had been my only friend and greatest enemy. Why? I appeared capable of only one-word responses. "I'm sorry it had to be this way. Truly, I am." He squeezed his eyes shut. "I care about you, and maybe if you'll let me explain, you will come to see why I refuse to bring the sun back." He started to pace, his hands twitching at his sides. He was nervous, hardly able to look at me. "I don't want to hear anything from you. Not any more," I said through my teeth, anger and betrayal coursing through my heating blood. He didn't listen. Then again, Isaiah was often stubborn. "The night has brought about so many good things. Can't you see?" he shouted, his voice cracking. "There are no more wars, fewer deaths, more dreams. Dreams carry so much power, Jude, allowing people to see what matters most in their lives, and I deliver them, and the moon watches over them as they sleep." He faced me, sincerity masking his features, which were stricken with tangible regret. "The sun casts too much truth upon the world, and in the stark light of day, the mortals allowed their baser instincts control. They acted on their schemes, their ambitions of greed and corruption. I aim to stop them before they ruin themselves. I've always watched out for them, even when they shunned me, and I always will." He actually believed what he spoke. That was the truly sickening part. I clutched at my chest absently, seeking the heat of my throbbing scar, needing its warmth as a reminder of why I couldn't succumb to my pain. None of it had been real. It had all been a game, and I'd lost. "I've hunted you all for years," Isaiah said, finally meeting my stare. "The 3 vessels carrying Rayna's magic. Patrick I'd known about for ages, but you came into my life unexpectedly. A joyous surprise nonetheless." Isaiah's eyes sparkled, the tender grin breaking across his lips, one of affection. Bile seared my throat. "And Kiara." He began slowly, taking his time. My upper lip curled. "She was the final missing piece. I knew when rumors of her spread that fate worked in my favor, a sign from the universe that it would finally be my time to reign." I looked at the mask, which lay discarded like rubbish. My head grew heavy with all the unanswered questions. Was it always you behind the mask, then? Controlling the undead king with enchantment? I asked with bated breath. I knew his answer, yet I had to hear the words. My old friend scoffed. "Syrian was a horrid creation of mine, but necessary. I'd planned to do away with him once I accomplished my mission." "A creation?" "He's what you refer to as a masked man, one of the creatures from the mist, which was not my doing, you should know. After Rayna fell and the mist rose, the mortals who roamed these lands were plagued by the curse, changing them into monsters. I simply learned how to train them and use them to my advantage. If people were too fearful to venture beyond the borders, then they wouldn't leave Assidia. They wouldn't leave me." A cruel thought struck me then, one that should have occurred to me minutes before. Isaiah controlled the king. Syrian had made the calling mandatory, and he knew me well enough to know I'd select her, which also meant, "You were the one sending me on my nightly missions." Betrayal needled my insides like tiny thorns on a wilted rose. And afterward, like the sick bastard he was, Isaiah would comfort me, bringing me food, cleaning me up, telling me everything would be all right. I trusted him, loved him. Isaiah glanced to the corner, his cheeks reddening. "I followed the path I needed to in order to make you strong. You wouldn't have lasted in this world without me, and we had to wait until Kiara showed herself." I stumbled back a step, his confession like a physical blow. "Fuck you," I said, uncaring of the consequences. I wanted him to feel my wrath, to know I despised him well before I ended his life once and for all. "I know you're angry, but I did what I had to do. To make sure you were hardened enough to live in this world. To make certain you'd be the warrior I needed you to be." Isaiah's nostrils flared. "You would have died ages ago if I hadn't intervened. And every mission, every strike you were dealt allowed you to live that much longer. I only wish you'd be here at the end of all this, that you'd be by my side. Of every mortal I've ever known, you, Jude, are truly one of the most deserving." My magic thrashed against the confines of my body. It wanted to wrap around his neck and squeeze, to burn him until nothing remained. Before I allowed my power to be released, Kiara's body shifted below me, just the barest hint of a shiver. My magic calmed instantly, outweighed by my fear. "What did you do to her?" He hadn't killed her, not yet, but he would. Isaiah's jaw clenched when my attention wandered from him. These mirrors show the past, present, and future, although the final mirror never allowed me to see much. I'm assuming she stared into one of them far too long and lost herself to the onslaught of prayers I keep inside. Only a powerful god, one with full divinity, is immune to their pull. She likely fell into herself and into her own darkness. Every muscle locked in place. Thinking of her frightened and lost in the dark ignited a deep spark within, well beyond my magic. I inhaled slowly, trying to think without emotion, to think like a commander. I had to do it for her, even if I was breaking, piece by piece. Kiara must have found the tool to summon him here now. But why wasn't he trapped? Had she not had the chance before she was struck down? I did a quick scan of the room, finding nothing of note. Maybe she hid the talisman somewhere on her person, but I couldn't search her and rouse Isaiah's suspicions. "Isaiah," I started, and his entire face brightened. "You don't have to do this. Our realm is dying. Crops are finally failing entirely. People are starved. And without the sun, they've lost a part of themselves they cannot get back. There needs to be balance." I lifted Kiara, easing her head against my chest, her ear pressed over my thudding heart. My hand reached for her pocket. She could have shoved it inside when he appeared. The ground trembled as Isaiah closed the final few feet separating us. I retracted my hand and wrapped it around Kiara's waist. "You have no idea what it's like to forever be the last thought. The god people cursed. I am the cool blanket of night, the shining moon, the faraway stars. But I am also every shadow and nightmare that frightens the hearts of mortals. They all but shunned me, deeming me evil and twisted, but you understood me, didn't you, Jude? You were my friend, and maybe I should have told you sooner, but I'm still hopeful enough that you'll come around now." My scar panged as Kiara twitched in my arms. I peered down, taking in every delicate line, every smooth facet of her striking features. She almost looked peaceful. I knew that to be a lie. "You're living up to their expectations by doing this," I said, trying a different approach. "Help us restore the sun without killing one another, and you'll be a hero. They'll worship you for your heroism." He'd been lonely. That was the root of it all. It was an emotion I was all too familiar with. Isaiah barked out a laugh, though his eyes grew wet with unshed tears. "She truly has changed you, hasn't she? It's funny, because for years I'd tried to get you to lighten up. Looks like all it took was a pretty face." A low growl rumbled in my chest. I wasn't getting anywhere with him. He wasn't going to change his plans, not even for me. The fractures in my heart that he had repaired over the years suddenly cracked open once more. Memories of Isaiah tending to my wounds flickered across my mind. Nights when he hovered over my bedside and talked my ear off, knowing I hungered for comfort so I could escape my mind. He'd been my family, my everything, and for so long he was all I had in this world. I couldn't fucking breathe. He'd been the cause of so much of my sorrow. "I meant what I said," he whispered, as if reading my thoughts. "At first you were a mission, a means to an end, but over time I grew to care for you. I saw myself in you, a boy discarded, thought weak by others. Someone whose potential had been overlooked, all because of how he was perceived by the ignorant. Yet as hard as this all will be, you must die. I'd only prefer if you'd sacrifice yourself willingly." "Willingly?" I rasped, stunned. "You claim to know me, but you realize I'd never help you with this." Isaiah's nostrils flared, and he presented me his back, his long white cloak picked up by a breeze. I wouldn't let him get off that easily. Besides, another thought plagued me. Why not take us all when we were in that field? Why wait until now? He had us exactly where he wanted us. It didn't make sense. Isaiah spun around, his face pinched, lacking all traces of warmth. Lorien wasn't thrilled by the prospect of me killing Rayna's kin. He distracted me while you all escaped. That's why Lorien had vanished so quickly. In my arms, Kiara shook, her lips forming nonsensical words. She blinked rapidly, her face twitching, muscles spasming. She looked to be in pain, and my blood boiled as a reddish gold spread across my vision. The scar on my chest heated, the agony only bearable because of the beast rearing its head beneath my flesh. When Kiara cried out again, a soft whimper, I nearly lost my mind. I was all fire and wrath, not a man, not even a half-formed god. I was the embodiment of rage, and I couldn't control my actions even if I tried. Isaiah's lips parted, his eyes widening. The entire room exploded with my fury, golden rays igniting every nook and cranny, brightening the space until I could take in each minuscule feature on my enemy's familiar face. Horror. I witnessed horror wash across his features. I smiled, my girl cradled in my arm, as my power erupted, heat sweeping across the temple floor. "Come back to me, Kiara," I whispered, my eyes prickling. "I can't lose you." "I won't." Isaiah held up his palm, but my light broke through. It afforded me just enough time. With one hand resting on her scar, I lifted to my feet and rushed to the mirror that had stolen Kiara away. Without hesitation, I stared into its surface, one hand reaching for the glass. Annihilating night swallowed my world.
Chapter 44. Kiara. A Scythian proverb. The lost will not always be this way, just as the broken can mend. But those who have been neither lost nor broken cannot understand what it is to heal. The night stretched endlessly. I was enveloped in stars, wrapped in darkness, below, above, inside. I was the night covering the realm in the quiet peace of cool nothingness. I stepped forward, my body a shadow, a wisp of black. The stars below my boots glimmered, winking, causing pleasant tingles of awareness to creep down my spine. I'd entirely forgotten everything that had occurred until this moment, down to who I was. I felt weightless and free and utterly intoxicated by the beauty I witnessed. Below, Ascidia spread out like the veins of a leaf, the large cities, the foreboding capital of Siona, the many villages littering the countryside. It all shined for me, the light emanating from the towns battling against the radiance of the stars and a shy moon. I glided, floated, and soared over the scene, unable to do anything but worship the darkness, how it embraced us all, blanketing our skin and kissing our sight. Peaceful, so peaceful. I might have flown for hours or days or years. Time didn't matter. But eventually the sky rippled, gusts of wind whooshing forward to tickle my cheeks. Squinting, I watched as silhouettes exited the gaping chasm in the clouds, the universe seeming to rip open. Claws and teeth glimmered, red eyes sparkled, gravelly roars drowned the soothing winds. Before my eyes, nightmares stole the spotlight, cascading down upon the sleeping realm like a plague. Worry tensed my phantom shoulders. My body was growing too heavy, unable to float. I sank. Lower and lower I plummeted, dropping like the nightmares that were blocking the heavens. Through it all, fear remained absent, like I recognized the haunting forms fluttering to earth and found no imminent danger, at least not to myself. Nightmares were the price of the dark, and nothing beautiful ever came without consequences. Yet I knew I'd missed something vital, that I was forgetting pieces of myself. A memory teetered on the edge of my subconscious, taunting me. A face, all angles and crowned in raven locks, hovered in front of me, though the details remained obscured. Down I fell, the earth ready to swallow me up, the tops of the black trees rising to meet me. Fear trickled into the place it had once been missing, gradually filling the crevices. The closer I got to the world of men, the more that fear grew like a ravenous weed. Or perhaps it wasn't simply fear, but a mixture of anticipation and adrenaline. I collided harshly with the soil, though I experienced neither pain nor much of anything else. And that face, it loomed above me now, in a meadow of midnight blooms and charred trees. All my missing memories rushed back in a crushing wave. Jude. He stood before me, seemingly solid, not some horrid illusion sent to destroy me. Jude drew closer, his brown eye glazed in gold, his right one a storm of ivory and blues, two jagged lines of red slashing across. I breathed him in, my body shaking with every step he took. Kiara! He rasped the name like a plea, his deep timbre sending goosebumps down my arms. He was feet away, gliding toward me on a breeze. You went too deep. You're lost inside yourself. Frustration caused the crack in his voice, his eyes lined in wetness. Are you real? I had to ask, had to make certain. I lifted a trembling hand, too afraid to graze his skin. You can feel me now, can't you, Kiara? You know I'm real, that I'd follow you into the dark and catch you if you fell. Jude reached for his chest, touching his scar. Light radiated from underneath his palm. I slipped my own hand to my chest, right above my heart, its beat matching Jude's pulsating glow. He was inches away in my next breath, his hands winding around my waist, the solidness of his touch grounding me in this realm of shadows and nightmares. I'm here, he murmured, almost to himself, and I refuse to let you fall alone. I was awash with relief and fear, the combination causing my knees to buckle. Jude tightened his grip, holding me up. How did I get here? Shh. Jude cupped my cheek, his thumb wiping at the wetness dampening my cheeks. You got lost, just as we've all been before. And he'd found me. The question was, where? I tilted my chin and peered around the obscure woods we stood in. I didn't recognize a thing, and panic caused my chest to expand unevenly. I'd been in a void of fog, brilliant white light highlighting 3 mirrors. Syrian had appeared. His mask had fallen, and then I'd stared at my reflection in a mirror surrounded by silver vines and thorns. But where are we? I finally asked, gathering the strength to form the words. Each one burned my throat. We weren't on Earth, not in the true sense, and I had the suspicion Jude following me to this place was nothing short of miraculous. You shouldn't have looked into that final mirror, Kiara. It's too powerful for any other being besides a god. Jude lowered his head, his brow touching mine. You were enchanted by it and fell into yourself, into your darkness. My darkness was Assidia's darkness, its loss of faith. I peered around Jude, looking over the land that I'd known my whole life, a place of both misery and desperate hope. But it was home, and I couldn't squash the desire to protect it, to protect myself, however dark I may be. Jude grasped my chin, tilting my eyes back to his. We don't have much time. I stunned Isaiah with my magic to follow you through the mirror, but he could be ready to cut our throats as we speak. Wait! I pushed at his chest, staring up at him in alarm. Did you say Isaiah was there? That wasn't possible. I watched him die. But then I went still. I'd seen his body shudder with an inhale before we left him in the mist. I'd assumed exhaustion had been the cause of my misplaced hope, but... Jude squeezed his eyes, a tormented noise rumbling in his chest. Yes, I saw him, but I don't know what's real at this point, if he's the moon god or if it's another twisted illusion. I didn't deem it possible, but... I made a point of scanning our surroundings. But nothing is impossible anymore, right? We were stranded in an in-between world where nothing felt solid and nothing certainly felt real. Our physical bodies were somewhere else, likely still beneath the temple and under the watchful eye of his duplicitous brother. "We need to leave," I said quickly, my magic flaring in my chest. I wasn't sure how time worked in this place, if it slowed or froze entirely, but Isaiah wouldn't hesitate to kill us if we were laid out before him defenseless in his temple. Jude nodded, opening his mouth as if to reply, but I perched on my tiptoes and silenced him with a tender kiss. In that press of our lips, I experienced a lifetime of dreams that would never pass. Us waking up every morning, limbs tangled, and the sun shining through the curtains. Jude and I, on horseback, travelling the continent, farther even, discovering new lands and peoples and adventure. Us settling down each night, sitting comfortably before a fire in one another's silences, feasting upon the precious moments in between that most people overlook, seeing and feeling and adoring the truths of each other with simple touches and embraces, smiles and laughter, knowing we both had found home. I realized that my magic was growing too strong, too potent to be kept inside my flesh. With Jude in my arms and the taste of him on my tongue, my love for him flowed through me, rivaling the power of the moon god and the dark beast I possessed. No, it was greater. We were soul to soul. There was a way out of this. For one of us. My power could be used to travel, proven when I'd transformed into shadows and ventured into Jude's cell, into the very skies. Maybe there was just enough dark magic in me to give to Jude, to get him out of the temple and away from Isaiah. If I could gift him both of my powers, the dark and the missing light from Raina, he could escape, be strong enough to save the realm and everyone we'd ever cared about. I could do this, relinquish myself, all of me. A warrior was born to die, after all. I drew back slightly, my lips a centimetre from his. I love you, Jude Maddox, with everything I am and all that I ever could have hoped to be. It was different from when I said it before. This time there was no hesitation, no physical barriers, no fear. The sky erupted, an odd sort of tingling causing my body to grow heavy, too heavy. But Jude, he wavered in front of me, lighter than air, as weightless as the shadows I commanded. The sun priestesses and their prophecy were right. The sun would return to the skies when the darkness fell for the light, and Jude had fallen into the darkness to save me, to love me. True love was nothing if not sacrifice, and I had just paid the ultimate cost. Jude didn't have the time to protest, but the fear in his eyes relayed he understood exactly what I'd done. The prophecy had been fulfilled, except there'd be no happy ending for me. Somewhere far away, I heard the shattering of a mirror, the flood of divinity breaking the ancient pools of enchanted silver. Prayers escaped, their frantic pleas shooting out across the world, finally free. Yet in the chaos, I garnered the energy to whisper those three little words one final time as Jude vanished entirely, slipping away into the dim and taking the blazing sliver of the divine power I held, along with all of my darkness.
Chapter 45. Jude. Excerpt from Assyrian Lore, A Tale of the Gods. Ceres, the god of love, may not show themselves often, but they are there, working their magic and changing fates across the realm. All they ask in return is to cherish the gift they give. It can be potent enough to alter the course of history. I woke with a gasp, panting, reaching wildly for the woman who'd been in my arms seconds before. They were empty, but my fingers... Veiny scars branched from each tip, stretching to my elbows. A quivering exhale left me. These were her scars, the mark of the dark creature that attacked her a decade ago. So why did they now decorate my skin? When she touched me in that in-between realm, had she... No, impossible. "Kiara!" I called out, my vision gradually settling, the golden light dissipating. Whirling in place, I found myself staring at a copse of trees. Above ground. I couldn't travel, not like Kiara could while using her shadows. And I was alone, not a soul or building in sight. Reaching for the welcoming heat of my power, I allowed it to stream down my limbs and burst free from my skin. A yellowish light shone from my body, casting an ominous glow upon the dark woods. I hadn't the faintest idea what would happen when I'd looked into that mirror, but I didn't believe I'd wake, not when Isaiah would likely seize the opportunity to kill us both. Unless Kiara had done what I feared most. She'd given herself to me when our very souls had been connected. She offered me her heart, her magic, her very life. She gave them to me, to Assidia, freely, all while adoration brightened her face. No fear, no regret. The day will be restored when the darkness falls for the light. Kiara had bestowed the final sliver of divinity without the Godslayer. She'd given me her powers, and with them she'd gifted me the ability to travel, far from the temple, leaving her defenseless. She could be... I couldn't even think the word. Everything closed in on me, and the night sky, which had brightened ever so slightly, seemed more like a roof set on collapsing. I'd failed, not just myself, not just Assidia and my brothers, but the person who mattered to me the most, who'd fought for me until the very end. Gods, even with all pieces of Rayna's light united, it still felt like the end. I hissed as power flooded my system, causing me to stagger forward beneath the immense weight of it all. My body burned, a match having been struck, my flames spreading, out of control and unable to be extinguished. Surging ahead, I wove through the woods, every leaf and branch highlighted by the full power of Rayna's magic. My magic. Magic that had possibly cost me my soul. I was whole. I was a god. And I was about to set the world on fire before the new sun even had the chance to rise.
Chapter 46. Kiara. Letter from Lieutenant Harlow to Aurora Adair, year 48 of the curse. He's been deceiving them all with fallacious smiles. I feign ignorance, but as the years pass, I am certain he's aware of my ruse. I have no doubt he'll come for me soon. He already has the boy wrapped around his finger. There'd been just enough energy inside of me to get Jude and his physical body to safety, outside the temple, away from Isaiah. The moon god stood before me now, holding his hands over his face as if he'd been blocking an attack. Slowly he lowered his arms, blinking rapidly as he searched the room, his body swaying. I flinched from where I lay on the floor. His handsome face was nearly unrecognizable, and even though Jude had told me the truth of his treachery, my heart still sank at how cold he appeared. There could be no denying it now. He'd deceived us all. Isaiah whirled to where the 3 enchanted mirrors had been, finding nothing but shards of glass. He cursed, scanning the room before he lowered his icy eyes to my curled-up form. Confusion swam in those endless depths. He's gone. he spoke under his breath. "Oh, he was just here seconds ago. Isaiah paused, his lips falling closed as annoyance darkened his eyes. It appeared as though time had worked in our favour. Once. I smiled at the god, my heart lifting. Jude should be far enough away, able to secure an advantageous location to strike. My banishment gave him time to come to terms with his brother's betrayal, and while my body ached and stabbing bolts seared across my temples, I had never felt better. Jude would live, if only long enough for a fair battle. "What did you do?" Isaiah peered at the fractured glass, anger flushing his cheeks. All 3 mirrors, past, present, and future, were broken, as if someone had taken a sledgehammer to their surfaces, setting free all the stolen prayers. Good. He couldn't use them ever again, couldn't steal what wasn't rightfully his. My smile broadened, even as my ribs ached, each inhale producing a searing twinge. There was no trace of magic kissing my insides, and the subtle buzzing I'd grown accustomed to was now gone. I felt only emptiness and triumph. Isaiah didn't have Jude in his clutches, and that meant I had won. "He has the blade," I rasped, grinning wickedly, "and the next time he finds you, he'll kill you." Isaiah lunged. Grasping me by the collar, he yanked me up until my feet kicked open air. I fought, thrashing wildly as he brought his face close to mine. "If he kills me, who will rule the moon and all it watches over? Without me, there's no rest, no stars, no tides, no dreams. I command the hours of darkness, and soon I'll find Jude, even if he has your stolen powers." Isaiah's gaze softened ever so slightly. "He should have understood. If anyone would have, it should have been him. You tainted him in some way, ruined the man he was born to be." He looked away, losing focus, his stare glossy. Isaiah blamed me, and that was fine. He could wring my neck and I'd die with a smile. It was worth it, seeing him lose this battle, even if I wouldn't be around to see him lose the war. With a snarl, Isaiah released me, and I crumpled to the floor. He went on to pace, speaking aloud to himself. I imagined he wasn't used to things not going his way, and he'd played such a magnificent game thus far, all of us pawns, until I'd gone and tossed the board. I shoved to my elbows. The room was spinning. I couldn't overpower Isaiah in my state, even if I had the Godslayer in my possession. Whatever I'd done in the depths of the mirror, a place where my soul and reality collided, had cost me dearly. But I'd fucking done it. I was alive, and the most impossible part of it all was that I'd given Jude the last piece of Rayna's divinity. He'd found me in the depths of myself, and I'd eagerly offered him all that I was in a place where our souls could touch. A violent cough rattled my lungs, causing me to lurch to the side, twisting onto my hands and knees. Isaiah continued to murmur to himself, and the hint of the shadows whispering at his feet rippled forcefully. Copper filled my mouth, and I spat onto the pristine white floor. Red. I should have known the consequences would catch up to me. "It's a tragedy it came to this," Isaiah said, a tear tracking down his cheek. He stilled in place, though his shadows persisted, vibrating, lifting higher and higher up his body like smoke. "Jude isn't the man I believed him to be after all." A swirl of black enveloped him, silver lights sparking as he vanished. His magic delivered him somewhere I'd never reach, leaving me alone to die in a room of endless white fog and shattered glass. I was now a mortal who trespassed upon sacred ground, the trace of the moon god's darkness no longer within me. It felt like I was being shredded from the inside out. My eyes grew blurry. It wasn't just me left to rot in this place. Amelia, Finn, Jake, Liam, They also were trapped on the other side of the door in the palace. I took little consolation knowing they'd die together while I'd die alone in a puddle of my own blood. Rolling onto my side, I faced the middle mirror, taking in the vortex of spinning black where the glass had once been. At least I'd done one thing to help, freeing the prayers of the realm. Maybe in time it would make the other gods strong enough to fight Isaiah, should Jude fail. Which he'd better not. Another brutal cough had me retching, the warm blood rising up my throat and searing my insides. What I wouldn't give for a hand to hold right about now. I'd heard tales of how the imminence of death could make someone yearn for comfort, even from an enemy. Hells, I'd settle for Arlo's hand. "I hope you can hear me now, old bastard," I mocked, staring at the largest mirror's frame, at the ominous emptiness of its centre. "I wish you could help me out. It's not fun dying, though if you were here, you'd probably yell at me for getting myself killed in the first place." I laughed at the thought. Or maybe I just imagined I did. He would scream at me for giving up the position of power. Arlo truly was a piece of work. But I missed him. We couldn't choose our family in this life, and while he was far from perfect, Arlo had stayed. He protected me the only way a ruthless god knew how. He cared. My body grew cold, much colder than it should have been. It wouldn't be long before I'd exhale my last wheezing breath. I tried to conjure Jude and my friends. If I couldn't hold them, I wanted to be surrounded by their faces. It was all I had, but my mind refused to preserve their images, and their faces faded, vanishing before I could reach out and grasp them. Dying thus far was not recommended. A great crash came from above. A splattering of grit fell across my closed lids, which were too heavy to open, and dirt slipped between my parted lips. I couldn't manage to cough, the dusty air slipping into my lungs, choking me. Whatever was coming for me couldn't hurt me much more anyway.
Chapter 47. Jude. Excerpt from Assyrian lore, legends and myths of the realm. There are no known cures for shadow beasts, although some believe they can be saved when in their human-like form. These scholars claim that since they live and breathe like mortals, they possess a soul, and souls, they say, can be healed like any other ailment. With outstretched arms, blazing wings sprouted behind me, twin weapons of cruel beauty. Magic streamed forth, gold erupting from my pores, my eyes, my open mouth. I wasn't human at that moment, not even slightly. I felt like a god, a vengeful one. A humming sensation rattled my ribcage, an ancient heat boiling my blood. Each exhale was a scorching flame, every swallow raw. And while I'd become a raging inferno, there was no discomfort, only weightlessness. It had my body flying through spindly branches, arms shoving aside blackened leaves and debris, racing back to the temple where this all would end. For Kiara, for our friends, I'd push forward. She'd given me a gift, and I would not squander her sacrifice. I prayed she still breathed, had to believe it. My greatest fear was her below the earth, back in the moon god's temple, with Isaiah, helpless and waiting to be killed. The traitor, my duplicitous brother. If my initial strike hadn't wounded him, he'd kill her, if he hadn't done so already. She could have saved herself, but the insufferable girl saved me. Again. A snarl ripped free from my throat as I pushed my muscles to the point of pain. There was no sign of life in the woods, and wherever Kiara had sent me was a decent way from the temple, meaning time was of the essence. Why did she have to choose me? again and again. I was hardly worthy of the life destined for me. I was selfish and irritable, and I despised most people and things. And I'd been fine with that reality for most of my life. Kiara changed everything. Soon the sun would rise. I felt it, the nearness of its approach. When that time came, I planned to be standing over Isaiah's remains. Though if he touched her, hurt her in any way, I'd prolong his torture. I would take my time with him and revel in his agony. The gruesome images might have sickened anyone else, but I had been raised by evil's guiding hand, and I feared what I would do should Kiara be gone. I raised a forest when I wasn't able to touch Kiara. Gods knew what atrocities I'd perform if she was taken from me. As the temple drew closer, the heat inside of me began to mutate, to bend and reshape into something new. Whole. All three pieces were reuniting, fusing together. The proof rested in the way my pace quickened, how my exhaustion slipped from my body like a loose cloak. All three orbs seemed to sing as they fused into one single entity. There was also something else swimming in the core of my power, a dark shard of magic, Kiara's darkness, and without her shadows or her scars, she was just a human, unable to travel, unfit to enter the moon god's inner sanctum. I squeezed my eyes and focused on her face, trying desperately to travel as I had seconds before, but Rayna's magic was too strong, and it overpowered all else. Only because of Kiara's guidance had I been delivered from danger. There was nothing I could do to command the shadows, at least not to the same extent. I growled in frustration, the feral noise shaking the trees. They swayed when I sprinted by, their deadened branches curving into a mockery of a bow. The whole forest quivered, the ground my boots pressed upon softening like it was coming alive after a long, brutal winter. Ahead, the pointed roof of the temple emerged, tall and proud, a prison of lies. I hungered to storm its gates and break it apart piece by piece, to ruin Isaiah's temple before I ruined him, the Godslayer piercing his heart. Yet as much as I hated to admit it, that final thought was a hollow one, less of a triumph and more of a loss. My relationship with Isaiah had never been real to begin with, and I'd do whatever was necessary to defend myself and the others, the people that cared for me. My boot landed on the temple's first step when a series of bone-chilling howls rented the air. Tinny and high-pitched, the sound reminded me of the masked men. But that couldn't be possible. The borders were far from here and— "They're coming. I've called them because you can't see reason, and now that you're whole, I can't take any chances." Spiraling shadows parted, revealing Isaiah, standing in all his glory beside his cursed temple. He strode with purpose, midnight blooms crunching beneath his boots. The rest surrounding the temple began to wither, slowly turning to black. Fire raged at my fingertips, aching to be set free. My eyes glowed. The scene in front of me cast in tints of red and yellow and orange. The power of the sun goddess was eager for carnage. "What did you do?" I seethed, as new screams and howls hailed from the trees. But selfishly, my focus wasn't on the undead creatures marching to Isaiah's aid. "What did you do to Kiara?" "I left her in the temple," he replied coolly. "She's free of the gift the Shadow Beast awarded her. Utterly mortal now." He cocked a disdainful brow as he glanced at my hands, to where Kiara's scars covered my fingers, my hands, and my arms. Her final gift. Sizzling flames sparked across my brow like a vicious crown. I was going to end him, and I would take my damned time. I'd enjoy it. Footsteps struck the earth. Whatever Isaiah had released was nearly upon us. "The masked men answer to me, and since you refuse to save your kingdom, I've invited them here, hoping they might sway you to hand over the blade. You made this difficult, Jude, not me." Isaiah clenched his fists, his eyes glassy when he stared at my flames. "You were the closest thing I've ever had to a friend. What a disappointment you ended up being." The last part was a whisper, and I doubted he meant to say the words aloud. "You were my friend," I said, my eyes prickling. "But friends don't manipulate each other for years. They don't pretend to care when they plan to sacrifice the other." "It's for all of us," Isaiah argued. "It's for all the people you could save, the entire realm, your precious Kiara. I know you've always wanted to be a hero, a true hero, and now I'm giving you the chance." I couldn't believe this was the same man who held me that night when I made my first kill for the king. He shushed in my ears and brought me tea, rubbing my back until my lids grew heavy and sleep claimed me. "Was it all a lie?" I questioned, mostly to myself. "It had to be, or maybe you're not even him." Perhaps he'd stolen his face. No one could possibly keep up such an act for years. The moon god was notorious for shifting appearances as often as it suited him. "I am who I've always been. Regardless of how this has to end, I'll always care for you. But that's another testament to how far I'm willing to go to save the mortals from their own destruction. I'd sacrifice the most important person in my life, my brother." A twinge pulsated over my chest, Kiara's scar awakening. Against all hope, I prayed it meant she still lived. I resisted reaching for it, knowing Isaiah might see. "You are not my brother," I said, bitterness lining every syllable. Shadows curled from Isaiah's shoulders and neck, rising into the air and forming wings. They were similar to those Kiara had grown, and yet, while hers glimmered with silver, his were horrifically heart-stopping in their size, the rugged wings devoid of any light. My own flames whooshed from my back, rising high, the glow they emitted casting the field in gold. Even as the moon pulsated overhead, reacting to Isaiah's magic, my power settled me, a physical reminder I wasn't the same helpless boy Isaiah had manipulated for years. We were facing each other, fire and darkness, the true kind, and my heart cleaved in two. Isaiah had been the lone bright spot in my life for so long. Without him, I'd have broken long ago. The irony wasn't lost on me. "I see your reluctance, dear boy, your hesitation, and it warms my soul." Isaiah's shadows settled, twisting around his neck as if nothing more than a pet snake. "If only you didn't need to die. But I promise I'll try to make it quick if you let me. I'll immortalize your name, and you'll live in my heart long after your body is gone. This I promise." He struck so quickly, so suddenly, I didn't have time to react. Blackness shot out from his hands, the blast sending me soaring across the clearing. I struck the ground hard, landing on my right arm painfully. I coughed, hacking up steam and spitting out a black viscous liquid. It seeped from my lips and fell to the soil, turning to soot where it dropped. I should have attacked when I had the chance, but like a sentimental fool, I wavered. "Come on, Jude. You can do better than that. I taught you better. If you're not willing to accept your destiny, then at least try to fight me." I shut my eyes, shoving his words out of my head. Instead, I focused on a striking face framed in gold. My scar ached as Kiara's ethereal picture became clearer, her features soft yet fierce. Lips I'd tasted and kissed, quirking into a coy, devious smile. Eyes that had always been reminiscent of the sun from my dreams. Placing my hand over my aching scar, I rose. The fight hadn't left me yet. Before Isaiah could muster up some inane taunt, I flung out my power, fueled not by hurt or rage, but by what Kiara inspired, an emotion I cherished and wished to carry inside my heart until my final breath. Fire licked over the earth, shooting toward the god of the moon. My flames advanced, striking him hard enough to knock him onto his back. Not allowing him a chance to recover, they circled him, trapping him in a ring of unholy heat, his white cloak billowing about his tall, muscular frame. His ensuing smile caused me to pause. I realized why a second later. Screams of the undead filtered through the trees and toward the temple. Glinting eyes of steel shone, all aimed at me, their intentioned prey. "They've arrived," Isaiah said, flicking his chin in the monster's direction.
Chapter 48. Kiara. Found in the diary of Juniper Marchand, Sun Priestess, Year 5 of the Curse. Arlo is a complicated being. While he delivered the God-Slayer to Rayna's lover, it is said he journeyed to her empty temple after her fall. There, he supposedly fell to his knees and begged forgiveness. His envy caused devastation, but I maintain that he is eager to fix the mistakes of his past. Even gods are strikingly human at times, and that gives me hope. Arms of steel circled me, squeezing tight enough that I stuttered for breath. In my daze, I recognized the scent of the open woods, the aroma bringing back a memory of clashing swords and hot chocolates, pouring rain and sweat, standards I never had been able to meet, the praise I so desperately sought. "Hello, Kiara," Arlo's voice murmured in my ear. "Don't worry, I'll yell at you as soon as I save you." Arlo! My desperate prayers reached him. I stared for precious seconds I knew I didn't have. I gazed upon his wizened face, my heart lifting at the concern marring his brow. He'd come for me. He pulled me from the earth and was holding me, cradling my bruised body with all the gentleness he possessed. My eyes filled with burning tears, blurring him further. He gripped me tighter at the sight. We had to be somewhere outside. The air was fresh, and I heard the rustling of leaves nearby. Soft dirt filtered through my open palms as I steadied myself, attempting to rise. I failed. "My friends," I croaked, melting in Arlo's hold. "They're trapped." Arlo tutted. "For once, can you think about yourself? I doubt they're bleeding from the inside out at the moment." He moved my head to rest against his chest. "Have you forgotten everything I've taught you? Get yourself out of danger before helping others." Yeah, I said, hacking up another lungful of blood. "You're no use to anyone if you're dead." I deepened my tone, mocking him. On the verge of death, likely hallucinating my former uncle, I chose snark as my weapon of choice. It was fitting. He bristled. "And to think I missed you." "Your first mistake," I teased, although the confession made my heart flutter. I'd missed him too, missed his commandeering presence and frowns, his growling voice and the way he snapped at me when he knew I could do better. I felt safe with him, oddly enough, and I supposed seeing him in my current state wasn't the worst thing to happen tonight. Arlo sobered, releasing a profound sigh that shook my bones. "You're dying, girl," he whispered, his disappointed features coming in and out of focus. "When your shadows left, the temple rejected you, poisoning your blood. It won't be long before it reaches your mortal heart." I might have been delusional due to the loss of blood, but I could have sworn his icy hands grazed my cheek in a moment of tenderness. "We all have to die sometime," I said quietly. And what a way to go. I would have smiled if I had the energy. "Yes, you were always meant to die," Arlo muttered, low and soft. He rocked me back and forth. "So why is it that I'm having a hard time letting go?" I stilled at his confession. The man I knew as Micah had never shown such emotion, never cradled me and rubbed my cheeks, trying to usher life back into my features. He became more of a stranger now than when I discovered his true identity. "Going soft on me, old man," I grinned, my teeth likely slicked in blood. Copper was all I tasted. People on the verge of death never were able to fully recount their experience. Now that I was there, it was surprisingly peaceful. My limbs were numb, my body cold, and an odd sort of acceptance had taken hold. I'd leave this life having helped those I loved, and a little part of me would forever live on in Jude's heart. Selfishly, I prayed he'd feel me every now and again when he defeated desire and returned the sun to the skies. I hoped he took in that first glorious sunset and smiled, remembering me. "No!" The harshness of Arlo's tone jerked me from my reverie. "I feel you slipping, and I won't allow it. I've invested too much. It would be a waste for you to die so young after all my training and hard work." I attempted a laugh, but nothing came out. I couldn't feel my face. "You may not understand the importance of this, Kiara Frey, but know what I'm about to do shouldn't be taken lightly. Such an act can only be done once, and unlike Rayna, I have faith you won't stab me in the heart." What was he talking about? My lids were closing, the weight of the welcoming void calling me home. "When Rayna made her lover an immortal, she tied her heart to his, and when he broke it, she never loved the same, was physically unable to." Arlo's voice became muffled, and I strained to hear. Thoughts of Amelia came to mind, of how difficult it must have been to grow up with a mother incapable of feeling love no matter how much she ached for the emotion. "But seeing as I don't have true love to offer you, or a heart that beats in sync with yours, I'll offer you the next best thing. Just don't make me regret it." Of course he had to add that last bit. Arlo wasn't one for sentimental expressions. What? "Shush!" he ordered harshly. "I can bind your life force so we're connected. We're stubborn, you and I, and while I've been tough on you for many years, no, I've been proud. You're made of the same grit as I, and it appears our souls are connected in other ways." I was being shifted and laid upon the hard earth, but it didn't matter. I could be lying on a bed of nails and not feel a thing. Arlo's deep timbre was a melody, a lullaby like Dimitri's. It soothed all my aches. I felt peace. "Remember these nice words, because it's the only time you'll hear them from me. You'll probably forget them anyway, which is preferred. I wouldn't want you to get any silly ideas of affection." Before I lost consciousness, I glimpsed vines sprouting from the earth and wrapping around my limbs, holding me down. Unable to fight, I lay there, uncaring of what happened to my mortal body. My mind began to drift anyway. "Now," Arlo stroked at his greying beard, his steel eyes narrowed. "This might hurt a bit." I passed out the instant his hands pressed against my heart.
Chapter 49. Jude. Entry in Aurora Adair's diary, year 42 of the curse. Below the false bravado, I see how lonely Kiara truly is, how much she yearns for acceptance. But some people aren't made to fit into this world. They're made to break it. The attack came from all sides. People who'd long ago taken their last breath now stormed the field. Most wore linen wrapped around their decayed faces, the rot peeking out through the soiled cloth. But others went without, uncaring that pieces of themselves were missing or hanging on by a thin tendon set to snap. They raised their rusted weapons high in the air as they sprinted down from the hill, escaping the refuge the woods provided. Their eyes were wide and inhuman, depthless pits that glowed whenever they captured me in their sights. My magic and soul were one, and together they reacted before my mind caught up. Flames detonated from my body, licking at every inch of my skin, until I was only heat and fire. A pleasant buzzing caused me to shudder, a humming that spoke to the divinity in my blood. I was a force, not Jude Maddox, a mere mortal. I'd become something far greater than flesh and blood. I cast my flames into the horde of attackers, setting them ablaze in one sweep. Their shrill cries punctured the night, those without tongues or lips flailing wildly before succumbing to their final death. They aren't alive, I reminded myself. It should have been easy to watch such monsters fall. But they'd been people once before, misfortunate enough to have been victims of the curse. Isaiah's chuckle followed me as I strode across the field, flames emanating from my core, my eyes, and my hands. It collided with some of the undead, but there were far too many to wipe out entirely. Those who had evaded my fire were quick to attack. One of the bastards lifted his sword while I struck down his ghastly companions, the dull blade aimed at my heart. Before I could dodge out of the way, he made contact. The steel slipped into my chest, a searing ache shooting from the wound, and my vision momentarily darkened as black spots danced along the edges of my right eye. Blood seeped from the gash, but within seconds of ripping the knife free, my pain transformed into a manageable tingling. I'd experienced far worse by Isaiah's hands. I watched in surprise as the flesh knitted together and the wound closed. The undead man paused, cocking his head. He didn't stand a chance. A roar rumbled in my throat, and I set my sight on his chest, right where he'd driven in his blade. The creature shrieked, stumbling back as he erupted, bones and grey skin raining from the skies. There weren't even cinders when I finished him. I grabbed at my chest, triumphant, all the while feeling Isaiah's eyes upon me. In his mind, I was already set to die, whether he cared for me or not. But he could send all the masked men he desired. Only the Godslayer could kill me, a weapon I had on my person. Perhaps Isaiah had been too stunned by my disappearance below his temple to recall I held it. Or maybe he merely didn't see me as a threat, planning to retrieve it once I was weakened from his beasts. His hubris would be his downfall. I'd see the dawn, I'd save my girl, and I would make my own fate. Because I was worthy. The mist crawled from the brush, licking at my enemies' boots, climbing up their legs and torsos. They were ravenous, their necks craning at impossible angles, their dull eyes searching for a fresh kill. I released a wave of fire across the blackened field, my magic coming to me with ease. Fire encircled the bodies of the undead, scorching their bones and permeating the air with foul smoke. But then I heard screams from the distance. Human screams. They were likely swarming nearby homes and villages, devouring the inhabitants and causing pandemonium. "You're letting them murder the very people you claim to serve!" I shouted over a shoulder, sensing Isaiah's stare boring into me. Out of breath, I slaughtered an incoming creature brandishing a rusted mace, its jaw hanging from its socket, rot and mold breeding across its nose and lips. "I know it's heartbreaking, Jude, but sometimes the world has to burn in order to be reborn," Isaiah said somberly. "We all will rise from the ashes, united and stronger. Besides, I see it as a little incentive for you to accept your fate. Give in." The friend I'd cared for had died in the mist. I refused to believe the monster behind me shared his heart. His face remained blank, emotionless, and it chilled me to my core. A howl shook the branches of the trees. The hairs on my arms raised, and slowly I turned toward the woods. Blue eyes glinted, and haunting wails preceded the sound of paws hammering the ground. Something was coming. A lot of somethings. What fresh hells is this? A figure took shape at the edge of the clearing, their stature short and petite, long strands of hair billowing behind them. Those fierce blue eyes brightened upon their approach, and I prepared to release another blast of fire when the newcomer's face came into view. "Ah, I see you've started the party without me." Malaya adjusted her belt of blades, dozens of weapons adorning her willowy frame. Her brown skin glimmered under the stars, her emerald eyes striking, even from such a distance. And here I thought I was early. She hadn't abandoned us after all. Elation flourished and fed my magic. The goddess of revenge wasn't afraid to get her hands dirty. Isaiah, on the other hand, was far from pleased. He swiped a hand through his dark hair, scowling. "Stay out of this, Malaya, and I may just let you live." She continued ahead with a coy grin, tossing daggers at the scrambling undead without so much as taking aim. Each blade struck true, black blood seeping from the centers of their foreheads. She didn't look back. Prowling at her side was Brax, along with more of Lorien's jaguars. There had to be over 10 of the giant beasts, all sprinting in various directions to rip out the enemy's throats. Malaya was a blessed vision, a warrior fighting for her people. "I may have been too weak to face you," she said, deceivingly calm, "but thankfully I'm far from alone now." My pulse skittered. I had a suspicion. "Even with Jude at your side, I'll defeat you." Isaiah lashed out, his shadows trained on the deity. She laughed before lifting a tarnished shield, slung across her back and thrusting it into the earth, kneeling behind it. The shadows hissed when they crashed into the metal, skittering off as though it stung. "Just as you can't kill me," she retorted. "Besides, we never aimed to kill you. That's his job." She tilted her head my way. "He would have if he wanted to," Isaiah argued, voice cracking. He was trying to convince himself. Still. Malaya lowered her voice. "I take it you found the moonstone?" I nodded, but dread settled in my stomach. Kiara last possessed the talisman. "Good." She turned back to Isaiah, more confident than before, if such a thing was possible. "You should know, Isaiah, the god of beasts is so very angry with you for stealing his powers and targeting Rayna's kin. I'd prepare yourself. He doesn't tend to forgive." As Isaiah's lips parted and he anxiously searched the trees, Malaya laughed, the sound like bells. This was what she lived for, the battle, the game. Malaya's smile widened. "Lorien has always been the sentimental type, though he often shows his fondness by less affectionate means." On cue, Lorien emerged through the thicket, minus the same theatrics as his predecessor. The hulking giant of a man sprinted to Malaya's left, his wolf pelt strung across his strong shoulders, his snow-white hair tied back with leather strings. He didn't speak, but his stare lingered on me, and he gave a nod so subtle I would have missed it, had I not been focused entirely on his stoic face. "Now," Malaya slapped her palms together, "let's have some real fun."
Chapter 50. Kiara. Letter from Lieutenant Harlow to Aurora Adair, year 40 of the curse. Some of the earth and soil priestesses say Arlo is headed west. If this is true, then he's surely on his way to you and the girl. He better train her properly, or I'll attempt to kill him myself with or without an enchanted blade. The pain finally stopped. The second Arlo arranged his hands on my torso, the pleasant numbness of death had been shocked away, his fingertips emitting sparks of pure, unfiltered power. I lay there, unable to do anything but accept the agony. It didn't burn like Jude's touch, and his power wasn't icy like my shadows. Arlo's magic was a devastating thing, a force that tore into my flesh, the sensation of phantom hands violently digging around my insides. "Get it together," Arlo ordered from somewhere above me. "Our training sessions were more painful than this." Asshole! I croaked, my vision gradually settling. The god studied me through narrowed eyes, his lips twisting into a frown. "Asshole I might be, but I'm an asshole that's kept you alive this long." He reached around me with both hands, scooping me up and into the air. I barely regained my balance before he set me on the ground. When I swayed, he imparted me with a look of warning. Slowly, I began to feel the tips of my fingers, pins and needles stinging my legs. I was reformed in a way I couldn't describe. Still human, but a buzz with power that hummed through my bones. "I forgot how empathetic you were, Uncle." My sarcasm didn't hit quite as strongly as I intended, given my trembling voice, so I attempted my best glower in its place. "What did you do to me? Twist my insides?" He had the audacity to chuckle. "So dramatic. I only saved your life, you ungrateful child." Arlo's hand hovered beside my shoulder, prepared to steady me. "Pain is nothing if nothing is gained." I groaned. Always the philosopher. "Always right," he corrected, finally inching back. He coughed awkwardly, then scanned the woods over my shoulder, avoiding my eyes. I stretched my arms out, wiggling my fingers and my toes. There was an enduring ache in my limbs, but it was lessening with each stiff movement. Peering down upon myself, I'd expected to be different in some way, having been tied to a god, but I was still me, seemingly unchanged. My clothes were stained, my trousers ripped, the corset seeped in my blood. I looked half dead with the amount of red defiling the silk, yet Arlo's gift granted me energy, the will to fight. All was in place except my scars. My hands were free of the twisting vines, and my skin appeared smooth where scars had grown to graze my elbows. "That happened when you presented your soul to that boy," he said, not hiding his sneer. I didn't know what to feel. A part of me felt naked, and in a way, I missed them. Arlo scoffed when I lowered my arms. He wouldn't understand anyway. "You did the right thing, but now you'll have nothing but yourself to rely on, which should be enough given all the time I spent on you. Certainly should be," Arlo grumbled. He jerked his chin to the side, to where my still ringing ears picked up the echoes of screams. Jude. A wave of panic engulfed me. "Where is he?" I asked, frantically patting for the Godslayer. Of course, I'd given it to Jude. I still carried my own blade in a sheath at my hip, however unimpressive it was in comparison. If the mark of the shadow beast was gone, did that also mean... I reached for the scar on my chest, tying me to Jude, and sighed with relief when my fingers grazed bumpy and raised skin an inch below my beating heart. It was still there. Somehow, against all the odds, against being saved and practically reborn, I still retained the one scar I never wished to part with. I supposed some bonds couldn't be broken. Arlo grasped my shoulders, forcing me to look into his stony eyes. "People think power comes from magic, but that is far from the truth. As much as I take credit for your skill," his nostrils flared as he paused, "it was you who worked to attain such strength, achieve such competence, and without the aid of a single spark of divine influence." I stilled. Is that a compliment? Arlo shoved off me like I carried the plague. "Here!" he barked, fumbling at his hip. He moved to his sheath, retrieving a sword that had me drooling. Sleek and commanding, the polished steel greeted a hilt of emerald green, Amber gems were embedded in the metal, surrounded by brass vines, and sharp thorns encircled the magnificent hilt.
"Take it before I change my mind."
Arlo pushed it forward, still not looking at me. I noted how his hand held a slight tremble. This was no simple gift. My jaw dropped, but nevertheless I reached out, unable to help myself, needing to hold such striking craftsmanship in my hands more than my next breath.
"Hurry! Your commander needs you,"
Arlo reminded. I grasped the mighty weapon, my limbs buzzing, my adrenaline picking up. The time to fight neared, but there was one thing left to do before I went into battle. "My friends," I said weakly, thinking of where they were still imprisoned. "Can you help me reach them? They're stuck right outside the doorway that leads to the chamber with the mirrors." Arlo growled again. He was more bear than man. Perhaps he'd have been better suited for Lorien's position.
"You ask for too much of a weakened god, child, especially after you broke my mirrors."
"The moon god stole them in the first place," I mumbled, but he was already marching away, compelling me to follow. About 30 feet from where he saved me, a gaping chasm opened in the earth. This must have been where he pulled me out. I peered down, spotting a hint of white smoke rising to the surface. Arlo pressed on, walking farther into the trees. A minute later he dipped into a crouch, placed his hands on the ground and shut his eyes. The first tremor shook the soles of my boots, the earth shuddering. Vibrations danced up my calves as the quake increased in strength, and I teetered to the side, quickly knocked onto my back. Arlo glowed a soft blue as he worked, his lids fluttering in concentration. Murderous screams came from beyond the trees. The fight was well underway, but I had to save my companions, even if I was tempted to find Jude first. If he believed he was the cause of my death, he'd do something obnoxiously heroic. Another violent shift cracked the earth, the land splitting as the chasm spread. "What are you—" I scrambled back before I fell into the pit. More voices rose from below, those not belonging to the battle taking place.
"I may not be capable of entering his inner chamber without my full power,"
Arlo hissed between his teeth, his brow creasing.
"But I command the earth his temple sits upon, and I still have a few devoted followers who haven't abandoned me yet."
"So you could have helped us get outside the main vault this entire time?" I nearly screamed. "We'd lost a life on this journey, and Finn was missing a foot. Unbelievable!"
"I didn't have the power to help until the prayers were released, so I'd appreciate it if you ceased your whining and accepted the help I can offer you now."
I shook my head. He could hide behind the persona of heartless prick all he desired, but he'd shown his hand. Arlo cared far more than he let on. Arlo's light slipped down into the split earth, and the voices I'd heard evolved into shrieks.
"Your friends are resisting,"
he added, displeased. Jake was likely swatting at Arlo's magic with his fists. Sweat slicked Arlo's brow, the energy leaving him a pale shade of white. He grunted with exertion, already having expended too much when he saved my life. A minute later, 4 bodies were hoisted from the depths of the rocky fissure, all flailing wildly, screaming curses, mainly Jake, and deposited at my sight, soft blue winding around their torsos. The light flickered gently before sliding back and rushing into the god's body. Arlo stumbled to his feet and wiped his hands down his robes.
"I've done enough,"
he said to no one at all, though he carefully inspected my friends who were just now thrusting to their feet, their eyes trained on him, unsure of whether or not to be thankful. To me, he said,
"I'm drained and must recover, meaning you must go and do what I trained you for on your own, and don't you dare disappoint me."
A flash of blue, and Arlo vanished into thin air as if he didn't just save my life, make me immortal, and rescue my friends. He knew how to make an exit. "Everyone all right?" I asked quickly, scanning them. Amelia had Finn propped up between her and Jake, the bodyguard's chin lowered, his face in a permanent grimace. And Jake? Well, the bastard was smiling at me as though we weren't fighting for our lives. I can't say I appreciated the surprise of being yanked through the earth by a god, but I love the new sword, Key. He whistled appreciatively, eyeing the weapon cradled in my hands. But how about we put it to use? Those screams don't sound fun. Indeed. Was that really Micah? Or Arlo, I mean? Liam gasped out, squinting to where the god had disappeared. I nodded in reply. I didn't believe Jude when he told me, but seeing him... Seeing him in all his divine glory was an entirely different story. I faced Amelia. Her eyes were puffy and red, and she visibly trembled beneath Finn's weight, even with Jake's assistance. To her I asked, "Can you take care of them while I help Jude?" I may not have any powers, but Arlo was right. I never needed them. The fox nodded stiffly, though she added, "We'll be out of sight, but close by. I won't sit back and watch my son perish if I can do anything about it."
Amelia, Finn rasped, his voice strained. Leave me behind and fight for him yourself. I know how much you hate to miss out on a good bloodbath.
He cupped her cheek, and she shut her eyes, leaning into him. When she opened them, he gave her a knowing nod. Her decision was made. "It's decided," Jake said. "Finn and Liam stay behind. Amelia, Key and I are going in." I went to protest, but he cut me off. "I haven't left your side once, and I don't plan on doing so now." Jake shot me with a fierce stare, his eyes blazing with intensity, the blue in them shining clear, even in the soft moonlight. I wouldn't be able to dissuade him. "Fine, but let me do most of the heavy lifting," I conceded, and he mumbled some unintelligible curses in reply. I started to walk off toward the sounds of battle when Liam grasped my arm. I had a difficult time looking at him. "I need my sister," Liam said, his jaw tense, brows drawn together in concern. "Come back to me." Swallowing thickly, I forced a nod. Liam was having none of it. He snatched me in his arms and wound himself around me tight, squeezing the life from my bones. "Go out there and be nothing but Kiara Frey," he whispered into my ear. "You've always been enough." "I love you, Liam." I swiped at the errant tear that had escaped, drawing back. A furious neigh and the pounding of hooves severed our connection. I'd recognize that glorious sound anywhere, and my heart gave a hopeful lurch. Starlight. She'd come for me. Jake and I marched into the woods toward the furious neighs belonging to Starlight, two mortals with not an ounce of power and all the odds against us. But one thing was certain. We wouldn't be brought to our knees, we wouldn't surrender, and we'd go down swinging, taking as many monsters with us as we could.
Chapter 51. Jude. Excerpt from Assyrian Lore, A Tale of the Gods. Lorien is a recluse, deigning to serve the beasts he cherishes from a distance. It is said only one entity owns his heart, though she refuses to accept that he also owns hers. Lorien's jaguars were as deadly as the legends claimed. One of the bastards pounced, capturing an undead creature's throat between his giant maw, a sickening crunch following. Lorien trailed Malaya, forever scowling, forever sneaking looks at the goddess. When he lingered too long on her, his features would soften just the slightest. I might have believed it to be a concern, but his attention swiftly fell back to Isaiah, and he turned to stone once more. Isaiah released a burst of shadows with a roar, his magic snatching a jaguar and flinging it off its feet. When he forced it down to earth, the animal whimpered, the gruesome snapping of bones preceding the silence. The jaguar didn't move. "You bastard!" Malaya screamed, flinging a dagger his way. His shadows shoved it aside with nothing but a flick of his wrist. Lorien snagged her hand before she could send another useless weapon Isaiah's way. Her expression morphed from anger to sorrow, and then back to rage, but she lowered her arm, glancing briefly at Lorien. More jaguars surged into the clearing, snapping their jaws at our foes, their growls ringing in my ears. Murderous rage gleamed in their eyes. Isaiah squared off with the approaching gods, his demeanor calm, frighteningly so. Even as they stood together, he didn't fear them, and why would he? He'd stolen their power, their prayers, and he truly believed he would be the only immortal to walk off this field alive. With his attention diverted, it should have been the perfect opportunity for me to test my new strengths. Yet as I spun his way, fully intent on discharging a blast of fire, I hesitated. "You're like the annoying little brother I never had," Isaiah had once told me, right after we'd finished training in the yard. Harlow had been extra grueling that day, his mood sour. Isaiah had ruffled my hair, and I'd smacked his arm. Little had he known that simple statement bolstered me for weeks. The very thought of family had my chest aching, and at the time, I would have done anything to pretend we truly were brothers. Lost in my memory of a lie, I didn't see the shadows coming until it was too late. The blast Isaiah sent knocked me onto my back. I sputtered for air, wispy black smoke billowing from my open mouth as I choked. "Get up!" A familiar voice came from behind me, sharp and brimming with fire. "Jude!" I struggled in earnest, my inner flames surging up my throat, battling with the acidic shadows. They were so cold, they burned. While my body had taken a beating, I heard her voice calling out my name. That was all it took for my magic to flare, to reignite at the possibility of a brand new tomorrow. A tomorrow with the woman who continued to scream for me from afar. My girl was alive. Isaiah's shadows hissed as they skittered away. I coughed violently, working to release the darkness he'd thrust into my lungs. Malaya sent a flaming arrow arching through the night sky. The tip lodged into Isaiah's shoulder, the flames a blazing red. The god bared his teeth, his focus returning to Malaya and her impeccable aim, while Lorien whipped free a blade of his own. With Isaiah cornered and distracted, I turned, finding Kiara atop Starlight, Jake behind her, encircling her waist. She was more than a warrior then. She was a symbol, a myth captured in flesh. Atop her steed, she raced into a battle that would rock the world. I couldn't love her more. Starlight's muscles rippled beneath the brilliant mahogany coat, her eyes aglow with shimmering gold. Kiara patted her flank before she yanked on her reins and threw herself to the ground. She took off into a sprint, her eyes aimed solely on me. When we collided, she leapt up my body and wrapped her legs around my torso. Kiara didn't shirk from the feel of my heated skin, her fingers tracing every inch she could grab. Her hands were in my hair, and she peered into my eyes, hers alight with precious adoration. Jake chuckled from behind her, but my attention belonged to her, even as Malaya's curses and endless blades sliced the air. The goddess was laughing, asserting her ground as she made Isaiah bleed, Lorien a shadow at her back. I didn't waste the opportunity. "You're alive," Kiara whispered, just as a shriek sounded. A jaguar had been struck down before it had the chance to latch onto Isaiah's throat. He whirled for Lorien next, but he dodged to the right at a speed that shouldn't have been possible. "You gave it all up." I reached around my neck to grasp one of her hands. Sure enough, her fingers were bare, mine now decorated with the veiny black designs she'd worn most of her life. Kiara shook her head. "Between some power I never wanted or needed and you?" She scoffed. "Not a single regret. Besides, it was the only way to get you out of there, and I'm not done torturing you yet." I wanted to kiss and strangle her at the same time. And here I thought I was the selfless hero. She rested her brow against mine. "You were the only thing of value I could have lost." I pressed a chaste kiss to her lips, my hands in her hair, my fingers tightening, holding her to me. knowing that she felt our bond as clearly as I did. Kiara was my soul's home, the place where my hope lived, where I lived. She pulled away too soon and slipped to the ground. As she righted herself, I noticed the magnificent sword she must have tossed to the ground. It lay next to us, in the dirt. "You dropped your weapon for me." The words came out in an incredible whisper, and she scoffed, a somber smile curling the corners of her mouth. "That's how you know I care, dear Commander." Kiara lifted onto her tiptoes, twisted her fingers in my hair, and pulled me in for another kiss. She released me just as suddenly, and although I possessed all the power of an immortal, a rush of light-headedness had me swaying. My pulse roared in my ears. I was so far gone for this woman. "Now," Kiara said, leaning down to snatch the discarded weapon. She raised it before her, nodding to Jake, who'd graciously averted his attention, patting Starlight as she stomped the earth. "Let's go kill the dead." Before she could dash away, I grabbed her arm. "Wait." Reaching into my jacket pocket, I retrieved the Godslayer blade and hastily shoved it into her hands. "Take this, just in case." She tried to push it away, but I gave her a stern shake of my head. "Trust me. Do you have the moonstone?" She patted her pocket where the gem resided, warring with herself, her eyes darkening, as she prepared for an argument. "Don't make me regret this," she whispered, yanking her old blade from its sheath and replacing it with the onyx dagger. Good. At least she listened to me. For once. "Right." Kiara lingered on me for another exquisite heartbeat before she took off and climbed onto Starlight's back. She jerked the reins and sent her and Jake barreling into a mass of grey bodies, her weapon ready to be marked in their blood. I smiled against my will. She had that effect on me, even surrounded by enemies, death's hand firmly on my shoulder. But she'd lived, and at that moment, all was right. Lorien stood his ground in the centre of the field, still fighting to maintain the storm that Isaiah had become. Malaya aided him, her jaguars and arrows making small cuts in Isaiah's silken robes, which were riddled with bloodied stains. And even though he was outnumbered, Isaiah grinned at them like he'd already won. His magic rose from his shoulders, preparing to unleash another round of terror when I acted. Fire curled around my form with a hiss, and then it went shooting directly for Isaiah's heart. He faltered when my flame struck his back, allowing Lorien the opportunity to stretch his arms, his massive body rippling as though he were fashioned from water, all fluid grace and might. I watched in awe as the god of beasts grimaced, sweat beading his brow. He was trying to shift, and failing. All the legends claimed he could transform into one of the creatures he commanded, but it appeared as if years of missing prayers hindered the ability. He dropped his arms with an incensed sneer, only to emit a shrill whistle. Isaiah readied to finish the job when a pack of wolves bounded into the clearing, called forth by their master. They were the beasts we'd fought in the field when Patrick had deceived us. That felt like a lifetime ago. "The same old tricks," Isaiah muttered, sending wave after wave of glittery darkness toward Lorien. He evaded every intended strike, though his pace gradually slowed. Meanwhile, Jake and Kiara stood back to back, dealing with the incoming pack of the undead. Starlight, not to be outdone, rushed into the horde, trampling their brittle bodies beneath her hooves. The mare attacked any who neared Kiara, and the ones she missed were easily stricken down by Kiara's new sword. A different kind of heat filled me watching her slice clean through torsos and hack off limbs, her weapons slick with black gore. Her garments were drenched, and now there were only splatters of white remaining. With her hair braided in a crown across her head, she was the warrior goddess of my dreams. As Kiara stood firm on her own, I strode toward the heart of the battle. Isaiah faced off with Lorien as Malaya sent forth a silver-tipped arrow, her face scrunched with anger. The way she looked at Lorien was not the way a soldier looked at another. It was more. Before the arrow struck between his eyes, Isaiah lifted a hand and swiped it, an inch away from his skull. He snapped it in half. "You bore me," Isaiah said to Lorien. "Always so full of yourself. But I bet you're not feeling so mighty now that I have the power you coveted not too long ago. A power you squandered for selfish purposes." This time, when Isaiah extended his hands, his shadows struck true. Black and silver fog encircled Lorien, trapping him in a prison of burning night. "Lorien!" Malaya roared into the darkness, slinging her blades so quickly the silver blurred into one line. Isaiah avoided all but one, its hilt protruding from his stomach. With bared teeth, he ripped it out. Malaya, so full of rage, nearly didn't react in time to save herself. "Run!" Lorien shouted, his voice cracking. Malaya jerked away from Isaiah's magic at the last possible second, sprinting into the chaos of the undead bodies. Soon she was hidden by the grey mass of masked men, and Lorien sagged with visible relief. While Isaiah's magic imprisoned the god of beasts and prey, my old friend sauntered in my direction, his every step full of arrogance. I prayed it would be his downfall. "I haven't forgotten about you, Jude," Isaiah said. Instantly, my magic simmered. "I know you have the blade. Good luck trying to keep it from me." "Then come and get it." Kiara had the blade, and now Isaiah's life would be hers to take. I skimmed the field, focusing on where she'd last fought beside Jake, but she'd vanished. I didn't have time to search further. The wolves Lorien had summoned were nearly upon us. Isaiah cocked his head in their direction, launching a wave of magic that swarmed the field. His dark magic washed over the pack of wolves at the same time that Lorien unleashed an ear-shattering roar. Bones splintered and snapped, spines breaking. The wolves whimpered as Isaiah killed them in front of Lorien, who screamed until he grew hoarse. One by one, the magnificent animals dropped to the earth, their furry bodies unmoving. "See what happens when I get angry?" Isaiah asked me without emotion. "I really wanted to make your death quick because I did care for you, but now you've gone and pissed me the fuck off." His ensuing grin was twisted, wicked in a sense that had me shivering, even as my flames radiated from my torso, brightening the night. I lifted my newly scarred arm on instinct as his magic fired from his body like an arrow. Heat licked at my skin, flames coming to life. Isaiah's magic collided with mine, light and dark dancing for the briefest of moments. My dark. Kiara's dark. Isaiah hissed, his shadows not knowing what to do, as Kiara's gifted power attacked alongside my fire. A few coils of magic withdrew, while others paused, seeming to sense its likeness and not recognizing an enemy. I struck again, and again. I hit my old friend with everything I was and didn't know I could be. We fought, Isaiah doing his best to block my assault, which had transformed into one of rage and sorrow. Sorrow he'd birthed. Just when I believed I had him, the god shrinking beneath my force, his frame curling in on itself, Isaiah vanished. I heard my mother's scream a moment later.
Chapter 52. Kiara. As said by Ceres, the god of love, on the day the first heart match was made. Magic itself is not power. Power comes from knowing your own heart and not fearing what you find. As said by Ceres, the god of love, on the day the first heart match was made. I'd left the undead to Jake as I raced across the field to where Isaiah and Jude faced off. The Godslayer hummed in its sheath, ready to be used. All I had to do was aim. A figure darted out from behind the moon god. Amelia, so slight and dressed in all black, blended into the night. She brandished a weapon of her own, a useless steel dagger with a simple steel hilt. It would do nothing but aggravate Isaiah, but she didn't seem to care. Behind the thief, at the edge of the woods, Malaya reappeared. Isaiah's attention mercifully elsewhere. Covered in black blood, she lifted her bow and sent an arrow shooting into the sky, her aim set for Amelia. Malaya didn't miss, meaning it was a warning shot, the sharpened tips slicing clean through Amelia's pant legs. Amelia didn't even pause. Malaya snarled in reproach, aiming now for our mutual enemy. I thought she'd run off when Lorien was trapped by Isaiah's shadows, but she hadn't abandoned us yet, though even with her and Jude's power combined, it didn't feel like enough. Her arrow shot across the field, the precision impeccable, her form flawless. It would have killed any mortal, but Isaiah's shadow swatted the arrow like a pesky fly. The next arrow, however, pierced his palm, embedding itself deep in his immortal flesh. Malaya grinned in triumph as he ripped it free and smeared his palms down his robes, painting them in crimson as his skin stitched itself back up. As Malaya distracted Isaiah, Jude's flames had grown. They spread over his shoulders and rose above his head, forming two scorching wings of light. His eyes were aglow as he glared daggers at the moon god. Jude opened his palms. Isaiah lurched to the side as fire barreled his way. Jude's flames struck the trees behind the moon god, the branches and leaves erupting in a ball of raging orange and yellow. Jude snarled in frustration, eyeing the tree line. "Careful," Isaiah seethed. He whirled around just as Amelia reached his back, her dagger raised and ready to plunge into his flesh. When he seized her wrist, she let out a sharp cry, the god's hold merciless. Her hand went limp and her blade fell to the grass. Jude's attention landed on his mother, who was clawing at Isaiah's arms. He paid her no attention, almost like she was some house cat who'd discovered claws. I made out a rumbling cry, Amelia's name being called from the woods. Finn. It had to be Finn, stuck where Amelia had left him. My heart ached for him. Isaiah brought a hand to rest around the fox's neck, and she let loose a string of curses before black fog encircled her throat, cutting off her air. The god lifted his gaze to Jude, a sombre expression pulling at his features. "Enough with the games," Isaiah said, upper lip curling. "Give me the blade and let's be done with this. I'll even let your mother live, even if she doesn't deserve such mercy after what she put you through." Isaiah tightened his grip on Amelia's neck, and Jude hesitated, a muscle in his jaw feathering. His hands trembled, the gold light he emitted diminishing with every ragged exhale. He couldn't do it, was physically unable to strike, even with the world hanging in the balance. Amelia had left him on his father's doorstep as a babe, yet Jude, a man who claimed he didn't possess a heart, contained one large enough to forgive. Both had been robbed, both misled. It was a tragedy that had the rare chance of being given a new life, new breath, hope. Isaiah's magic constricted, and Amelia gasped for air. It wouldn't be much longer. "Give it to me," he ordered once more, his calm wiped away entirely. "Let her go and I will," Jude said, though he lacked conviction. His gaze flickered my way briefly, but in that split second, so many things were relayed. I had the blade. He did not, and judging by the subtle nod of his head, he knew there was little choice but for me to take action. This was a decision that would forever haunt Jude Maddox and follow him for the remainder of his days. Even if we won, he'd lose a piece of his soul. "Kill him!" Amelia sputtered, clawing at Isaiah's arms. A tear slipped from Jude's eye, and he gently shook his head. "I forgive you," he whispered to her, swallowing thickly. Wetness glazed across the gold in his eyes, muting its glorious sheen. "And I'm so sorry." Amelia forced a smirk to her face, which was quickly turning a ghastly blue. "I love you," she sniffled, tears rolling down and past her strained smile. "Now make me proud." Isaiah, believing me powerless, weak, mortal, didn't consider me a threat as I neared. But I didn't need the powers of a shadow, not when I'd trained my entire life as Kiara Frey. I'd been taught by an immortal, shunned by my village. I had brandished every weapon known to man and mastered them through hard work and sweat. I was a warrior, and warriors saved their kingdoms, no matter if the cost would break me. The Godslayer vibrated in my grasp, and when I sent it soaring through the air, it whistled, seeming to hum in delight. As Isaiah's eyes narrowed, realization parting his lips, Amelia elbowed him in the ribs and shifted to the side. Isaiah tried to position her body before his, much like a shield, but it was too late. The dagger struck. The entire clearing seemed to hold its breath as blood pooled around Isaiah's chest, staining his already macabre robes. He let out a sound between a gasp and a sob, craning his neck to where the dagger's hilt protruded from his heart. Seconds were hours, time frozen. Isaiah sputtered and coughed, swaying before he plunged to his knees. The fox slid out of his limp arms and rolled across the earth. She grabbed at her bruising neck and panted, heaving in fresh air. Silver light radiated from the moon god's chest, and an otherworldly humming compelled me to his side. A single entity of light broke free from his flesh, gradually splitting into 3 delicate pieces. Isaiah's lips were moving, but no words escaped, his horror written plainly across his face. He watched helplessly as those orbs slipped away, turning him into a mortal. There was a buzzing in my pocket, a high-pitched whining. The closer I ventured to Isaiah and his magic, the more potent the buzzing in my pocket became. I grasped the god's shoulders, whose eyes were trained on Jude, a flicker of emotion darkening his eyes. In his screwed-up way, Isaiah had cared for him, and while I'd been the one to deliver the fateful blow, Isaiah believed it to be Jude's betrayal alone. The first orb slipped free, a blazing circle of divinity igniting the field full of dead bodies and ash and casting away the blanket of darkness. The vibrations in my pocket grew fierce, and I seized the object causing such turmoil. The stone I'd stolen from the temple. Its black surface shimmered, and the first of the moon god's orbs flickered as I lifted the stone before me. It had summoned Isaiah, but I hadn't finished the job and trapped him. The first orb flickered before crashing into the gem, the force of its impact sending me back a step. Isaiah sagged, falling onto his back. Hovering above his body, I braced for the collision of the second orb, holding my ground when the stone caged it. My hands shook, and it took every ounce of energy to keep steady, to maintain my grip on the gem that now contained 2 pieces of a god. The third and final piece escaped. Dazzling light danced from Isaiah's chest into the gem, sending me reeling when the stone trapped its essence. I fell to my back, grasping all 3 pieces, the black facets of the stone now glimmering like the night sky. "You've just doomed them all," Isaiah choked out, blood slipping over his bottom lip. "You—" Fire shot into his chest, cutting off his callous words. Jude strode close, his magic scorching Isaiah from the inside out. The moon god had been transformed into a mortal, the same as Rayna, meaning he could now be killed. "You're the only one to blame," Jude snarled, his jaw clenched as his eyes glazed with wetness. His fire spread to Isaiah's torso, winding around him and travelling to his legs. It scorched his handsome face, devouring his slate-grey eyes until they saw no more. Jude didn't relent, and neither did his magic. On his back, writhing in agony, Isaiah was silent, and soon he didn't breathe. Jude's chest heaved as he glared upon the burned body, staring while the remaining flesh and bones smouldered to cinders. He watched until only grey dust stained the grass, his eyes dimming, the fierce gold in them softening. The tears he'd repressed slipped free, dropping to the pile of ash where they sizzled, steam rising into the air. Jude swiped at his eyes, his shoulders slumping as the tension left him. It was over. Isaiah was defeated. My chest squeezed as the breeze swept the pieces of him away, but my pain belonged only to Jude and everything he had lost. Kiara. I must have shut my eyes, because when I opened them, Jude was crouched at my side, his hand on my shoulder. So stunned I hadn't even heard him approach. His touch was too hot, but I hungered for the slight burn. It kept me grounded. I couldn't believe we'd done it. Look at me, Jude pressed, enfolding me in his arms. He rested his chin atop my hair, his breathing uneven as he gripped me for dear life. I spun, clinging to him with equal ferocity. He was the only thing that felt real, and if I let go, I feared I'd wake and it would all be a dream. That I'd be a failure, that I had died back there inside the temple and lost him all over again. Something shifted in the air. Perhaps it was simply the winds changing course, or maybe it was something far greater than I could possibly perceive. Even snuggled against his shirt, light shone against my closed lids, stealing away the night, growing stronger with the passing seconds. I drew back. Soothing pink and yellow beams slipped over the tops of the trees, brushing the woods in a sheen of dawn. Jude let out a surprised gasp, his grip on my waist tight. It was pure and soft, almost hesitant, as if it were fighting not to flicker out entirely. I knew what it was missing. Jude. Amelia brought Finn from the trees to bear witness, and even as he limped, grimacing from the pain of losing his foot, his eyes were cast to the sky. Finn leaned down to whisper in Amelia's ear, and she drew away to grin at him, her smile full of newfound hope. Dawn. I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes. I almost laughed out loud when Jake released a joyous whoop and then proceeded to grab Liam's hand. Jake tugged him into a kiss, one hand slipping into Liam's curls. They were oblivious to us all, and while I didn't linger on Liam and my friend for long, I noticed the enormous grins spreading across both of their faces when they came up for air. I knew it was inevitable. They hadn't exactly been discreet. "You did it," Malia said, her eyes flicking to the patch of scorched earth where Isaiah's life ended. Lorien, who'd been freed from his cage of shadows upon Isaiah's death, now joined us. He tilted his unsmiling face to where the weak light fluttered into the sky, remaining close to Malia, a silent protector at her back. Surrounded by friends, family, and gods, I twisted to Jude. He cupped both my cheeks, a single tear dripping from his shimmering, mismatched eyes. He tugged me even closer until we were heart to heart. "Good thing you have exceptional aim, recruit." I let out an exhausted exhale and flicked his nose. Elation bubbled through me. "Now is not the time for jokes," I reprimanded, surprised the roles had been reversed. He merely grinned like the luckiest bastard in the realm. And maybe he was. We all were. He realized the sun is trying to rise as we speak, I whispered. Tears ran down my cheeks and slipped between my lips, salt exploding on my tongue. There was sorrow and hope and possibility happening all around us, and we only had eyes for each other. Jude kissed my nose, his hands drifting to my face, his thumbs caressing my dirtied cheeks.
I'd rather look at you.
Going sappy on me, Commander? I asked, feeling how swiftly his heart beat against mine. They made their own music, celebrating the future we'd been dreaming of.
For you, Kiara. Always.
I didn't dare take my focus off him. I simply desired to stare at the boy who'd robbed me of a heart. I'd happily relinquish it over and over again.
You did good, child.
Jude shifted, freeing me from his arms as Arlo approached. The god of the earth and soil glided to our side, soft blue light emanating from his form. Colour had returned to his cheeks. Isaiah's demise had given him new life, had given all the gods new life. When his attention shifted to my pocket, I went still, understanding causing my head to spin. The stone.
You have a choice, Kiara,
Arlo said solemnly.
You are worthy of this gift, but only you can make the decision. Accept the power of the night, or
remain on Earth, still tied to Arlo's life, immortal, but powerless. I turned to Jude, Jake, Liam, Amelia, and Finn. I held all of their eyes. A whole unexplored world beckoned, and I had always desired to travel it, to brandish my blade for good, to be the protector of those who couldn't defend themselves. If I were to be a god and properly wield my power, I'd be dedicated to the skies, forced to roam only when the night reigned. Rayna had made the mistake of shirking her duties for her lover, spending her days and nights on Earth. But I knew such a thing could not be done again. The world deserved better, and I did too. I regarded Jude, whose crinkled eyes told me he knew my answer before I spoke it and that he understood. A gentle smile tugged at his mouth.
You were meant to be here, Kiara,
he whispered, leaning to brush his lips against the shell of my ear. I shivered.
You were born to be this realm's savior.
His voice cracked slightly.
There's so much more for you out there, and if you chose the life of a god, you'd be giving away pieces of yourself. Decide, child,
Arlo reminded, his voice firm, always so firm. Then, no. I do not want to accept the gift, I said firmly. Lifting onto my tiptoes, I kissed Jude tenderly, enjoying how his mouth melded to mine. 2 pieces forming a whole. My entire body burned now, almost too hot. A sudden burst of ice raced down my frame, and to my fingertips which were threading through his hair. I drew back, slowly, so very slowly, and brought my hands to my face. My scars. They were back. I stared up at Jude, mouth parted, heart thudding. How? I asked, marvelling at the blue-black veins that I once reviled. They were lighter, shining with iridescent hues of gold and silver each time I twisted my wrist. Jude smiled so warm and endearing I melted. He tucked a stray strand of hair behind my ears, leaning down to whisper so only I could hear.
It never belonged to me, Kiara. I'm merely returning what you allowed me to borrow.
But what if I hurt?
Being touched by darkness doesn't make you dark. You wielded the powers you were given to help others, and I will not be the cause of you giving up yet another piece of yourself.
I couldn't love this man more. He saw beyond the lies I told to hide myself away, and he worshipped the beautifully imperfect soul that would forever be tied to his. I love you, Jude Maddox, from now until my final dawn. Jude pressed another kiss to my temple, lingering.
His lips whispered against my brow as he said, "And I will spend every one of my nights loving you in return." I smelled flowers in the air, a fragrance I wasn't familiar with. It was sweet and soothing, and it made a home in my lungs. The breeze that carried it whirled around the two of us, tickling my exposed skin, and while I shut my eyes and leaned into Jude, it grew more potent. My arms pressed deeper, trying to tie him to me forever. But cool air replaced his heat, and when I opened my eyes, the boy who'd become a god was no longer in my hold. I stumbled back, searching the field. Jude was gone. "He has to greet the new day," Arlo said, his steadying hand reaching for my shoulder. "It was what he was born to do, after all." I wiped at my tears, which were once again flowing. I didn't care who witnessed them. For once, Arlo didn't chastise me, and when he wrapped his arms around me, I returned the embrace. "Do not worry, child. Every day ends with the night." Arlo stepped back, clearing his throat as though he'd never hugged before. Perhaps he hadn't. I would see him when the day was done. I knew this in my bones, in my core, my soul. Hesitantly, I asked the question that had been on my mind from the moment I declined the gift of divinity. "What will happen to the stone?" "We will need to seek a worthy vessel to carry such power," he said. "Until that someone is located, I will watch over the stone and the orbs it contains. I will make sure night and day remain in balance, but no ruler will reign until a soul is found. Though I suggest we find them as soon as we possibly can." I nodded. "Then I will offer my services to find this vessel." We locked eyes, my mentors softening until they became unrecognizable. "And I shall accept." "Hey!" Jake rushed into our fold. "You better not leave me after all this." Liam was hot on his heels. He grinned widely before dipping his chin my way. Arlo released a frustrated noise from deep in his throat. "I accept all the help you can give, Kiara Frey, bringer of light, warrior of Assidia." He looked at the sky to where the light grew stronger now, the fluttering glow becoming clearer, brighter. The sphere that was both the sun and a boy blessed by fate was finally rising. I shut my eyes and relished the tingling warmth spreading across my body. I imagined my grandmother smiling from wherever her soul rested. A hand slipped into mine, and my eyes opened. Another hand gripped my free one. Jake and Liam sandwiched me between them, and my heart panged. "I knew you'd be an adventure," Jake whispered in my ear. I nudged his shoulder. "Shut up, Jake, and watch the damned sunrise with me." Light may be casting the world in gold, but I couldn't wait until the blanket of darkness cloaked me. I had a god to find. Excerpt from Assidian Lore, The Legend of Dawn's Champion. The world of Assidia was graced with its first sunrise in over 5 decades. The people stumbled out into the streets, the rays of gold warming their upturned faces. There was a sense of quiet hope that grew louder the higher the sun climbed into the sky. Days would pass, and a story that would one day become a legend spread across the realm about a girl tainted by shadows and a mortal boy turned a god. And while the boy guarded the light, the girl became a symbol of the future the people so desperately needed. They called her Dawn's Champion.
Epilogue. Jude. 6 months later. A long time ago, I dreamed of the sun. It was this untouchable orb in the sky, a distant thing that would bring light and warmth, but not much else. I lived so long in the darkness that the possibility of it meaning anything had been inconceivable. Then the sun and what it represented changed one fateful day in a town called Sela. I watched a young woman defend her brother in the square of her village, and a flood of life heated my blood. At that moment, I felt hope, the possibility of a new beginning. That was what the sun was, what it represented. It was a gift of a beginning. My obligations had been filled for the day. I was exhausted, even as an immortal, but I knew I wouldn't get rest tonight. My mother was getting married in a small ceremony overlooking the southern marshes. Apparently, after our near deaths, she'd finally accepted Finn's proposal, a proposal delivered 5 years ago. Even Arlo had been invited. The cranky god had become a permanent fixture in my life. During the very early days of my ascension, he'd been at my side, guiding my hand, easing the transformation. He didn't offer smiles or kind words, but he'd been there when I needed him, even if he occasionally tested my temper. Arlo was many things, but cordial wasn't one of them. The day I invited him to come to my mother's wedding, Arlo grumbled something about wasting his time with frivolity. Yet the following day, he asked if Amelia preferred white flowers or red. Of course, she chose red. Each new dawn I soared across the skies and guided the sun to its proper place in the heavens. And when I was gifted with the wishes of those who prayed, I answered the best way I could. It had taken months to learn how to focus the sun's energy on the areas requiring the direst of aid, the lands that needed its rays in order to yield food and fill empty bellies. But the sun heeded my commands eagerly, its life essence connected to mine. All it took was a shared thought, and I was granted its strength. Sometimes I'd bring out the sun from behind the clouds on the whim of a child's wish. Other times, I hovered above the earth, observing the people who now thrived in the daylight, their faces etched in grins, faith restored to their souls. That was the beautiful thing about light. It awarded people hope. Nighttime could be stunning in its own right, but the sun, I found by simply basking in its heat, parts of myself I didn't realize needed mending could heal. After I dragged the sun down to rest, my heart required a different kind of warmth only she could provide. Gliding to earth on a cloud of wispy white, I landed on a hillside at Montemore. The region rested in the marshlands, home to a people in dire need of aid. Once Syrian had been pronounced dead, the realm rose in upheaval, no region knowing how to efficiently govern, and some fighting for supremacy. But that was a problem for another day. My eyes found her form immediately. Kiara Frey, leader of the 7th Legion of Assidia, or as the people named them, the Dawn Chasers, gazed over the cliffs, tendrils of copper hair flying free from her loose braid. Her scars were proudly displayed, no gloves in sight, and her sword, Echo, was slung across her back, ready to slay any who dared threaten her or those she loved. And of course, her faithful steed stood watch. Starlight had fought alongside us on that field, and she'd been Kiara's devoted companion ever since. I shouldn't continue to call her Starlight, though, as Thea was her true name, Rayna's legendary steed. When we first spoke the name aloud, the mare kicked her hooves in the air and neighed so loudly, wolves howled in the distance. She looked at us as if to say, "Finally." "Took you long enough, Commander," Kiara muttered without turning. I smiled. She could always sense me as thoroughly as I could her. I took my place beside her, reaching for her hand and pressing a kiss on her knuckles. Her scars shimmered a brilliant gold before settling to a luminous silvery black. So impatient. I tisked. My eyes fell to the speckles of blood marking her skin. I froze. "Are you all right?" She wound her arm around my waist and tugged me close. Resting her head over my chest, she listened to the beating heart caged inside. "I'm fine," she admitted on a sigh. "It belongs to an enemy. The lords battling for the throne are sending out more and more soldiers, and they're ruthless." I relaxed, though I felt guilty for feeling joy at the death of another. Each day is a battle to be won. She tilted her chin, a hesitant smile blooming. Instantly, my skin warmed, and a subtle glow spread across my every inch. Kiara merely shook her head. "I see you've missed me. You're even glowing." "Such an ego," I teased, kissing her brow. She flicked my nose. "As if you don't have one also, almighty God," she returned, raising a brow. "I saw how brightly you burned today, like the show-off you've become." "I was trying to impress you," I shrugged. "Seems it worked." Silence fell, blissful quiet. I held her, and she held me. Nights were ours, the darkness ours. We'd claimed it for ourselves long ago. As much as I yearned to have Kiara at my side always, I understood her well enough to realize she'd never be happy if kept away from the kingdom she wanted to protect. To the people, she was already a living legend, and to most, a symbol of rebirth. I didn't mind sharing her in that respect, but once the moon rose, she was mine. Except for tonight. I bit down my groan. I'd become greedy, and when 9 struck, we were all to be gathered to witness my mother marry Finn. That time was swiftly approaching, but we had a few more minutes to spare. I planned on taking advantage. "Any news on the vessel?" I asked, running my fingers down the side of her arm. Goosebumps pebbled in my wake. "Yes, actually," she said, sitting up straighter. I groaned when she pulled away, but my protests died upon seeing shimmering excitement grace her eyes. "There's a girl a few villages from here that Arlo believes has promise. We should find her soon. Liam has been utilizing his connections and mapping out a course." Liam had eagerly taken to being Kiara's advisor. While he didn't engage in battles, his place beside his sister was equally as vital, and he discovered he had a knack for diplomacy, an area in which Kiara sometimes could be found wanting. Jake, unsurprisingly, preferred the blade to Liam's pen. "What is it?" Kiara asked when I remained silent, content to lose myself in her. "I'm just thinking about how absolutely stunning you look tonight." I pressed a kiss to her full lips, nipping at the bottom one. Not a second went by when I wasn't grateful to be hers. Her choice. Choice. So many had been stolen from me, but now so many lay at my feet. Our feet. Kiara cupped the sides of my face and held me in place, her lips working a quick trail up my jaw, my cheeks, my nose. She leaned her brow against mine. "When I first met you, I never would have believed you might be a romantic at heart," she murmured, her warm breath tickling my already heated skin. It flashed brighter, my reaction to her something I couldn't hide. Not that I wished to. "I kept telling you that you've thoroughly ruined me. I meant it." Kiara grinned widely, an impish smirk tilting her lips. "Well, Jude Maddox, be prepared to be ruined every night for the rest of our immortal lives." My insides boiled, and the scar on my chest twinged. It still retained her mark, her hauntingly beautiful vines, and whenever I missed her, all I had to do was look at it. Some bonds even magic couldn't wipe away. Kiara's lips were once more on mine, and the cliffs became illuminated by my unearthly glow, by my pure joy. In my life, I'd worn many faces, but none had been as true as the one I wore for her. A woman whose inner radiance was a wavering flame in a sea of night, and I believed the darkness itself couldn't help but fall in love with the way her brilliance made its shadows dance. We fell to the cool grass, a tangle of hands and limbs and lips. Our time together was a gift, and I'd spend every night selfishly kissing the woman who shattered the skies and brought light back to a realm that was only now relearning the magic of hope. Red flowers surrounded the mouth of a cave decorated with lush green vines. Arlo had outdone himself, the ill-tempered god smugly sitting in the corner. He didn't make an effort to speak to anyone besides Harlow. The older knight returned for us after the battle, and he hadn't left us since. He claimed Kiara needed guidance, especially seeing as she'd suspected him, of all people, to be an enemy. Now, he was a part of her legion, a few other warriors joining the ranks in the months following Isaiah's downfall. Jake acted as her second, much to Harlow's dismay. The pair argued constantly. Currently, the former lieutenant mirrored Arlo's pose, the two of them leaning against nearby trees, whispering among themselves, probably complaining. "Key!" Jake tossed an arm over her shoulder. He tugged her into an exuberant hug, his face aglow from the effects of the wine being served. Liam appeared on his heels, shaking his head at his boyfriend. Apparently, opposites did attract. Before Jake could ruffle Kiara's hair, as he was often prone to do, she returned to my side and gripped the fine red jacket I'd chosen for tonight, the style reminding me of Dimitri's old coat. Kiara had to be forced out of her armor by none other than the bride herself. The fox shocked us all by dictating the details of the celebration as if she commanded an army. Who would have thought she possessed a romantic side, albeit a violent one? Behind Jake, Kiara's parents glided into view. Her father stole her from my hold, pressing her against his brawny chest and wrapping his arms around her as if she'd float away. Tears slipped down his cheek, his pride evident. When he finally released her, her mother inched forward, her long brown hair billowing in the subtle breeze. She gripped both of Kiara's shoulders and looked her daughter over, her dark eyes glittering. They'd been reunited after we escaped, and while they had a lot of tense history to work through, I knew they were making an effort. As her parents took their seats across the aisle, I turned to Kiara. My fingers grazed her hip, my hold firm and possessive. After I'd thoroughly ruined her up on the cliffs mere minutes before our arrival, she'd slipped into a gold dress that fell to her feet. Intricate ropes crisscrossed below her breasts, working their way up to her neck, where they were tied into a knot. Simple, yet something Emilia couldn't yell at her for. On cue, a harp played, and I forced Kiara to follow me to our seats at the front of the aisle. Jake and Liam sat beside us, the pair's hands intertwined. Liam had lost the top half of his finger after escaping the temple, but Jake assured him that it only made him look devastatingly roguish. Liam dropped his head on Jake's shoulder, prompting Jake to brush his fingers gently through his curls. Jake had been wrong, after all, about not wishing to settle down. I wondered if Kiara and I were as nauseatingly affectionate. I suspected we were somehow worse. I smiled at that. "What is it?" Kiara asked, leaning over to whisper in my ear. "I'm happy," I said. It was such a silly thing to utter, but to say it and mean it, I never realized how rare that was. The music swelled, joined by a lute, and I knew my mother would walk down the aisle any moment now. Finn slid into place with the aid of a finely carved crutch. Emilia had commissioned the piece herself, even adding the depictions of foxes along its length. Finn yanked out a bright orange handkerchief, already dabbing below his eyes. The colour was the same shade as Dimitri's coat, and I knew that Dimitri was smiling upon his old friend from the afterlife. Kiara boldly tilted my head her way, our lips an inch apart. "This is just the start," she said, and my stomach tied into knots. Her nearness often ruined me in all the best ways. Yet she was right. This was the beginning, for all of us. I closed the distance and kissed her lips, savouring her for only a second before Jake got the chance to elbow me. Not the time or place, I had to remind myself. Later. Drawing away, I returned to the aisle, just in time for Emilia to emerge. She'd chosen to have her ceremony at night, so I could attend, and she locked eyes with me immediately, a relieved look gracing her severe features. Kiara's shadows swelled up, curling down the aisle to dance at the thief's feet, the shimmering wisps caressing the hem of her midnight blue dress. She rolled her eyes at Kiara, but grinned nonetheless. Her power highlighted Emilia's joy, which shone on her face in a way I'd not seen. I beheld a now openly crying Finn, though he wasn't the only one with tears shining in his eyes. Liam, Jake, and even Arlo and the stoic lieutenant were fighting their emotions. Behind us were the newest soldiers Kiara had recruited, and in them I saw determination to mend our broken world. Tomorrow was a new day, a new battle, a new obstacle. But I found that surrounded by all those I loved, holding Kiara's hand, bolstered by her obstinate faith, I could do anything. We could do anything. And together we could accomplish the impossible, like set fire to the night.
The end. We hope you have enjoyed this production of To Shatter the Night by Katherine Quinn. This book was read for you by Gideon Emery and Maura Quirk, members of SAG-AFTRA. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.